Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. We're going with Valle. I know they are saying Valle, but I'm going to stick with Valle for now. Just want to check my audio. Audio seems to be good. Let's see who is with us today. Shelby Allen, good morning to you. Therapist, you know, good to see you. Jeff Taylor for baby's mom. Good to see you guys. Good morning, good morning. Sherry M. and Baca saying hello. Psychosaurus Rex. Fala. Fala saying your suitcase changed colors. Oh yeah, okay. So it's not a suitcase, you guys. That's a TV, right? So trial TV, right? Get it? So it's not a suitcase. It's a TV. And Aaron changed those over the weekend, because we had the colors, and we had N for newbie or new, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 for months, and then we had years as well. Well, obviously we haven't gotten there yet because we're just over a year old. But the TVs changed colors over the weekend, and we had to do that because remember we got demonetized in November, so it kind of screwed everything up. So people had been maybe a member for like 6 months, but it was only showing up for like 2 or 3 months. So Aaron switched all of that, changed all that this weekend. So now you'll see different colors. So red is still new. Orange is 1 month. The lime green is 2 months. The teal is 6 months. So Fala, well, here, let me pull you up. So just so you guys see, Fala is, that lime green. So that means 2 months. And let's see, Kathy, we'll go with, okay, therapist, you know. See, therapist, you know, is that teal, so that's 6 months. So that's how you guys know. Marie, you're red, your TV is red, so you're a new member. Kathy Smith, see, you're a, oh, wait a minute. I don't know, because you're, okay. You're actually orange, you're going in with the background orange there. You're actually orange, so you're 1 month. So, Irish Amy, good morning to you. You see, you're a lime green, so you're 2 months. So, those are TVs, right? Trial TV Live. That's why we made the little TVs. So then, after a year, you're going to be purple. After 2 years is going to be, I guess, kind of a yellowish green. Then 3 years, if we make it that long, is going to be blue. And then 4 years is the logo. Straight up logo, and then after 5 years is gold logo. So that I hope that helps you guys understand what the colors are, what they represent. It was because we got demonetized and it kind of screwed everything up. So once we came back online in February, that's where we stand right now. So let's see who else is with us. Lolo, how are you? Good morning to you. Widespread Panic. Good to see you. Kathy Smith saying hello. Green-Eyed Cat. Good to see you. Mary Tedeschi saying hello. Ruby. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Only Fan is with us. Let's see. Fala, yes, is a member for 5 months. There you go. Let me see if I can find that. Where is that? Change color. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yep. There you go. 5 months. There you go. Charmaine Doherty, good morning to you. Yes, widespread. Aaron is always busy. You guys have no idea what goes on in the back end. We are constantly working and busy. So appreciate you recognizing that, widespread. Thank you. Brenda saying good morning. Green-eyed cat likes the new TVs. Thank you for that. Aaron is, I'm sure, listening, and I will let her know just in case. G. Stewie saying hello. Meg, how are you? Kathy Smith, Ruby, good to see you guys. Brat, how are you, Brat? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today for Baby's Mom, saying hello to everybody. Charmaine, you need to become a member. If you have a membership, then you'll get the little red. If you're new, you'll get the red TV. So red is a new TV. So you have to become a member to get that. Lolo saying good morning to everybody. Let's see. Charmaine Dottie. Oh, did I say Doherty? Sorry, Dottie. Dottie? Charmaine Dottie. I'm thinking of Brad Doherty. I was a fan of Brad Doherty, so I saw Doherty, so Dottie. All right, Charmaine Dottie. 13th juror saying hello to everybody. The Sense Hub, good to be back after Karen Reed. Yes, thank you for joining us. All right, so we do have a seal up already. This judge starts early. She started. She's at least on time, if not early. Yesterday she was like 3 or 4 minutes early. So BLP 2002 Bud, good morning, new subscriber and trial watcher. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here with us. Let's see. Be sure you hit that like button as you come in. We appreciate it. Let's see. There's an echo. All right. So there's an echo going on somewhere. Something is on. Okay. Let me figure that out. I've got an echo going on. Let me see here. Where is my echo? I don't hear anything over here, you guys. Let me try and figure this out. Where would an echo be coming from? Do you guys hear an echo out there? Okay. How's the audio, guys? Let me know how the audio is for you. Let me know if the audio is okay. No echo here. Okay, cool. No echo. Nina, Alice. Okay. Must have been on our side. No echo. Audio is great. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. No echo there. No echo here. Audio is great. Can't tag squeegee. No echo. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good. All right. Thank you, guys. Audio is fine. Audio is brilliant. Good. Must have been on our side. Okay. All right. Thanks, chat. All right. Kenya Lioness, how are you? We're still waiting for a verdict on Carlos Dominguez, too. You guys remember that trial? Still nothing there. G. Stewie, the little kitty with the poor eye is doing fine. We put some solution in, and I put it in starting, let's see, today's Tuesday. I started it. I think Sunday we tried it. I definitely got it in yesterday, or maybe it was Saturday. Anyway, yesterday I got the solution in his eye, and his eye was opening up yesterday. And then last night it closed up a little bit, but this morning it's open. It's a little rimmed red, like slightly red. So we put some more solution in. But I think he's going to be fine. Angela, how are you? Good to see you. I had an appointment for him this morning, and I canceled that because his little eye was opening. So, but we have this little black cat yesterday that was around, and I fed him twice, or her, I'm not sure which. And then this morning I let Paulie and Rafa out. That's kind of our routine. They eat, then they go outside, they run around, go to the bathroom, do their whole thing. And Paulie went back to the barn because that was hers, right? That's where we first met her, was back by our barn garage. And I guess it's more of a barn. But I was coming, she goes through the fence and I was coming through the gate, and I didn't have the angle. So she went into the barn area and I heard this, I'm like, oh boy. So I kind of went running, and she came running back out. and then I think she had some words with the little black kitty. This cat's really cute. It's about the same size as when we met Rafa and Polly last year. And we met them like the 15th, I think, 14th, 15th of July. Or was it June? I think it was June. Anyway, we met them about a year ago. And this little kitten's about the same size. So I don't know if Polly chased that cat off, if the cat's still there. I have not seen it. I keep looking out there to see if I see it, but I don't know. I don't know if it's back. I don't know. I'll keep an eye out. But since black cats are the best, our Carlos chose us via the Cat Distribution Network, and we wouldn't trade them for the world. They're definitely the sweetest, most loving cats. I've had 2 black cats in my life, and okay, June 26th for Polly, July 14th for Rafa. All right, so June 26th for Polly. So we met Polly almost 1 year ago. So June 26th for Polly, and then July 14th for Rafa. So, hey, trust me, I would love to keep them. We may still end up keeping them. I don't know, but we've got 3 grown cats, and we've got 4 kittens, so that's 7 cats. Can we deal with an 8th cat? I don't know. I honestly, I have no idea. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that guy yet. So it'd be cool if we had a little black cat, but we got those 4 kittens. We got to figure out what to do with them too. So we got a lot on our plate. Brenda says we had 1 black cat named Gus. Let's see. I had 1 black cat named Sasha, and then this girlfriend, I guess I can say that, right? Because it was like 40 years ago. When I met her, she had a cat named Yasmin, and that cat was small. And then she came home one night with this other little black cat, and his name was Sasha. He was bigger. Yeah, that's what they say, right, therapist? What's 8 if you have 7? You have 1 cat, you could have 2. If you have 2 dogs, you can have 3. If you have 4 dogs, you can have 5. Yeah, and pretty soon we'll have 20 cats. Yep. Teresia. How do you say your name? Is it Teresia or Teresia? I'm going to go with Teresia. Is that how you say your name? Teresia? Let me know if it's Teresia, if that's correct or not. But good morning to you. Even numbers are better. Yep. What's 1 more when you have 7? Yep. That's how it's a slippery slope, and then you have 35 cats. You are just the best for rescuing all these kitties. Yeah. I know. I say that with a 3 is fine, and then the 4 that were born, they're not feral because they're born inside. Right now they know nothing but being inside. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. That's all I can say.
All rise. Court's
All right,
now in
here we
session. The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, so we are back here today for evidence on the matter of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. I'm going to ask the state if it is prepared to get Mr. Faison Teal back to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so then why don't we do that?
He's right there. Right there.
Counsel, good morning. Is there anything that we need to address before we continue?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Teal, please come on up. Going to ask that you retake the stand. And also, sir, I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligation of the oath that you first took when you entered the stand, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, come on up and have a seat. All right, at this time, I will ask Madam Clerk to please bring in our jury.
So Faison Teal was a stabbing victim. He was at the party. He's continuing his testimony from yesterday. Remember, he's the one that said he heard about McDonald's and he went out to the car and said, "You guys got McDonald's?" That was like one of the more lighthearted moments of the trial so far. So So Faison Teal was one of the stabbing victims. He survived. He got stabbed right here. He got stabbed under here, under his bicep.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'd ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of our jury.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Members of our jury, when we adjourned yesterday, state's witness Faison Teal was on the stand. So at this time, we are going to continue with the direct of Mr. Faison Teal. Thank you. I would direct the state to go ahead and proceed.
Just get it there. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday we were talking a little bit about the fight.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong. When just before the fight started, where were you standing in the yard of 43 Laurel?
Right before the fight started.
I'll get it right. Showing you 50. State's 52.
Right about when before the fight started, we were saying like around this area.
Okay. And when you were standing in that area, who were you close to?
Tyler Rich.
Okay. And were there two individuals on the lawn at the time
Yes.
that were not invited to the party?
Yes, sir.
And those individuals are who?
Tyler Da Silva and Raul Valle.
And out of the both of those individuals, who were you closest to?
Raul Valle.
Okay. And when the fight started, can you tell us what occurred?
What occurred when it started? So Tyler threw a punch, and then after that, it's really not so blurry, but I don't really recall who I was throwing kicks at, but I was involved in the fight.
What kind of kicks were you throwing?
There was like medium-sized kicks. Like there was like a stomping motion. It wasn't hard though.
And at some point in time, did you stop kicking?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you did that, what were you trying to do at that point?
Break up the fight.
And at that point, I think you indicated yesterday that you were amped up. You had adrenaline.
Yeah, a lot of adrenaline flowing through the body.
At some point, how long was the fight?
Like 30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, at some point in time, did you hear anybody scream anything?
No, I did not.
And when the 30 seconds ended, at some point in time, did you have an occasion to realize that you were injured?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
So when I realized I was injured, someone came up to me with a flashlight and they pointed it towards my arm. And when they pointed it, there was like a piece of fat sticking out, like this big giant piece, like just gushy fat, and then just blood like all down the side of my body. So yeah. And then before that, I even noticed I got stabbed. I saw Tommy on the ground, laying in the grass. Like, couldn't move his body at all. And he was just, like, kind of stuck there. Like, helpless.
What did you notice about Tommy?
His knees was just bleeding, like his whole legs. And he was just laying down there and, like, just, like, helpless. And then when I looked over to the right, I saw Jimmy McGrath. His, like, body was just, like, blood everywhere. And there was Sal and Jacob was just helping him. Yeah.
Did you notice if anybody else was injured?
No, that's all I noticed at that time.
When you realized you were injured and you saw Tommy and Jimmy, what did you do after that?
So when I realized I was injured, I was with my friend Benjamin Catley, and I went into Tyler Rich's bathroom to try to clean me up because there was so much blood on the side of my body. They thought like I might have got stabbed in my side, but that wasn't the case, obviously. So it was me, him, and Danny Rivera in the bathroom just cleaning myself up, like trying to like figure stuff out, trying to like find something to wrap my arm up with. And then after that, we went back outside, and there was cops there, ambulances there, and that's when they brought Jimmy to the hospital first. Then it was Tommy. And then after that, because at first I wasn't really trying to go to the hospital because I thought I was fine. And I didn't want my parents to get mad at me for like getting stabbed or whatever. But I wasn't trying to go to the hospital.
Okay.
But then they told me I had to go. So I went after that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to show you, this is State's Exhibit. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. I think that's where we pretty much ended yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll show you frame 171. This individual right here with his black shorts on, t-shirt off, and looks like something on top of his head. You know that at this moment in the fight?
Was definitely throwing some kicks right there at the beginning and then trying to break it up after.
And can we play the light version? I'm gonna have you watch the regular version of the video.
Yes, sir.
Lightened up version. I want to ask you a few questions.
Yes.
Yes, sir! Let's do it!
Now, the person that yells, yes, sir, do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Tanner Chernowski.
And who's the person that, after Tanner Chernowski yells, yes, sir, who's the person that says, let's go?
Let's go. That was me.
Okay, you were yelling that?
Yeah.
Why were you yelling?
So, like the whole, I don't know, it was just what I was saying at the time. Like when I said, let's go, M-word.
Okay.
It's just the way I talk.
Okay. And when you heard in the video, he's got a knife, you didn't hear that?
At that time there, nah, I didn't hear that.
Do you know who said that, having watched the video?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, when you, when the paramedics arrived, did you in fact end up going to the hospital?
Yes.
And what hospital did you go to?
Griffin Hospital in like Ansonia, Derby.
Okay. And when you got to the hospital, can you tell us a little bit about what treatment you went through?
They just stitched me up. Honestly, I don't really remember much from me actually being at the hospital because I really like kind of blocked it out of my head. But they sent me up there. It was like maybe like I was there. It's like 3, 4 in the morning, maybe. And then after that, I just went home.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State 70?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 70?
That's my arm.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate picture of your arm the morning of, after you got stitched up?
Yes, sir.
To show you State's Exhibit 71 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 71?
Yes.
And what is 71?
That's also a picture of my arm.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate picture of what the wound looked like stitched up after you left the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And the only difference between 70 and 71 would be what?
The piece of paper over my arm.
It shows the length of the wound?
Yeah, length of the wound. Yeah.
Stay with off this is full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith? All right. Court will accept into evidence dates 70 and 71. Thank you. Full exhibits.
I'm going to show you State 70 that's been marked as a full exhibit. State 70, is that what your wound looked like after your hospital visit, Faison?
Yes, sir.
And State 71, that show, I guess, the length of the wound
Yes, sir.
on your arm?
Yes, sir.
Faison, do you still have a scar?
Yes, I do.
Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is?
That's right here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses pointing to his left elbow area?
Attorney Smith, are you able to see you and your client?
I can see, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
And when you received the stab wound that night, you said you had fat hanging out?
Yeah.
How far was it hanging out?
It was like Hey, it was nasty, man. It was like hanging like down to here. Like it was.
And when you went to the hospital, did they have to push it back in?
I don't know. I don't recall like what they did with it.
How long after you got out of the hospital and you received these stitches? How long was your recovery in this case? In relation to your wound?
To my arm. So I had my arm wrapped up and stitched up for about 3 to 4 weeks, give or take. I had slight nerve damage, like nothing too insane, but I did not feel it in my arm for a little bit. It was just numbness. And then for about a year after it all took place, like I could be doing the simplest of things, like going to get a glass of water from the fridge. And my whole arm just like shut down out of nowhere for like just like a split second. Like and just go numb, just come down. I'll just be like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. But not.
Does that still happen?
Occasionally, it's not as often. Like I'll just say, like literally every once in a blue moon, it will happen.
Now, as a result of being stabbed on May 14th of 2022, have you had any other types of effects? Has this wound had any other types of effects on you?
Like mentally?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has.
Can you explain how it has mentally affected you?
Man, it was the worst day of my life. Plain and simple. Like,
why was it the worst day of your life?
Never in a million years did I think being at one of my best friend's house, I would get stabbed, or 3 other of my friends would get stabbed, or Jimmy McGrath would die. It's like, even I think about it like every day. Like I try to really mentally block it off from myself, because I tried therapy, but that don't work for me. It don't. Like, I just couldn't do it. So I just try to like mentally block out everything. Even some days I'm just like thinking to myself, like, why him? Like, it sounds dark, but I'd be like, it should have been me instead of Jimmy. Because you don't see kids on this earth like that. Like, just a kid that smile every single time you see him. You don't see that. It's really rare. And it's like, I don't know, man. It affects me every day. Like, I can't even go to church no more like that. I used to go to church all the time. Like, I'm talking pastor, my dad a pastor, all that stuff. That's why I figured out Jimmy died. So I can't go there. Like, even when I try to go, I start messing my head a little bit. I just start thinking about everything. But, yeah, like, this messed me up, man. Like,
Has since May 14th of 2022, has this affected you with regards to your schooling?
Yes, it has also. I started at the University of New Haven nearly like 3 months after I went to, after the incident happened. But I like couldn't really do school because all I would think about is what happened for the first year and a half. So I had to drop out and start doing community college for a little bit. Just like get back on my feet, kind of, sort of. But this year I will be going back to the University of New Haven and then hopefully graduate on time. That's a hope. That's a hope. But if I'm in 5th year, it happens. You know, it's normal. It's life. But that's really it, you know? Like, it was hard in school, man, because I had no one to really talk to about it, because I didn't want to, like, even tell people, like, I was involved, because it, like, paints a picture that you trying to, like, get people to feel sorry for you off the rip, and you just meeting new people, you know? So I don't want them to think of me as, like, oh, this is just a kid who just got stabbed, and he's, like, looking for remorse from all of us, and we just met the kid. So I really just kept it to myself when I first got to the school.
On May 14th of 2022, at Tyler Rich's house, did you have any weapons on you?
No.
Did you use any weapons that night during the fight?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Teal. How are you?
Doing good. How are you, man?
Good. We've never met before.
No.
I'm just going to go over with you some of your testimony from yesterday and today. If you would, just keep your voice up. You know, we've got these loud fans going here for us. You told us yesterday that you had started the evening at another party, right? That was at Mr. Crespo's house?
Yes.
And that was for a surprise birthday party, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought maybe you'd had 2 beers there or so?
Yeah.
And you thought you got there around 9 o'clock, spent about an hour there, and left around 10, right?
Yes.
And from there, you went over to Tyler Rich's house because you told us that was the regular thing to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
When you say the regular thing to do, you meant on a weekend night in general, or that month because something special was going on?
Regular thing to do, hang out with your friends. That's it.
And was it a regular thing to go over there and that there would be underage drinking going on?
I wouldn't say it's a regular thing.
No?
Just hanging out.
Okay. So this was unusual to go over there and that there would be drinking going on that
It
night?
wasn't unusual. It's not like it don't happen every single time. Like, I might drink every once in a blue moon, but it's not like every weekend.
Okay. Did you know when you went over there that Mr. Rich's parents weren't going to be there?
Nah, I didn't know.
When you got there, did you discover that Mr. Rich's parents were not there?
No, not really.
You didn't know that because you went straight down into the
Yep.
basement? And you told us you didn't bring any alcohol with you.
No.
You went right into the house.
Yep.
And you'd shown up with Mr. Oko, who drove you,
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos, and
Yep.
Matthew Sanchez.
More Sanchez.
I'm sorry?
Matthew Moore Sanchez.
Matthew Moore Sanchez. Is that like hyphenated?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. It might be. I don't know.
Okay. You walked into the basement through what we've all heard about, those Belco doors, right?
Yeah.
And people, you said, were just chilling, hanging out, and they were drinking down there, correct?
Yeah, they was drinking.
You yourself hadn't brought any alcohol?
Nah.
There was alcohol provided to you there. You had 2 Bud Lights, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember who gave you those 2 Bud Lights?
Nah, I was just bumming a beer off someone.
Okay. Did you see Aiden King there?
Yeah, I saw Aiden King.
Did he have Bud Lights?
Not that I recall.
And you told us that you think you had maybe as many as 4 drinks, right?
Yes, sir.
It was dark that night?
Yeah, it was nighttime.
Sure. Was it also misty or rainy?
Not that I recall.
You don't recall that?
I don't recall.
And when you got there, you said that no one was outside, right?
No, sir.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were there?
Probably like anywhere between 20 to 30. Give or take.
20 to 30?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling us yesterday that it was maybe less than that? 15 to 20?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And you told us that you were really good friends with Tyler Rich.
Yes, sir.
And you're also friends with Jimmy McGrath?
Yes, I was friends with him.
And how did you know Jimmy McGrath?
I knew him just through other people, pretty much. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you he's my best friend in the whole wide world, but he's a really good friend of mine.
And you went through a list of folks that were there. It sounded like most of them you either went to school with or you played football with.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say? And you identified yourself as having worn a Marvel Duck shirt that night, right?
Yes, sir.
But at some point you told us you'd taken that shirt off.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Do you remember when you took that shirt off?
When I was outside.
Was it before the fight that we saw?
I don't believe so.
It didn't get taken off in the course of that fight, right?
Nah, it was just hot outside.
And you said that Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik showed up, right?
Yeah.
And you spoke with them briefly.
Yeah.
So they showed up after you were there, or they were in the basement?
It was after I got there they came.
Okay, so they arrived after you.
Yeah.
And when they got there, you learned that there had been some sort of fight over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And you said you were unaware of the basketball group chat?
What group chat?
You don't recall there being a group chat going on that evening?
No.
Griffin Marcinzik or Ryan Hines didn't tell you, hey, we're texting these kids telling them to come over here?
No.
You didn't show up at the house until sometime around 10:30.
Yes, sir.
When you showed up and went down into the basement, nobody was talking about a 5 Lazy Brook?
Not when I got there, no.
That was only after Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik arrived?
Yes, sir.
And You said that you told us yesterday that you learned of that group chat from Tanner Chernowski before these kids arrived, right?
I did not say that.
You don't recall telling us yesterday that you had learned about this group chat from Tanner Chernowski before the kids arrived?
I didn't say before which kids arrived.
Before the kids from the 5 Lazy Brook fight arrived in the pilot.
Are you talking? Oh, before that? Yeah, before that, yes.
Before that, you'd learned from Tanner Chernowski,
Yeah, from Tanner
that there was
Chernowski.
this group chat going on, right?
No, I didn't know nothing about a group chat. I just knew they was texting.
Well, that he was texting.
Yeah.
Is your understanding that that's different than a group chat?
I mean, a group chat is when there's a lot of people, but I wasn't really like looking for details. You just said like they was texting.
Okay, so you didn't know that there was a group chat, so to speak, but you did know that there was texting going on.
Yes.
And you knew that that texting, you learned about that from Tanner Chernowski.
Yes, sir.
And you knew that that texting involved texting the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to these other kids, correct?
No, sir.
What was your understanding of what that texting involved?
I just knew they were talking to someone else.
You knew they were talking in a polite, friendly fashion with someone else?
I had no idea, sir.
They didn't tell you what they were texting? They just said, hey, we're texting?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what they were texting?
No, sir.
So Tanner Chernowski told you that they were texting someone, but he didn't tell you what that had anything to do with?
No, sir.
And you said that then, shortly thereafter, Griffin and Ryan arrived, some people that were not invited showed up, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's your testimony that you didn't know that, in fact, they had been told to come to that address by these people that were texting with them.
I had no idea.
And then you told us you saw that somebody had McDonald's. Who was that?
I heard that they had McDonald's.
You heard that the people that had showed up in the car had McDonald's?
Yeah.
Do you remember who told you that?
No, sir.
Okay. But you told us you're a hungry guy, and that McDonald's drew you out there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you walked through the driveway and across, and the car that you described as having showed up, that was across the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Close to the right-hand curb of the other side of the street, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you didn't recall which way it was facing, though.
No, I did not.
And when you went outside, you were with Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes.
And then you said 5 to 7 other people, but yesterday you couldn't remember who any of those people were other than Tyler Richards. Do you remember who any of those folks were now?
No, sir.
And that ultimately, you and those 5 to 7 other people were then joined by more people, correct?
We're like outside by the car.
When you went outside,
Yeah, by the car. Like, well, at what point?
near the car?
Repeat the
sorry.
question for me.
Sure. So we're talking about now when you've gone outside and you're with Tyler Richards, right?
Yeah.
5 to 7 other people.
Yep.
You've seen this car that you've described for us as being across the street.
Yeah.
And you said that it was your understanding that those people had not been invited.
Yes.
So that's where we are now.
Okay.
You and these 5 to 7 other people, where are you standing at this point?
I was near the driver's side.
You were near the car, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, you told us that you were right next to it, right? You got pretty close.
Yeah, I got pretty close.
And then you were joined by more people, correct?
It was like not really. Like
Okay. You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had been joined by more people?
now we were outside by the car. No, I don't recall that.
Okay. When you're outside by the car, it was just you and 5 to 7 other people.
I believe so. Yes.
Where were the rest of the people that were at the party?
They were out. Some people were outside, but they was really just standing on the grass.
They were just standing on the grass.
Yeah.
So just you and maybe 5 to 7 other people are by the car.
Yes.
Not any other people joined you.
No.
Okay. You looked into the car and you said there were 4 people inside, correct?
Yes.
And you recognized Mackenzie Trafficante because you knew her from middle school.
Yep.
And you talked with the driver, right?
I don't believe so. No.
You don't recall telling us yesterday you conversed with the driver and you were asking him about McDonald's?
I didn't say that.
Okay. Did you ask anybody about McDonald's?
Yeah. Well, when I came to the car first, I was like, I asked like, y'all got McDonald's or whatever. But then after that, I was really just telling them to leave.
Okay. Who did you ask about y'all have McDonald's?
At the time, I didn't know who the driver was, but now I know it's Jack Snyder.
Okay. So you did ask the driver about McDonald's, right?
Yeah, I asked somebody in the car.
Well, was it the driver, sir, or was it somebody else?
It was the driver.
It was the driver.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they said, no, we don't have any McDonald's, and you backed off, right?
Yeah.
But you were still near the car at that point.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you hadn't been joined by anybody else. It was just you and these 5 to 7 other folks.
Yes, sir.
So that's you, Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's 2. And you can't remember who the other
No, I do not
5 to
recall.
6 people were.
I don't recall.
You said you observed some arguing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was arguing?
I do not recall.
You said you got closer, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. And you screamed, y'all got to leave, y'all got to dip, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do remember that part that you told us yesterday.
Yes, sir.
You don't remember who it was that was arguing or telling us that you got closer, though.
What? Repeat the statement.
You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had gotten closer to the car after you observed the arguing.
I do not recall.
Okay. And you said that the vehicle wasn't moving, right?
No, not at first.
And then these people that were near the car, which you've described now as being just 5 to 7 people, they started rocking the car, right?
Yeah.
They had their hands on the car?
Yep.
You're sure it was just 5 to 7 at that point?
Yes, sir.
Nobody else had peeled off with you to go stand back and away from the car?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who those 5 to 7 were?
I do not recall.
Was Tyler Richards one of them?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you do recall that it was Tyler Richards who was one of those people?
You already asked me that.
Sorry, I'm asking you now. You just told us before that you didn't recall who any of those 5 to 7 were.
You asked me, besides Tyler Rich, do you remember any of those people? And I said, I do not recall.
I was trying to figure out who is still around that vehicle. You've now told us that you moved away from the car, correct?
No, I said I stepped a little bit away from the vehicle.
Right. Leaving at least Tyler Richards there by the car, correct?
Yes.
But you can't remember who any of the other people
No, I do not recall.
Okay. And you saw Tyler Richards do what near the car?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall seeing Tyler Richards reach in to the front driver's side window,
No, I do not recall.
and you don't recall who it was that was rocking the car, but you would agree that there was rocking of the car going on.
Yes, sir.
And you said that at some point the vehicle went down the road towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then back towards Adams, right?
Yes. Like
The
back.
car went back and forth, and people were chasing it, right?
Yep.
And the Shelton High kids, they were throwing things at the car, you told us.
Yeah.
You don't recall anything being thrown from the car, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
And you heard something hit the car and heard it shatter, right?
Yeah. Like a bang sound.
But you don't recall seeing what that was. that hit the
Nah,
car.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see anybody throw anything at the car that you could identify who that was.
No, sir.
Then you said at some point the car stopped driving back and forth, right?
Yeah.
And that there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane at that point, right?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you. State's Exhibit 1. Put it right there behind you. You recall looking at that yesterday?
Yeah.
And you recall telling us that the car stopped driving back and forth and there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane. Do you see Farmhouse Lane on that exhibit? Okay. Do you remember telling us that yesterday? Okay.
Yes,
And-
I do remember saying that.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
Okay. And that you were still at this point on the side of the road by 43 Laurel Glen Drive where that red marker is on the Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that everybody started coming back to the house and you stayed outside, right?
Yeah.
And you watched as friends of yours went down the street, correct?
Yeah.
But you weren't with them, right?
No, sir.
You stayed there at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Just looking down the street to see
Yes,
what was
sir.
going on. And those people, they were about 2 football, say?
I do not recall. Two football.
You're a football player, correct?
Of course I am.
Okay. Well, when you looked down that way, did it seem like it was maybe about 2 football fields away?
No, I don't
No.
recall.
How close did it seem to you?
I do not recall. It was like down the street.
Okay. You can't put a distance on it?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anything when you saw your friends go down the street?
No, sir.
You didn't hear anything being thrown, any threats being shouted, anything like that?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything being thrown?
No, sir.
Did you see anybody get out of the car?
No, sir.
At some point, these folks who had gone down there, how many people do you think went down the street?
Maybe like 5, if that.
Was it the same 5 that had remained around the vehicle?
I don't recall.
But at some point, these people came back, you said, and you dapped them up and high-fived them, right?
Yeah.
For running people off, you said.
I did not say that. I was just
You
dapping them
didn't
up.
tell us yesterday that you dapped them up and high-fived them for running people off?
Yeah, like away from the property, yes.
Okay. Well, why'd you say you didn't say that?
But just the way you worded it. That's it.
And then you remained outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never went back into the basement.
No, sir.
But most of the other folks did go back in the basement, right?
Yes.
Was anybody else outside with you at this point?
It was like me, Rich, trying to think. Merch Highwood was out there with us, definitely. Who showed? I don't recall after that.
But you, Tyler Rich, and Ty Woods at least stayed
Yeah.
outside, didn't
Yeah.
go back into the house.
Yeah, nah.
And you told us at some point that this car returned, this Honda Pilot, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and Tyler Rich were still outside when that happened?
Yes, sir.
And did Tyler Rich say, "They're back"?
I do not recall.
You don't recall hearing anybody say, "They're back"?
I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing anybody say anything?
Not really, no.
And you said 2 people got out and they came up to you, right?
Yes.
And that was in that area that you described for us near the cement box by the tree that's now there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you told us that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva got out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where Mr. De Silva got out of the car from?
The car?
Passenger side, back seat?
I do
anything
not
like that?
recall.
But you do recall that he was wearing a baseball jersey?
Yes, sir.
And you said they approached and they looked like they were trying to start a problem, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by they looked like they were trying to start a problem?
I mean, when you could just like tell when somebody's walking up at a place they're not supposed to be, and it's a way somebody look.
Okay. How did they look?
Just like ready to start an issue, bro. Like I don't know like how you want me to describe it. Like they didn't like look like they was coming like cheery, like mad friendly, like hey guys, how you doing? Like, you know, they wasn't like that or anything. Like they just came. Like you could just tell by their demeanor if you're able to read a person.
Did they come running at you?
Nah.
Did they have their fists up?
Nah.
Did you see a knife?
No, I didn't see no knife.
Did you see Mr. De Silva approach Mr. Richards?
Yes, sir.
Rich, sorry. And was he talking to Mr. Rich?
Yeah, they was talking.
And did it appear to be civil?
Yeah. Like at first, kind of, sort of. And then
How many people were in the yard at that point?
at that point in time, I would say like 5 to 10, like in the yard.
At some point, you were joined by everybody that had been inside the house, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of people outside.
There was a lot of people outside?
Yes, sir.
How many?
About like 20 to 30.
And those 20 to 30 started to encircle Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle, right?
No, sir.
No, sir?
Nah.
What did they do?
They was outside chilling.
They were just outside chilling,
Yep. Observing the scene.
observing the scene
Yeah, like just like watching from the grass. Like,
quietly?
yeah, pretty much.
Did you see anybody with their cameras out?
No.
Didn't see anybody recording anything?
Nope.
Didn't see anybody with flashlights?
Nope.
You said that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were not close to you, correct?
At first they weren't, no.
You heard somebody say that they were looking for Aiden King, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Aiden King anywhere?
Not at the time, no.
And at that point, you told us you moved to the front of this group.
Yes, sir.
How did you move to the front of the group that was just milling around and chilling?
Nah, boom. You want me to show you?
I'd like you to describe it if you could.
I mean, I could describe it to you. I was a bit in the back. Then I heard them saying they was looking for Aiden King. So I came to the front.
You were in the back of who?
And I don't recall who, but I was just like, I wasn't standing like toe to toe at first. Like I was just like a little off to the back.
But you had to move around some people in order to get to the front?
Maybe like one or two people, yeah.
Just one or two people?
Sure.
I'm sorry?
I said yes.
Do you think it might have been more?
No.
No, you think it was only one or two?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were only 2 feet apart, correct?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Valle behind Mr. De Silva?
I do not recall.
Was Mr. Valle beside Mr. Rich?
I do not recall.
And you told us you were closer to Mr. Valle and you said y'all got to leave, right?
Yeah.
You also said, as you told officers, but you haven't told us here, my friends are crazy, they get rowdy, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to Detective Bango on June 8th of 2022?
No, I do not recall that.
And you don't recall saying to Mr. Valle, my friends are crazy, they get rowdy, y'all need to leave?
No, I do not recall that.
Would you describe your friends as being crazy and getting rowdy?
No.
No.
Nah.
You said somebody was arguing with Tyler Rich, right?
Yeah.
Who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
I don't recall.
There were only 2 people that got out of that car. You don't recall who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
Oh.
How close were you to Tyler Rich when this happened?
I was fairly close to him.
And you said the arguing lasted about 30 seconds.
Yeah, if that, like maybe 20.
And that then a punch was thrown by Tyler Rich, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't recall why he threw that punch, right?
No, sir.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack Mr. Rich, did you?
I do not recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack you, did you?
I don't recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack anybody at that point, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall why Mr. Rich decided to punch him, but it wasn't because you saw Mr. Valle do anything to Mr. Rich or anybody else at that point.
I don't recall.
Well, did you see Mr. Valle do anything to anybody at that point?
I don't recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valle,
Yes, sir.
but you don't recall what you saw him do.
Nope.
You do recall, however, somebody saying, "Where's Aiden? That's my boy. I want to talk to him."
Yeah, I recall that.
But you don't recall telling the officers that someone threw a punch, but you didn't know who it was.
I do. Wait, What? Restate the statement.
You're telling us that you saw Tyler Rich throw the punch, but you didn't tell officers that when you spoke to them, right? You said, I don't know, someone threw a punch, but I don't know who it is.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that. And you recall that then Tyler De Silva got hit, correct?
Yeah.
Who hit Tyler De Silva?
Tyler Rich?
Tyler Rich hit Tyler De Silva?
Yeah.
And Raul Valle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did Tyler Rich hit both of them?
I don't recall.
You do recall, however, telling us that Tyler De Silva went to the ground near the tree, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that you participated in this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell the officers that you participated in this when you spoke to them, did you?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling officers that you participated in kicking and stomping?
I don't recall.
Do you recall talking to the officers?
Yeah.
But you don't recall telling them whether or not you were involved, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Because you didn't tell them that you were involved, right?
I don't recall.
And you told us that you were throwing some kicks, what you described as stomps, right?
Yes, sir.
You described those as being not too hard, right?
Nah.
Love taps.
Yeah, something like that.
And then today you said, well, maybe those were medium kicks, right?
Same word, sir.
Not quite the same words. Not too hard. Medium. Could they have been hard kicks?
No.
No. When you were throwing those kicks, were you telling anybody, hey, these are just soft kicks, don't worry about these kicks?
No. What? I don't recall.
Were you saying, hey, these are just medium stomps, don't worry about these stomps? I'm going to stop in just a second.
I don't recall that.
No. You don't recall that because you didn't say that, right? You said, let's go. And then as you described it, inward, right?
Yes, I did.
That was directed at the person that you were stomping, right?
I was just saying that. That's just the way I talk.
Just regularly as you're walking about, that's the kind of thing that you just say?
I mean,
Let's go inward. Just talking to the ether.
I mean, I can say the M-word whenever I want.
I imagine that you could. Anybody could. I'm asking you in this particular situation, you were not directing that at the person that you were kicking?
Yeah, I was directing it towards him.
You were directing it towards him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why didn't you tell me that the first time when I asked?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean?
The first time I asked you if you were directing that at the person that you were kicking, you told me you didn't recall. Now you recall?
Sure, yeah.
Fact of the matter is, Mr. Teal, you're telling us here today things that you didn't admit to when you had the opportunity to before, when you spoke with officers. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree on that.
You wouldn't agree. You've told all of this to the officers, that you were involved in the kicking and the stomping.
No, I didn't really tell him anything, bro.
You didn't tell that to officers, right?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on the 15th, correct?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on June 8th, correct?
Sure. Yeah, I don't even...
And at some point you said you stopped kicking, right?
Yeah.
And you decided at that time that it was time to start breaking up the fight, right?
Yeah.
And you thought that perhaps you had gotten cut when you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connory, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to the officers, that you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connory and that might be when you got cut?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall taking Tommy Connory off the top?
I don't recall.
You don't recall having any interactions with Tommy Connory?
I don't recall. Besides, when I saw him out there, that's why I can tell you I remember.
You don't recall being stabbed, correct?
No, like in that moment of time, no.
Because you had so much adrenaline going at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of adrenaline going when you were throwing those kicks, right?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When you were throwing those kicks and you were saying the things that you were saying, were you trying to scare the person that was on the ground?
I wouldn't say scared. It was, it was a fight.
It was a fight?
Yes, sir.
How many of you were fighting the person that was on the ground?
3 to 4.
That's it?
That's it.
And what were the other 17 or 18 people doing?
Observing.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath there that evening at the party, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall where he was during the course of the fight in the front yard, do you?
No, I do not recall.
He wasn't one of the people you believe that was there with you, the 3 or 4 people kicking and fighting that person on the ground?
I do not recall.
The person that was on the ground, was that Tyler De Silva
Yes.
that you were fighting?
Yes.
You don't recall who the other people were there that were with you while you were stomping him?
No, I don't recall.
These folks that were at this party with you that night at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, these were all good friends of yours, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
And you would do anything to protect these friends of yours, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want to see anything damage their reputations or their memories. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Relevance.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
You can answer, sir.
Restate the question for me.
You wouldn't want to see anything done to damage their reputations or their memories, correct?
Yeah, no.
And so today you've come in here and you've testified to us, and you would agree that you can't recall a large amount of what happened that evening, correct?
To a certain extent, yeah.
And that extent to which you can't recall involves what your friends were doing that night, right?
No. This is really the who.
I'm sorry?
This is really the who, like, where was they standing and stuff like that.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Any redirect?
Faison,
Yeah.
counsel just asked you whether or not you can recall the things that your friends were doing around you that night. You said you can't recall, right?
Oh,
Can you recall what you were doing that night?
yeah.
And is that what you told us in
Yeah.
your testimony today?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything on that limited direct?
Nothing further.
All right, very good. All right, Mr. Teal, you relieved. All right. Please watch your step as you exit the witness box. And I think this is a good point to go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. So we're going to take an earlier 15-minute recess today and then come back with the next witness. So court is going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise. Court in recess.
All right. Well, while they're at recess, we'll go over Faison Teal's. If you hear something in the background, that's Super Bowl snoring. You guys hear that? Do you hear her snoring? A little Super Bowl snoring. All right. All right, so Faison. Okay. So he was still on direct when from yesterday. So right before the fight started, he was standing in the yard by the cement and Tyler Rich. Tyler De Silva, I think it's De Silva, and Raul. He was closest to Raul. So Tyler threw a punch. He doesn't recall who was kicking. He made medium-sized kicks, but not too hard. That doesn't go over too well. He was just straight up kicking. See, here's this chicken egg kind of thing. So if Raul and Tyler De Silva weren't there, then Faison wouldn't be in the position to be kicking him. But if Faison was kicking him, does that give Raul the right to defend himself and his friends? I mean, it's like, it's again, for me, it's a chicken and egg kind of thing. If they weren't there, then this wouldn't happen. But if, they weren't fighting at first, they were just talking, and then Tyler Rich throws the punch. So if Tyler Rich hadn't thrown the punch, if Tyler Rich had just said, hey man, just get off my yard, I'm going to call cops. I mean, there's so many things that both sides could have done differently, obviously. So he said he tried to break up the fight after he was doing medium-sized kicks, not too hard. He describes his arm. He said big fat thing was hanging off of his arm. He said he saw Tommy's whole legs had blood on them. Jimmy had blood everywhere. Sal and Jacob were helping him. He said Benjamin helped clean him up along with Danny Rivera. He said he wrapped his arm up. He went back outside. He said there was a bunch of cops and ambulance. Jimmy went to the hospital. Then Tommy went to the hospital. He didn't want to go to the hospital because he didn't want his parents to get mad at him for getting stabbed, but eventually he did go. Then they show the photo, and it's not that bad. I mean, I hate to say it's not. I'm not going to say it's not that bad. Anyway, they showed his photo, and it was right here. So they they cleaned him up there, stitched him up. So Tanner was the one that said, "Yes, sir." And Faison was the one that said, let's go. He doesn't know why he said it. He said that's the way he talks. He doesn't know who yelled, he's got a knife. He went to the hospital, but he doesn't remember much after that. He had stitches. His arm was wrapped up for about 3 to 4 weeks. He said he had slight nerve damage. He said a year after. And he said a year later or so, he said he would just go get a glass of water. His arm would just from the nerve damage, his arm would just shut down and go numb. But he says now it's like once in a blue moon. Doesn't happen very much. Mentally affected. He says it was the worst day of his life. Of course, yeah, I never thought he would get stabbed at his best friend's house or that Jimmy would die. He said he tried therapy, said it didn't work for him. He just mentally blocks out things. It says, it's why him. He's like, it may sound dark, but it should have been me. He says, you don't see kids smile all the time like Jimmy. He said he used to go to church, but he doesn't anymore because it messes with his head. He said it's affected his schooling. He said all he could think about was this incident. He dropped out, but he has gone back and he's going to graduate. He says he's a 5-year student, but, it's all good. He didn't have anyone to talk about it. He thinks people would feel sorry for him. So that's why he kept it to himself. So then on cross. So he goes over, he was at this other friend's house for a birthday party, had 2 beers there. He says it's a regular thing to do, to go to your friend's house, hang out with friends. It wasn't unusual. He says he might drink once in a blue moon. He didn't know that the parents wouldn't be there. He did not bring alcohol. He went straight into the house. He said he bummed a beer off of somebody. He said he saw Aiden King. He doesn't remember it being misty or rainy. And I know Kevin Smith, detective, defense, Mr. Smith asked that of everyone. Because you see in the video, there's definitely rain. Like it's definitely raining. There's rain, there's mist, there's stuff coming down. And the one paramedic did say that it was raining. And I think he's saying that because if it's slippery, remember Raul fell onto who was it? Ryan Hines at the first party. And remember he said, he got headbutted. Somebody was saying that Raul was headbutting him, but I think the defense is saying he slipped. And maybe the same thing would happen here with the second party, the second fight, and maybe it was slippery and the kids fell. I think that's where he's going with it. But Faison does not remember being misty or raining out. He said, let's see. So yesterday he said it was about 10 to 20 kids, but now he doesn't recall. He took off his shirt because it was hot outside. He didn't know anything about this group chat. But yesterday he said he heard about the group chat before the St. Joe's kids arrived. But now he's saying, well, he knew they were texting, but he didn't consider it a group chat. He knew somebody was talking about someone else. He said Tanner told him, but he didn't know the content or context. When he heard that there was a car, it might have had McDonald's. He doesn't remember who told him that. So he went out by the driver's side. He said, hey, yo, you got McDonald's? And he says, no. Now he knows that was Jack Schneider. He says there were only 5 to 7 people standing outside the car. He doesn't recall more people joining them. He said most people were standing on the grass. He said they saw the 4 people in the car. He recognized Mackenzie because he knew her from high school, from elementary school. He remembers it was him and Tyler Rich, but he doesn't recall the other 4 or 5 people that were standing around. He doesn't recall who was arguing. He screamed, y'all got to leave. Y'all got to dip. He definitely was getting defensive through all of this. He doesn't recall what Tyler Rich did by the car or Tyler reaching into the car. Although he does agree that the car was being rocked. He said the Shelton kids were throwing stuff, right? So his crew was throwing stuff, but he doesn't recall the kids in the car, the St. Joe's kids, throwing stuff back out. And he's asked, you're a football player. He's like, of course I am. So he's trying to get him to estimate how far down the road the car went. Remember, the car went down about 2 football lanes. So he's like, he doesn't know. Well, you're a football player, but he couldn't say how far the car went down. He doesn't recall hearing anyone say they're back or anyone saying anything. He doesn't recall which side of the car Raul got out of. He didn't recall a lot of things, right? There's a lot of things he didn't recall. He said Tyler and Raul looked like they were trying to start a problem. And he's like, well, how? What were they doing? He says, you can just tell. How did they look? How do you want me to describe it? He says, they weren't happy and cheery. So he said they didn't have their fists up. They didn't come running at him, and he did not see a knife. He says Tyler DeSilva approached Tyler Rich, and it appeared to be civil, right? So it appeared to be civil. So they're probably just jawing at each other, blah, blah, blah. You know how kids do. Eventually, it's going to turn into a fight. You know that, right? But did it have to? Well, we don't know yet. He said there was 5 to 10 kids around the car, not in the car, Chris, around the car. And then there were a lot of people outside, 20 to 30, said they were just chilling. Some, they were just watching the scene. He didn't see any recordings, anybody recording or flashlights. He heard someone was looking for Aiden King. I don't know. We heard from Aiden yesterday. I don't remember them looking for Aiden King, but he said he moved to the front of the group after he heard they were looking for Aiden King. He doesn't recall if Raul was behind DeSilva or not. DeSilva. He was closer to Raul and he said, y'all got to leave. He doesn't recall telling law enforcement, my friends are crazy and they get rowdy. And then he doesn't recall his friends. He wouldn't describe his friends as being crazy or getting rowdy. He doesn't recall who was arguing with Taylor Rich. He does acknowledge Tyler Rich. He does acknowledge Tyler threw a punch. He doesn't recall if Raul did anything to attack Tyler. He doesn't recall. He just kept saying, I don't recall. He acknowledges Tyler Rich hit Tyler DeSilva, but he doesn't recall if Tyler Rich hit Raul. He doesn't recall if he told law enforcement if he was involved in kicking and stomping. He was asked, were you saying these are just medium kicks? He says, I don't recall. He's like, that's just the way I talk. He says, I can say I'm weird whenever I want to. And he's like, yeah, of course you can say that. Why didn't you tell me that the first time I asked? He's like, what do you mean? He's like, well, now you recall saying that? He's like, yeah. So his credibility kind of was damaged, Faison. You're telling us things now that you could have told law enforcement. Do you agree? He's like, no, I don't agree to that. At some point, he stopped kicking, and it was then that he decided to stop the fight. He doesn't recall taking Tommy off of someone. He said there was a lot of adrenaline flowing when he's throwing kicks, but he didn't realize that he was stabbed. How many were fighting the person on the ground? He says 3 or 4. Others were just observing. He doesn't know where Jimmy was during the fight. Yeah, Jimmy was not involved with the fight. Jimmy was just out there, and you kind of saw him at the very, very end of that video. You'll see Jimmy kind of step back. So Tyler gets pushed to the street, and they're like, "Get out of here!" And then Raul comes in. As soon as Tyler's pushed to the street, it's like the same thing, right? Tyler gets pushed to the street. Raul comes in, and then Jimmy kind of steps back. If they show that video again, keep an eye out for that. That's probably when Jimmy got stabbed, when he got stepped back. He didn't know where Jimmy was during the fight. All good friends. So these are all his good friends, and he would do anything to protect them. He wouldn't want to have or do anything damage their reputation or memories. He's the first one that kind of admits all this. All the other ones are like, they're my good friends, but the law is the law, and if something happens to them. But he's the first one that admits, basically I'm gonna do whatever I need to do to protect them. He can't recall a large amount of what happened that night. And he's like, it's really the who, like where they were standing. That's what he recalls. Then redirect came in, and it's like, you recall what you were doing, but not your friends. So, Super Ball is definitely bragging. You keep hearing her. You hear her, right? She's snoring up a storm over here. Daisy says, "Hey, a lot of people say I don't recall. I say I don't recall if I don't remember for sure. My husband's laughing because he knows I say I don't recall, or I say I just don't remember that." It's really interesting because he was saying I don't recall before the question was even out of Mr. Smith's mouth. So Andrea says, Valle had the opportunity to retreat. Yes, he did. He didn't. Instead, he walked to the car and grabbed a weapon. That's not self-defense. Well, when you see your friend getting stomped on, what would you do, Andrea? Would you just go back to the car and let your friend get stomped on? What would you do? Or would you go back in? What would you do? Hey, we hit. Oh, wait a minute. I adjusted your mic so people might not be able to hear the pants. Okay. Yeah, what would you do? Just a question to everybody. What would you do if you were in that situation and you saw your friend on the ground getting stomped on and getting punched and getting beat? Yes, I know they shouldn't have been there, but those kids should have rocked the car. But they should have taken the beer from Griffin and Ryan. But I mean, there's all these buts, right? There's all these if, woulda, shoulda, couldas, right? We can play that game all day. Irish Amy says he seems pretty credible to me, saying he'll protect his friend's tracks with the constant not recalling. Agreed. So we can play this game all day of like, well, they shouldn't have done this, they shouldn't have done that, they shouldn't have done this, they shouldn't have done that. But that's not where we are right now. And I guess every trial you can say that, right? If Sarah Boone hadn't been drinking, then she wouldn't have put Jorge in. She wouldn't have got Jorge in the suitcase, So anyway, we can play that game all day. But let's focus on if you saw your friend being stomped on and beat, what would you do? Would you just stand by the car? Would you call 911? Would you go try to protect him? I'm not saying, Raul, what he did was right. I'm not defending him at all. I'm just saying, what would you do? What would you do? Kelly says, I will do everything I could to help my friend. Zach says, lots of should-haves. Yep. Suber says, I think each state has different standards for what counts for self-defense. This state has specifics. Absolutely, yeah. In Florida, we have stand your ground. Trayvon Martin was shot and killed by Robert Zimmerman, for just basically walking. And Robert Zimmerman said, oh, I was afraid of him. I shot him, and he's gone. That's stand your ground. So would this be considered stand your ground in Florida? I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. Widespread Panic said, I'd call 911. Glenn Reed says, when asked if he would protect his friends, he could be flashing back to the fact that if someone attacked my friend, I'm going to defend him, not what I would lie in court for them. Fair. BLP says, not stab someone. Joanne says, especially after reading witness statements, I am right now, so bad. Not quite sure what that is. Okay. When seconds counts, cops are only minutes away. Plus they were drunk kids, absolutely. Not thinking logically in terms of bystanders, 100%. Yeah, they say they were drinking 2 or 3 beers, add at least 4 to each one. If they said 1 beer, they had 4 beers. If they had 3 beers, they probably had 5 or 6 beers, 7 beers. I'm not saying they were trashed. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, yes, there was a lot of testosterone. These are boys 16, 17, 18, 19 years old. Testosterone is through the frickin' roof at that point. They're all football players. They're used to hitting each other. They're used to getting hit. They're drinking. It's a Saturday night. It's unfortunately a perfect storm for a lot of unfortunately what happened. I don't think what Raul did was correct. I don't think it was right what he did of stabbing people, not at all. But I'm also then not going to fault him for going to protect his friend who is on the ground getting stomped. That's what friends do. Just like they would have done the same thing if the roles were reversed. They were protecting. Well, that's why they were stomping on Tyler, because he was on top of the other Tyler. So they were protecting their friend. It's just a sad situation. Joanne says you were talking about something else. Yeah, no worries. Andrea says we don't have stand your ground in Connecticut, only castle doctrine. Yeah, we have that too. That's if somebody comes into your house, you have the right to defend your property. See, then there's that. So these kids, Raul and Tyler, came onto Tyler Rich's property. He had every right to defend his property. Then there's that. I mean, there's so many twists and turns and little nuances in this, and it's just one terrible moment of that Raul said, "Nope, I'm going to go in and stab these kids." That's just terrible. It's just terrible. So, unfortunately, yeah, both sides are not. It's what's commonly called a cluster. Yep. Sadly, unfortunately. Yep. It is sad. I feel really bad for Jimmy and his family. I feel really bad for him. What Raul did was not right. But can it be justified? I think that's the question. I think we all agreed that what he did was not right, but the legal question is going to be, was it justified? Was he truly in fear for his life? What was his state of mind? Was his state of mind that his friend is getting stomped on, he's getting punched, he's on the ground, I have to go defend him, I have to defend myself, I've got my girlfriend in my car, they're surrounding my car, All right, looks like court is back.
All right, Madam Clerk will bring in the jury. Welcome back, members of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Your Honor, they will stipulate.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I'll ask the prosecution to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Physician's Assistant Eric Black to the stand, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Please enter the witness stand. Remain standing. Please remain standing. Thank you. That's okay. Madam Clerk's going to put you to oath, okay?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record.
Eric Black, B-L-A-C-K,
Please state your business address.
130 Division Street, Derby, Connecticut, 06418.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, PA Black. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. As you can see, it's a little bit difficult to hear in this courtroom, so the more you can speak up, sit a little bit closer to the microphone, would be better.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So, PA Black, where are you currently employed?
At Griffin Hospital Emergency Department.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm a physician assistant.
And how should I refer to you as?
You can call me PA Black or Eric is fine.
Okay. And where is Griffin Hospital located?
It's in Derby, Connecticut.
And for how long have you worked at Griffin Hospital?
8 years.
Which department do you work at Griffin Hospital?
The emergency department.
And please tell members of the jury your educational background, including any degrees you might hold.
I have a bachelor's degree in public health from Temple University and a master's in health science from Quinnipiac University.
And your work experience, please tell members of the jury about that.
I've worked at Griffin Hospital for 8 years in emergency medicine. Prior to that, I worked in urgent care for 2 years. I also work at St. Vincent's in the emergency department. Been there for about 3 years per diem.
And have you testified in court before today?
No.
Back in May of 2022, did you work at the emergency department at Griffin Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And on any given day and night, how many patients would you see?
My average is probably about 19.
19?
Mm-hmm.
And what are your duties working at Griffin Hospital?
I see patients, I diagnose, treat a variety of illnesses that are acute, chronic, emergent, urgent. I do simple procedures like lacerations and I splint fractures, things like that.
If you could explain to the members of the jury how you work hand in hand with the doctors and nurses at Griffin Hospital.
So I technically work under the supervision of a doctor, but basically that just means the doctor has to be available for consultation. That could be by phone. Some patients I may present to the doctor, some I may not. The nurses we work as a team. I put in orders and they carry out the orders.
Directing your attention to May 15th, the early morning hours of May 15th of 2022, do you recall working at Griffin Hospital on that day or morning?
I do.
And did there come a time when you treated a patient by the name of Faison Teal?
Yes.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Yes.
TA Black, showing you what's been marked as State 72 for ID purposes only. I'm going to show you this document. Please take a look at it. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that document as?
It is the electronic medical record for Faison Teal.
And prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to review that documentation you're looking at?
I did.
And were those records made in the regular course of business of Griffin Hospital?
Yes.
And is it the regular course of business for medical personnel at Griffin Hospital to prepare such a document at or near the time a patient is treated?
Yes.
And are medical personnel under an obligation to record accurate notes?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review State 72 for ID purposes only before testifying here today?
Yes.
You reviewed in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to mark it as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit, State 72. Thank you.
TA Black, handing you now back what's been marked as a full exhibit, State 72. You can now refer to this documentation as I ask some questions.
Okay.
TA Black, just please identify when Faison Teal arrived at Griffin Hospital when you treated him that morning on May 15th of 2022.
I believe it was approximately, this says 1:18 a.m. he was registered, so that's usually about the time that they check in.
Okay, and to your knowledge, you're referring to State 72. How was he brought into Griffin Hospital?
By ambulance.
And when he arrived at Griffin Hospital, to your knowledge, where did he go?
I believe he was brought directly to an exam room.
And when a patient is brought in, just in general, from an ambulance, does an alert go into effect? How are you made aware that a patient is being brought in by ambulance?
So generally the EMTs will radio ahead what they're bringing in. And depending on the severity of the situation, we may prepare a room, we may prepare supplies, whatever the situation is. Then they'll usually be seen by a nurse and a multi-skilled tech first. They'll take vital signs, they'll put their information in the computer, everything like that. And then either myself or one of the physicians will see them after that.
Please explain to the members of the jury how you personally got involved in this case in treating Faison Teal.
So I was working that night, and I was aware that there was a laceration coming in, and generally it's my duty to take care of all the lacerations and simple procedures. So I knew that they were coming in, and then once his name showed up on the board, I was aware what room he was in, so I went and saw him in the room.
Upon examining Faison, were you able to observe any wounds on his body?
Yes, he had a laceration to the left upper arm.
And when you use the word or term laceration, what does that mean?
It's a cut into the skin, usually linear in nature. Usually when I say laceration, it goes beyond the skin into the fatty tissue.
And you observed one laceration on his body?
Yes.
And again, where did you specifically see this laceration?
The left upper arm, I would call it the distal or the end of the left upper arm, like right about here.
Thank you for demonstrating. Please let the record reflect the witness is identifying on his own body, pointing to his upper arm where he observed the wound on Faison Teal.
Thank you. Record shall reflect.
And prior to that morning, had you had occasion to treat individuals who had had a similar laceration to Faison Teal?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, would you label this laceration as a stab wound?
It was definitely a puncture type wound.
Were you able to tell based on what you observed what had punctured the skin?
It was definitely something sharp, relatively small. Yeah, that's all I can really tell.
Did you base that on your own personal observations as well as self-reporting by the patient, or both?
A combination of both what the patient told me and what I was seeing.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 1 of State's Exhibit number 72. Is this where your notes begin?
Yes.
And if I just may have one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Is that your electronic signature that appears there as well as notes regarding the date and time of when the patient was seen?
Yes.
And in looking at State 72 on page 1, what does it reference where it says HPI wound laceration? What does that acronym HPI refer to?
History of present illness.
And can you please read what it says under chief complaint and stated complaint?
Chief complaint is wound/laceration. Stated complaint is stab wound near left elbow.
What's the difference between the two?
So the stated complaint is exactly word for word what the patient says, and then our chief complaint is kind of like a general term for what's going on. It's a wound or laceration.
Still looking at State 72 under where it says history of present illness and HPI narrative, it indicates here that the patient indicated he was cut with either a knife or a bottle. That was self-reporting?
Yes.
And where it says he has a 2-centimeter laceration to the medial aspect of the left distal upper arm, can you explain to members of the jury what that means again?
So it's the upper arm is considered above the elbow, and then this is the left distal is the end of the upper arm. The medial aspect is on the inside, so like right about here.
Thank you. Still on page 1 of that same exhibit, what does it say under review of symptoms?
All systems reviewed and unremarkable, except as noted in HPI and below.
That term unremarkable, what does that mean?
Basically negative. So review of systems is like any other complaints, any other body system injuries. So what I'm saying here is that there's no other injuries or other symptoms other than what I noted in the HPI.
Directing your attention to page 4 into page 5 of State 72, can you please read what it says underneath MDM wound laceration to yourself? What does MDM refer to?
It's medical decision making.
Okay. And where it indicates in that paragraph where it says laceration to the left upper arm, laceration is approximately 2 centimeters linear into the subcutaneous tissue, what does that mean?
It's a linear cut into the fatty tissue.
So when you observed Faison Teal's laceration, did you see anything coming out of that laceration? And if you did, please explain, describe what it was.
Yeah, there was fat tissue coming out.
Is that what is withdrawn? When skin is cut, is that the first layer of skin that comes out, or is it?
If you go below all the skin, you'll see fat. There's several layers of skin, and then the fat is underneath that. And usually that fat is under some degree of tension and held by the skin. So when the skin is cut, it kind of comes out of the wound.
Can you estimate how far into the skin something would have to cut in order for that fatty tissue to be exposed?
Everybody's a little bit different, but I would say probably maybe half a centimeter.
And where it indicates in State 72, underneath that MDM wound laceration paragraph, it indicates no evidence of any tendon injury, no signs of any vascular injury or muscular injury. What does that indicate?
So the wound was just into the fat, that there was no tendons cut, no muscle injury, no nerve injury. So he's able to move his arm, feel everything on his arm. There was no pulsatile bleeding. It seemed to just be a soft tissue injury.
Based on your experience, would it be possible for a patient who suffered an injury such as this to still experience some numbness or tingling after the injury, meaning
Sure.
even months after the injury?
Sure.
And why would that be?
Could be from superficial nerve damage, from swelling, just from a nerve injury that's not detected at the time.
Now, directing your attention to page 5 of State 72, to the start of the second paragraph, please explain what was done, or please read what was done to help mend the wound, the laceration.
Okay, so the wound was cleaned with sterile water and betadine. 2% lidocaine was used for local pain control. 5-3-0 nylon simple ruptus sutures were used to approximate the wound. Patient tolerated it well. A sterile dressing was applied, and bacitracin was applied.
Did you personally suture Faison Teal's laceration?
Yes.
And betadine, what is that?
It's like a iodine-based antiseptic.
And the 5-3-0 nylon simple erupted sutures, what are those?
So 5 is the number of stitches. 3-0 is the diameter of the stitch. Nylon is the material the stitch is made of, and simple interrupted is the type of stitch.
Are those dissolvable stitches, or would the patient have to come back to get those removed?
They were not dissolvable. They'd have to be removed.
Now, you had indicated earlier that you saw some fat coming out of the laceration, the wound. Explain, did you have to, for all intents and purposes, lack of a better term, shove the fat back into the skin to suture it?
Yeah, usually as I partially close the wound, I start kind of tucking the fat back in. Sometimes if there is a lot, I may remove some of the fat to make it easier. Yeah, that's usually what we do, is push it back in.
And was Faison given any kind of local anesthetic or something to numb the pain while you were doing this?
Yes, that was the 2% lidocaine.
I'm going to direct your attention still on page 5, where it says procedures. Laceration 1, site upper extremity. If you go down to pre-repair, it indicates wound explored, irrigated extensively, and deep sutures intact. When you say wound explored, irrigated intensively, what does that mean?
So that means I looked into the wound, I flushed it out with copious amounts of sterile water, and I felt that it did not go beyond the subcutaneous tissue, and all the deeper structures like arteries, muscle, tendons, veins were intact.
PA Black, I'm going to show you what's been marked in State Exhibit 70. You have a screen in front of you over there. Can you see State 70 clearly on there?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate, is this a good picture, or indicate what you did to suture Faison's arm?
Yes, this would be days or even a week later, I would estimate.
Okay. And these black marks on State 70, those black lines, are those the sutures that you used?
Yes.
And this reddish mark around the sutures, what is that?
So that's bruising, probably from bleeding under the skin and in the deeper tissue.
And again, showing you State 71. This is another photograph of the wounds. You see there that there is a measuring guide. Did that indicate how large the laceration was when you saw Faison on May 15th, the morning of May 15th of 22?
Yes.
And I don't know if you can see it. Now, PA Black, directing you back to States 5 under patient reevaluated, which I believe is after where you indicate what you did with the patient. It says patient was reevaluated. What was the purpose of that?
Just to make sure there was no additional injury that I may have missed, that there was no arterial injury, that he was still doing well, and to give him discharge instructions.
Okay, and it indicates that wound care procedures were discussed with him. He was he's given instructions, advised to see his doctor, and told to come back in 3 or 4 days for a wound check. Did that indeed happen? Do you know?
I don't know if that happened.
Is that 3 or 4 day check back? Would that be when the sutures would be removed, or would that be at a later time?
No, that would be at a later time. Sometimes I tell patients to come back in 3 or 4 days just to make sure it's not getting infected if I'm more concerned or if it was a deeper wound.
Under, again, State 72, referring to page 5, where it says differential diagnosis, it indicates likely laceration, abrasion, and avulsion of skin. What does avulsion of skin refer to?
That's skin that's cut away from the body or removed from the body.
Still referring to State 72, directing your attention to PCS discharge summary, page 1 through 5. If you continue, it's towards the back.
Yeah, I think I see it.
You see it? Mm-hmm. Referring to page 1, where it says PCS discharge summary, with reference where it says ED triage plan. It's a triage pain, rather. What does that mean, and what does it say?
So the triage pain is usually 1 to 10 on how severe the patient's pain is. Might be on the wrong page. Is that that's in the discharge instructions, or is it?
So I could just refer you to it. So it indicates ED triage pain present, pain reported, pain reporting scale 0 to 10, and indicates a 5. Was that a self-reporting from the patient?
Yes.
And that would be a medium pain level from the patient that reported that?
Yes.
Now, PA Black, regarding whether or not Faison Teal's blood was tested for anything at all, do you recall if his blood was tested for any kind of alcohol?
It was not.
Okay, and why was that decision made, or why was that not done?
I felt that he appeared clinically sober, and to me that means he's able to walk, able to speak, acting normally.
So is it fair to say it's not standard at Griffin Hospital to take somebody's blood when they're admitted into the hospital?
It depends. For something like this, a laceration to the extremity without any other major injury, I didn't feel that it changed my management.
And to your knowledge, how long did Faison Teal remain in the hospital? Do you know when he was discharged?
I believe it was around 2:20 or so is what it said on here.
That same morning?
Yes.
I just need one moment, Your Honor. Of course. Does 2:35 sound about right?
Yeah, I think that's the latest time I see on here. Yes.
Now, before he was discharged, did you indicate to him that if he experiences anything at all, to come back to the hospital? What would you have told him?
If there was excessive pain, swelling, redness, numbness, tingling, if he couldn't move the arm, something like that.
As far as any kind of signs of infection, what would be indicative of signs of infection?
Spreading redness, excessive pain, discharge of pus, fever, stuff like that.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, PA Black. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. We've never met before. Correct.
That is true.
And you're here today to tell us essentially about the treatment that you provided to Faison Teal, correct?
Yes.
And that treatment involved Mr. Teal arriving by ambulance around 1 o'clock, 1:15 in the morning, correct?
Yep.
You came in and saw him after he'd been brought in by the ambulance. Mm-hmm. You had some information from that ambulance crew ahead of time to know a little bit about what you were going to be facing, right?
Yes.
And that information was that he had a 2-centimeter laceration to his upper left arm, right?
Yes.
And you confirmed that when you went in and actually met with him, correct?
Yes.
And that 2-centimeter wound, we saw a picture of what you did as far as sewing it up, correct? Mm-hmm. And there was the reddish mark you described as bruising. That wasn't there that night at the time, was it?
No.
What you saw was a 2-centimeter cut to the skin, correct? Mm-hmm. You stitched that up. Mm-hmm. And then you told us that you hadn't tested his blood for alcohol that evening.
Right.
And that he discharged that same morning a little bit over an hour after he came in to see you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
To your knowledge, did he ever report back for any follow-up, or did he encounter any of the complications that you just described for us?
Not to my knowledge.
And it was your understanding from him, he told you he'd either been cut by a knife or a piece of glass, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't know.
Right.
But he indicated he'd been involved in a fight.
Yes,
And that was all he told you about that, correct?
that's right.
And you weren't there to investigate what had gone on. You didn't ask any further questions about that,
No.
correct? In fact, all you were there to do was to tend to his wound, right?
Yes.
And you would describe that as a superficial cut to the skin, correct?
Yeah.
Not life-threatening in any way.
No.
And if this jury wanted to know why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you couldn't tell us or help them out in any way with that, could you?
No.
Thank you, PA Black. I appreciate it.
All right.
Anything further?
One follow-up, Your Honor. PA Black, superficial, what does that term mean in medical world?
I mean, to me, it means it's not going beyond the fat tissue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you. You're discharged.
Thank you.
Just please watch your step as you exit the witness box.
Yeah.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
State
right.
will call Tommy Connory.
Thank you. Good morning. Come on up into the witness stand. Please watch your step as you enter the stand. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk to my right is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Thomas Connory, C-O-N-N-E-R-Y,
Please state your address.
39 Southern Lane, Shelton.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Tommy.
Good morning.
If you don't mind, just sit close to that microphone, keep your voice up. The acoustics in here are pretty bad, so these ladies and gentlemen need to hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tommy, how old are you?
Me, I'm 21.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
Central Connecticut.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying finance.
And are you working this summer?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm self-employed. I work for myself. I do marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah.
Prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
Why have we met?
To discuss the case and what I saw.
So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school?
No, I was not in school then.
Where were you? So did you had just graduated high school?
Yes, I graduated in 2021.
Okay. And where did you go to high school?
Shelton High School.
And at some point in time on May 14th of 2022, were you hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I was.
And around what time did you get there?
It was around, I'd say 7 to 8 p.m. in that area.
And I'm just going to show you States 5. Do you know whose house that is?
Yes, that is Tyler Rich's house.
That's the house you went to on May 14th of 22?
Yes, it was.
And why'd you go there?
He told me to come over. We were going to hang out, just a little bit of us, some of my friends and some of the friends in his grade.
And when you said you wanted to hang out, what does that mean, hang out? What did you guys do there?
Well, we usually hang out in his basement, just a couple of us, and we would, just do normal stuff that, high school guys and graduate guys would do.
And how did you get to
I drove myself that night.
You did, okay. Showing you States 49. Do you remember where you parked?
Yes, by the far right red maple bush by the road.
So if I'm pointing at the States 49, you're talking about this red bush here?
Yes, that one.
Okay, so would you have parked on the side of the road?
Yes, that right there.
Would you be facing the driveway or facing away from the driveway?
Facing towards the driveway.
And When you got there, did you go in the house?
Yes, I did.
How'd you go in the house?
Every time I go there, I go in the same way. I went onto the left side where the side door is, to the left of the garage.
And when you went into the house from the left side of the house, where did you make your way to when you got in the house?
I started off in the kitchen, greeted Tyler, and then we proceeded to go into the basement and hang out with the other kids that were there.
And when you got there, how many kids would you say were there at the time?
It was still relatively early, so I'd say about 10-ish, a little less.
And what kind of things were you guys doing in the basement?
Hanging out. We were just having a couple drinks.
Okay, when you say a couple drinks, what do you mean by a couple drinks?
I had a few bears that night.
You had a few beers that night?
Yes, I did.
All right. And was anybody else drinking?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Were you provided alcohol, or was it like a bring your own?
I don't recall if I was or not, but
you had 2 beers?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And at some point in time, did anybody else show up to the party?
Yes, later in the night, the younger kids showed up, which was Ryan, Hines, and Griffin.
Okay. All right. Prior to that, let me show you this exhibit here. States 54. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
Faison Teal.
And was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Showing you States 56. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Ryan Hines.
And was he there that night?
Yes, he was.
Show you States 57. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
And was he at the party?
Yes, he was.
How do you know Jimmy McGrath?
He was friends with my younger brother. They would hang out all the time. They hung out a lot when they were younger in middle school, and then as high school went along, they would hang out here and there.
And who's your younger brother?
Charlie Connory.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Tommy, do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
I'm really good friends with him and his father and his mother. We grew up together once him and my brother met in middle school, maybe a little younger, 5th and 6th grade, and we became family friends through that.
And do you know if Ricky Fiola was at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Sal Perry?
Yes, he was there too.
You know him?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
Me and him, we grew up together playing baseball, Shelton American Little League.
How about Mike Sampieri?
Yes, I know him.
How do you know him?
He lived down the road from me my whole life.
Were they at the party?
Yes, he was.
Alex Bernstein, you know Alex Bernstein?
No, I do not know Alex Bernstein.
How about Jake Villalobos?
Yes, I know Jake Villalobos.
How do you know Jake?
We played football together when we were very young, and then I knew him from school from then on.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Matt Lockovich?
Yes, he was there.
How do you know Matt?
I know him from baseball too. We started playing when we were young together.
Okay. Do you know if Matt was at the party?
Yes, he was.
Now, you say that Griffin and... How do you know Griffin?
He's really good friends with my brother too.
Okay. So Griffin and Ryan showed up at the party at some point?
Yes, they did.
Do you recall what time it was?
It was later. I would say 9:30, 10-ish time.
And what was the lighting out like that night? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was nighttime, so it was a little bit darker, but it wasn't too dark. There was the moon was light, and his driveway has they had lights there too.
So when Ryan and Griffin showed up to the party, were you made aware of an incident that occurred at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, I heard people saying that they were jumped at a St. Joe's party down the road in Lazy Brook.
Were you made aware that this happened prior to Ryan and Griffin getting to the party, or after they arrived at the party?
After they arrived.
Were you aware about a group messaging or group chat?
No, I was not aware of that in the moment, no.
Are you aware of it now?
I am aware of it now.
After the fact?
Yes.
But at the time when Griffin and Ryan got to the party, was there any talk about a group messaging that was going on?
Nothing that I heard of, but I'd assume there was.
Now, at some point in time in the night, did individuals who were not invited to Tyler Rich's house show up?
Yes.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about that?
So people showed up in a Honda Pilot. They showed up and they were parked in the far side of the road across from the driveway, and they were facing down towards Farmhouse Lane.
So I'm going to show you States 30. Is this the car you saw that night?
Yes, that is.
And with regards to States 49, you said they parked in the road?
Yes, across from the driveway, but more towards the Adams Drive side.
So
Can you describe on States 49 where you actually saw them park?
So if you're looking, do you see the sewer grate on that side? The opposite of that. So
Here, so it would be over here?
Nope. Yep. Right over there. Yep.
So they parked somewhere over here,
Correct.
facing.
Down the road that way. Yep.
And when you came out of, when you heard that the car arrived, did you leave Tyler Ridge's house?
Yeah, I walked out of the basement. I walked out through the Bilco doors because I heard there was people there that weren't invited, and everyone went outside. So I followed the crowd out there.
And when you went out the Bilco doors, where are the Bilco doors located?
On the far side of the house, you cannot see them in that image.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5. Can you see States Exhibit 5 where the Bilco doors would have been located?
Yeah. So if you see the AC unit to the right, they're behind that.
So right here?
Yes.
In this area behind the SH unit?
Yep.
So if the record can reflect, he's pointing to the clearing in the area to the right side of the house in front of the blue truck where you can see an AC unit, and it would be behind the AC unit, I think is what he indicated.
Yes.
All right, record will reflect that. Thank you.
So when you came out of the Bilco doors on the right side of the house, what path of travel did you go when you left the house in States 49? I'm going to put that back up there.
So I walked along the house line, so in that grassy area between the white and the blue truck.
Okay. And then you walked down the driveway?
Yeah, but not too far. I'd say I was sitting in the middle of it, standing.
Okay. And so you didn't walk all the way down the driveway?
No,
Why didn't you walk all the way down the driveway?
because I already saw there's some people on the road, and I didn't want to go and get involved.
How many people would you say were outside at that moment?
There's about outside or by the car.
Well, how about by the car?
Probably about 10-ish people,
And how many people were outside in total, do you think?
probably 20-ish.
So there were around 10 people near the car and another 10 people maybe
Yeah,
back
more
where you
people
were?
in the driveway.
And did you, can you describe what the interaction was with regards to the people who were near the car?
So I just heard bickering back and forth. People were yelling, and it was loud. I did not hear exactly what it was, but that's all I was able to pick up from it, just arguing.
And did you observe anything about, withdrawn, do you know who went and approached the car when you were outside?
No, I do not recall exactly who.
Okay. But they were your friends?
Yes, they were my friends.
And do you recall if, when they had this bickering back and forth with the individuals in the car, do you recall what, if anything, they were doing? Did they do anything to the car?
Nothing that I saw, no.
Nothing that you saw? Do you recall if anything was being done from the car towards
No,
your
I do
friends?
not recall if anything.
At some point in time, withdrawn, how long did the back and forth bickering last for?
Probably a good 5 minutes.
And at some point, did the car leave?
Yes, the car sped away very fast.
Can you describe what happened as the car sped away?
So the car drove down the road towards that way, and it sped off like full speed, full throttle.
And if I'm pointing to States 1 that's behind you, I think you have a pointer near you. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it sped off to?
So it was here, right here,
Yep.
and it sped off this way.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, he was motioning down Laurel Glen Drive towards Farmhouse Lane.
Record shall so reflect.
Okay. And at some point in time, where were you when you saw the car drive away?
When the car was driving away, I was still in the driveway in this area.
Okay. And when the car drove down the street, did you move at that point to see where the car had gone?
No, I went back into the house at this point.
And when you went back into the house, how'd you go back into the house?
Through the Bilco doors the way I came in.
Okay. And when the car sped off down the street and you went back into the house, what did you do when you went back inside the house?
I was just talking to my friends, like, what was going on out there? Like, it's over now. Let's go back inside and hang out.
So did you hang out inside for a little bit?
Yeah, I would say 2 minutes.
And were you guys drinking still?
No, there was no drink at this point. It was so brief between the incident that went outside.
Prior to you going back inside the house, do you recall seeing the car drive back towards the house at any point?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, you say you're hanging out inside the house. Do you exit the house again?
Yes, I do.
And why do you do that?
They said they were down the road just sitting waiting, and that people didn't leave yet, and they were still on the road. So I went outside to see what was going on, and I walked out through the Bilco doors.
And when you went out through when you went out through the Bilco doors, what path of travel did you go? If you can show me in States 49, or yeah, you can use that too.
Yeah. So I went out this way. I went along the tree line here, and then I was right here.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49, then you walked along the tree line here, and you were kind of on the side of the road near this red bush where your car was parked?
Correct.
Okay, and you looked down the street?
Yeah, I looked down the street, yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe down the street?
I just saw a bunch of people in the road, and it immediately just made me think, what is going on? And I just didn't want to entertain it, so I went back inside again.
Prior to the car going down the street, did you recognize anybody in the car from your vantage point in the driveway?
Yes, when I was in the driveway, I saw the kid Jack Snyder was driving it, and Lido Valle was in the back seat behind the driver's seat.
And when you say Lido Valle, does he have another name?
Yes, his real name is Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black suit with a black tie.
Can you point him out for the?
Yes, that's him right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Record can reflect the witness identified, Mr. Valle. Thank you.
And so when you noticed, are those the only people you noticed in the car?
Yes, those were the only people I was able to notice.
Do you know whether or not there were other people in the car?
Yes, there was other people in the car.
But you couldn't see who they were?
I could not see who, no.
So now the car's down the street, you're watching down the street, and you're thinking to yourself, what's going on?
Yeah, I was like, what is this going on right now?
Could you tell who was outside the car down the street?
No.
Do you know whether or not anybody from your group of friends was down the street?
There were people, but I was not able to identify who.
Okay. And how long would you say you were watching what was going on down the street?
Maybe 30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, what did you do?
I went back inside to the Bilco doors.
And when you went back inside, what were you doing inside at that point?
The same thing, just kind of talking to the people about what's going on and saying that they're still out there. People are just in the road.
Okay. And how long would you say you were inside at that point?
Probably another 2 to 5 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house for any reason?
Yes, I later exited through the Bilco doors.
And why did you do that?
I heard they came back and they were back in front of the house parked.
And when you left the house, did you go outside the Bilco doors again?
Yes, I did.
And when you left the Bilco doors, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what path of travel you walked outside the house.
So, I walked out through the Bilco doors here and went right to under this tree area.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49 again, you were under this tree area here?
Correct.
Right, and that would be in the area in front of the blue truck in States 49?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you make your way over anywhere else in States 49?
No, not until a fight broke out.
What did you observe when you walked out of the house on May 14th of 2022?
I noticed that there was a group of Shelton kids face to face with who was Raul Valle and Tyler Silva.
And do you recall what they were wearing that night?
Who, my friends or the other kids?
What was Tyler De Silva wearing?
He was wearing a baby blue jersey.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
Same color, but a t-shirt.
I'm going to show you State 6, just so we can understand what you're talking about here. Can you pinpoint where you were standing when you observed in State 6, when you observed the initial?
Yeah, so I was standing in front of the blue truck by that mulch pile.
Okay, so if I point right here.
Yes, sir, right there.
So if the record can reflect in front of the blue truck in State 6, there is a brown mulch pile just to the left of the red bush, but obviously it's behind the red bush.
Court noted on the record. Thank you.
So in regards to State 6, can you tell us where the defendant and De Silva were standing?
Yeah, they were standing to the road side of the red bush facing Shelton kids.
Right around here?
Yes.
Okay, so the left, so below the red bush to the left, down in this area here?
Correct. Maybe a little more to the right for your finger.
Right around here?
No, left more a little bit. Yeah, right there. There.
Okay, so the record can reflect, I'm pointing to the left lower hand portion of the exhibit, which is in the grass area, which is down to just slightly below and to the left of the red bush.
All right. Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when you saw the defendant and Mr. De Silva in the yard, where were they standing? Were they close to each other?
Yes, they were close.
And who was on the right, who was on the left? Do you remember?
The driveway side was Tyler Silva, and the other side was Lido Valle.
And do you recall if any of your friends had approached them?
They approached my friends, and my friends were, yes, face-to-face with them.
And do you recall who out of your friends were face-to-face with them?
So from the driveway starting then going to the left from the driveway was Tyler Rich, then Tyler Wood, and then Ryan Hines at the time, who I believed was my brother.
And you thought Ty Woods was your brother at the
No,
time?
I thought Ryan Hines was my brother in that moment.
Okay. And who was Ryan Hines and Ty Wood closer to?
They were closer to Lido.
Okay. And Ty Rich, who was he closer to?
Tyler De Silva, I'd say.
And when did you observe them interacting?
Yes, they were.
What was the interaction like?
It was just talking back and forth, arguing at first.
They were arguing?
It was, yeah, they were talking. They weren't being.
Was it peaceful?
I guess so, maybe. Not really. They were just arguing, so I wouldn't say peaceful, no.
Okay. And do you recall what they were arguing about?
No, I could not hear exactly what it was.
You just saw arguing?
Yes.
And when you were witnessing the arguing, can you explain how long the arguing took place for?
For the time that I was there, it was about 20 seconds, and then there was movements.
Okay, can you describe what happens when there's movement?
Yes, so it looked as Eliah Valle was to go make a punch, and then someone from Shelton threw a punch and it hit him.
Do you recall who punched him?
No, I didn't, but it was someone on the right side.
But you say you recall watching the defendant make a move?
Yes, his body jolted like he was going to do something.
Can you show us physically what you saw? Like, can you see?
Yeah, he was like this, and then he just like went back.
He like cocked like he was
Yeah,
going
it looked like that, yes.
Okay. With his right hand? He cocked with his right hand?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you said someone from Shelton threw a punch.
Yes,
Do
as
you
that
know who
was
they
going on.
punched?
Do I know who he punched?
Yeah.
Yes, Lido.
Okay. And when that happened, can you describe what happened next?
Yeah, so right when that happened, I knew there was a fight breaking out. So I ran over from the mulch pile into that fight. And then as that happened, I went to the far left, which was Ryan Hines was standing, and I pushed him, and him and Lido were going at it at that moment. I pushed him and Lido away from each other, but I ended up taking his place. So now it was Lido and me face to face with each other.
Why did you run over into the fight?
Well, one, because I immediately thought he was my brother, since he was standing next to Ty Wood, who's my brother's best friend, and I knew that there was a fight going on, and I didn't want to see people fighting.
So, what did you witness about the interaction between the defendant and who you now know as Ryan Hines prior to you going over?
They were just tussling, just pushing each other, on hand movement, no full punches.
Now, prior to you going over to push Ryan Hines out of the way, did you have a weapon on you when you went over there?
No, I did not.
Now, when you went over, you thought Ryan was your brother?
Yes.
When you said you took his place?
Yes.
What does that mean? Describe what
I
happened.
pushed him and Lido away from each other, and as that happened, I kind of mostly pushed Ryan, and I was now face to face with Lido, and he was to the side of me.
Okay, so when you say face to face, if the microphone is Lido, are you like this?
Yes.
Okay, so you push Ryan out of the way with, you get in between them, push
Yeah,
Ryan
I get in
out?
between them, yes.
Now, when you push Ryan out of the way, describe what happens next.
So me and Raul had made eye contact, and he slipped back, so he was kind of down waist level with me.
So he was on a knee?
Yes, something like that. Not a knee, but bent over.
Okay.
Like he was slipping, holding himself up. And he looked at me, and then he proceeded to, at the time I thought he was punching me in the leg, which he was stabbing me.
So wait, so I want you to, can
You want me to demonstrate?
Yeah, let's demonstrate. Can you maybe step down, your
That's fine.
So if I'm you, and I'm standing like this?
Yes.
Okay.
He's like this. Not here like this.
1, okay, 2, 3, okay. At the time when he was hitting you in your left leg,
Yes.
did you know you were being stabbed?
No, I did not, but I felt like being punched.
Okay. And did you have any other feelings when this was happening other than being
Yeah, I was able to feel almost like a sharp pop, but I didn't acknowledge it was a stab. I didn't know in the moment, but I did feel stronger than a fist.
Okay. And at that point in time when that happened and you had withdrawn, did the defendant hit you more than 4 times at that point?
Not that I know, no.
And after he hit you 4 times, what happened next?
So as he was hitting me, I was pushing him away, trying to get him to stop hitting me.
How were you trying to push him away?
Do you want me to just demonstrate
Yeah.
it? So if you're on a knee, and I'm like this.
Yeah.
Hines is here in this moment.
Yeah.
And I was like this. Get off. Like that.
Okay. And did the defendant move away from you at that point?
After the
times he was punching me, me and him, for some reason, just separated. The fight just stopped. And I just walked back, and he walked away towards the road.
Okay, and what did you do next? Well, John, do you recall where the defendant went to after that?
No, but he went towards the curbside.
Okay, and after you and him separated, what do you recall about the things you went through after that?
So in that moment, I kind of just stood there and sat around I was in shock, my body. I didn't really have anything that I fully did after that I could, recall. I was just sitting there, my body was bleeding, and I was just looking around, like trying to soak in what's going on.
Did you realize you were bleeding? When did you realize you were bleeding?
When the car eventually drove away, I realized I was bleeding.
And when you realized you were, who did somebody bring it to your attention that you were bleeding?
No, I brought it to my attention because I knew it was drizzling out, but I didn't think it was pouring. And I was like, why is my leg soaked? I feel like I'm covered in water. And then I took a flashlight out from my phone, and I put it on my leg. And then I realized my leg from my quad all the way down to my ankle was covered in blood. There was no skin to see, and my shoes were covered in blood.
And when you realized that you were, stabbed at that point, what happened?
I immediately was like, I need stitches, and then I dropped to my right hip and laid there waiting for people to come over.
And who came over to help you when you dropped to your hip?
The first person there was my cousin, Will Berardi.
Your cousin Will Berardi?
Yes.
And did he render aid to you?
Immediately, no. I was like, call 911, call 911.
And did somebody call 911?
Yes, he called 911.
And when he was calling 911, did you notice anything else about your surroundings?
So when I was on my legs, I was on my right side, laying down like this, looking up towards Will, saying, call 911. And I looked over to my left, and I saw Jimmy McGrath standing there by himself by the basketball hoop.
And what did you notice about Jimmy McGrath?
He was standing there by himself, and I was like, Jimmy, are you okay? And there was no response, but he slowly pulled up his shirt to see that he had a blood coming out. And as I looked at that, I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And there was no response, and he collapsed to the floor. Like, he didn't put himself down, he just fell. And
when he fell, what, if anything, happened next?
People started running over to him because I was like, Jimmy's not okay. And he sat there and bled out for a while.
Now, when you were fighting, when the defendant was hitting you in the leg, did you observe any type of weapon at that point?
I saw something black in his hand, but I didn't realize it was a knife or anything. I didn't think anything of it. But I saw a hole in his hand as like a black spot. And
did you notice any of your other friends that were injured that night? Did you notice? Did you see any of them get stabbed?
No, I did not.
And when Jimmy fell to the ground, did you say anything to your friends with regards to helping Jimmy?
I was telling people to go help him. Yes.
Okay. And did people in fact go help him?
Yes, they did.
And at some point in time, did 911? Did somebody call? Did first responders arrive at the scene?
Yes, first responders arrived sometime later.
And when they arrived at the scene, tell us what happened. What did you observe?
So the officer came up to me, and he was asking me if I needed some assistance. And he gave me a tourniquet, and he put a tourniquet on my leg, as I already had some homemade tourniquets on my leg.
You have a moment, Your Honor. You have a question, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to help you.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 77 for identification. You recognize 77?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 77?
It is me on the ground with a tourniquet on my leg and another homemade tourniquet and stab wounds.
Is this a screenshot or a picture of what your leg looked like on the night in question?
Yes, it is.
I'll show you state 73. Recognize 73?
Yes, I do.
What is 73?
That is my leg sometime later, weeks later.
And is this a good representation of what your leg looked like weeks later after the incident?
Yes.
I'll show you state 74. Recognize 74?
Yes, I do.
What is state 74?
That is my leg in November, I believe, this recent November.
And does that accurately reflect what your leg looks like
Yes.
after the post-injury in relation to this case?
Yes, it does.
State 75, do you recognize 75?
Yes, that is my leg the next morning.
The next morning after this incident?
Yes.
Okay, and does this picture accurately reflect what your leg looked like the next morning?
Yes, it does.
State 76, do you recognize 76?
Yes, I do.
And what is 76?
It is my leg a month later, still bleeding.
And does this accurately reflect what your leg looked like a month to the day after the incident on
Yes.
May 14th? State 78, recognize 78?
Yes, I do.
And what is state 78?
That's my leg a couple days later, bruised and bleeding.
And does this accurately reflect what your leg looked like after the incident a few days later?
Yes.
State 79, you recognize state 79?
Yep.
And what is state 79?
That's my leg in November, this recent November.
This recent November? And
Yes.
does this accurately reflect what the left side of your leg looks like from this past November?
Yes, it does.
And finally, states 80. Do you recognize 80?
Yes.
And what is states 80?
This is my leg recent November too.
And does this accurately reflect what the, the back portion of your left leg looked like
Yes.
this past November? Yeah, I would offer these exhibits.
No objection.
All right, with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence as full exhibit states 73 through 80. Thank you.
Now, prior to your testimony today, were you able to review a video in relation to this case?
Yes.
And that video, in reviewing that video, do you recall whether or not that video was shot at the beginning of the fight, or in the middle of the fight, or at the end of the fight?
It was middle towards end, was not the beginning.
And in your review of the video of the fight, do you know whether or not when this video starts, based on your review of it, can you determine if you were already stabbed at this point, or are you stabbed during the video or after the video?
I believe I was stabbed before the video.
Before the video
Yes.
starts? Okay. Can we just...
Yes, sir! Come on! Let's go, Lynn!
So when that video starts, the fight had already been going on?
Yes.
How long did the fight go on for, do you think, in total?
In total,
Yeah.
45 seconds to a minute, if that.
That video was about 17 seconds. There was about maybe 30 seconds that happened prior to the video starting.
Maybe a little less, 20.
Now, we just went over these pictures. I wanted to give a quick opportunity to mark them. I'm going to show you them now. I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 77. You see 77, Tommy?
Yes, I do.
So was this picture taken the night that you got stabbed at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
And I see that there's these things on your legs here and here. Can you tell us what these are?
Yeah, so the black one is a tourniquet that was provided by the police officer.
It's right here?
Yes.
Okay.
And the one on the left, right there, that is my T-shirt.
So you took your T-shirt off,
Yes, when I went to the ground, I took my T-shirt off.
and when the cops got there, they put the top one on?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor. Tommy, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is State's 24? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that is my shirt, one shoe, and one sock.
Okay, you see how it looks like it appears to be ripped.
Yes.
Why is it ripped?
So at first, we only knew there was one stab wound. So what we did was my friend Brett Wadico ripped my shirt to put that one on, and then later to realize there was a lot more stab wounds, so we needed to cover them up and try to cover as many as we can.
So you took your shirt off, you wrapped part of it around you, and at some point was that left on the front lawn of 43 Lower
Yes.
Line? Okay. I just want to go through these pictures with you. This is State 73. What time of year was this taken?
This was weeks later. I would say this is probably the last week of May, 2 weeks after it.
You don't have any stitches in your leg. How come?
The doctor only gave me 2 stitches. He gave one on the really big one and then one on the top left one because they said my wounds were too deep and they were dirty, so they could not stitch them properly.
So they wanted, what was the purpose? Do you know the purpose of leaving them on?
So I wouldn't get infected to stay clean.
State 75. When was this picture taken?
This was the next morning.
And looks like here your left quad is affected.
Yeah, it's bulged up and swollen and bleeding.
State 78. When was this picture taken?
That's a couple days later. That's bruising and still bleeding.
State's 76.
That's
Actually has the date on it.
yeah. So that's in 1 month later, and I was still bleeding in that top one.
State 79. This was taken this past November.
Yeah, so that's the entrance wound where the scar is, and then above it is the deformed quad from the actual wound right there.
So do you have an issue with your left quad as a result of this?
Yeah, it's deformed. There's no lower left part of the quad.
So do you look at yourself in the mirror and you look at your legs?
They're very imbalanced, yes.
They're very imbalanced?
Yes, the right one is bigger than the left one.
Do you work out?
Yes.
How often do you work out?
5, 6 days a week.
Have you hit legs hard?
Been trying.
Yeah? And has it made a difference as a result of this?
Nope.
State's 80. It's the rear portion of your leg. Again, scarring as a result of this incident.
Yep. And then you can see the indent
Past
too.
November.
Yep, and you can also see the indent in the leg.
This is State 74. This is the most recent
Yeah.
picture of your scarring. Now, with regards to your friends that were at the Rich's house that night, when you were outside and the fight broke out, how many people would you say were outside at that moment?
10 to 15.
And how many people were actually involved in the fight?
From what I saw, it only looked like 3.
Fair to say that everybody else not involved?
Yeah, in the
What
beginning.
were they doing? Do you know what they were doing just prior to the fight?
No, I did not.
Do you know what they were doing during the fight?
No, not during the fight, but I've seen the video. I've seen more.
It appears, what does it appear most people are doing?
Most people are sitting watching.
And with regards to the lighting that night, when the fight, just before the fight started and during the fight, were you able to see in front of you?
Yeah, I was able to see in front of me.
You could recognize people you knew?
Yeah, I was able to recognize faces.
Did anybody have any lighting or cameras or anything else out?
Yeah, there was flashlights on.
Do you recall if anybody, we know now that there was a video of the fight, do you recall in the moment though, was anybody videoing it?
No, I did not know it was being videoed.
Mr. You State 61, this is a still shot from the video you just watched. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And This individual right here with the white shirt and pink shorts with the phone in their hand, do you know who this is?
Yeah, that looks like Ricky Fiola.
States, State 63. Have you seen this still shot but in the video?
Yeah.
This individual here with the green sweatshirt,
Yeah, that's Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines. Who is this person here with the to the right of Ryan Hines with the white shirt and black shorts?
Sal Perry.
This guy here with the jeans on and no shirt on. Do you know who that is?
That's Alex Bernstein.
This guy right here with the black shirt, red hat, and jeans. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's Michael Samperi.
Do you know who this is on their knees with their shirt pulled up?
Yeah, that's Tyler De Silva.
Do you know Tyler De Silva?
No, I do not.
Did you know him before that night?
I knew of him from his cousins. I knew his cousins.
Okay. And where did you know his cousins from?
I grew up playing baseball with them.
I'll show you State 64. You know who this individual is right here on the right with the white shirt, black shorts?
Yeah,
Who's that?
that's my brother.
And again, 65. Is that your brother?
Yes.
66. Do you know who this individual is? Looks like just to the right of Ryan Hines with the white shirt, tan shorts.
Yeah, that Jacob Villalobos.
And this guy right here with no shirt on, with what appears to be camouflage shorts and white shirt hanging out the back.
Yeah, that's Matthew Lokovich.
And this guy right here with the blue shirt, white pants. Do you know what that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
Jimmy McGrath.
This is State 67. Again, this person who appears to be shoving somebody, you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Jacob Villalobos.
State 68. This guy right here with the jeans on and the shirt pulled up, going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Tyler De Silva.
How about this individual here to his left?
That's Raul Valle.
That's the defendant.
Yes, it is.
And 69. The individual in the street, you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Tyler De Silva.
And the individual standing right here to the left in the dark shirt and white pants. Do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, as a result of your wounds from May 14th of 2022, can you tell us about what other treatment you had to go through? Tell us about your recovery.
So the first night in the hospital, I was there for some time, and I wanted to stay the night because they weren't giving me stitches, so I thought I was going to bleed out. I didn't know. I'm not a doctor, so I didn't know how much blood is too much blood. So I was very scared, and I wanted to stay in the hospital. But they told me I was going to be good to go home. So they gave me the 2 stitches after asking, and they sent me home. And then exactly 1 week later after the incident, I stood up and I passed out and had to go back to the hospital.
And what happened when you went back to the hospital?
They had to, retreat me, just clean me up, and they told me that I was really deficient in iron in my blood, so that's why I was passing out. So I had to go back and get that.
And do you know why you were deficient in iron?
No, but I'm assuming it's from lack of blood, lost blood.
And what was your recovery time like as far as were you able to walk right away?
I was in a wheelchair for some time, I think 7 to 10-ish days, and then I was crutching around after, and I was crutching for a while. I couldn't walk for over a month, maybe like about a month.
And were you bedridden at all?
Oh, I was bedridden for 3 weeks, no movement. I couldn't bend my leg. It was stiff, and when all the bruising was happening, I couldn't do anything.
And you were in fact still bleeding a month later?
Oh, yeah.
Show you State's Exhibit 55. Do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's me.
And do you recall about when this picture was taken?
A couple days later, maybe the next day.
Now, have you had any other effects as a result of this besides the physical effects?
Mentally, I mean, it was really hard to get through for the first month. My parents would try to help me, and I was telling them to get off of me. I wanted to try to do things on my own, but I couldn't. So I was frustrated with everybody around me, and then frustrated when I was trying to start to learn to walk again. And mentally, I mean, it hurts, but that's really it.
And on May 14th of 2022, did you give any type of statement to the police that night, or did you do it the next day?
I did the next day.
And was that the only statement you gave in regards to this case?
No.
You gave multiple statements?
Yeah, I gave 2.
And what you told police, is that any different today than what you told police back then?
I mistake my brother with Ryan Hines.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Connory.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry it is under these circumstances. I want to go over your testimony and just review a few things. But let's start kind of close to where we left off with some of these photographs, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 63. See that on your screen there?
Yes, I do.
And you identified this person as being Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he's wearing black shorts with a white stripe, you would agree?
Yeah.
And a green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes.
And this person next to him, you identified that person as being Sal Perry?
Yes.
And the person on the ground, you identified that as being Tyler De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You told us before that Mr. Hines was fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in this photo, you'd agree that Mr. Hines is actually over near Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can't see Mr. Valle in that picture, can you?
No.
Do you see your brother anywhere in that picture?
No, not in that one, no.
You see Alex Bernston here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 64. You still see Alex Bernston there?
Yep.
Correct. You see Ryan Hines here, correct?
Correct.
And you see your brother here, correct?
Correct.
Where are you at the time this picture was taken?
So I am behind that crowd, towards the car, not towards the curb, but behind that crowd. So away from the driveway.
You are behind this crowd towards the driveway?
No. Like directly behind that crowd. Like you cannot see me.
Closer to the pile of mulch that you described earlier?
No. Like if towards the other property line. So directly behind it from our point of view. The pile of mulch is to the left in this angle.
Okay. This is your brother Charlie here.
Correct.
And you are somewhere behind Charlie and this other unidentified individual?
No, I'm behind the Alex Bernstein angle.
You think you're behind Alex Bernstein?
Yes,
How far behind him do you think you were at that time?
5 to 10 feet.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Faison at any point that evening?
No. Well, during the evening, yes, but not during the fights.
And you see Mr. De Silva in this photo, correct?
Yeah, you could see him a little bit.
You see that Mr. Bernstein appears to have his hand somewhat on Mr. De Silva, right?
Yes.
And when this photo was taken, you're behind Mr. Bernstein.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Valle?
In the moment he was towards the road.
He was towards the road.
Yes.
And who was around Mr. Valle?
I do not recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valle?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
After he was with me, I do not know where he went besides towards the road.
So when this photograph is taken, or with the image captured here, this is still shot from the video, right?
Yes.
This image captured here, you think you had already separated Mr. Hines from Mr. Valle at that point?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So at this point, Mr. Hines has already been stabbed?
Yes.
You've already been stabbed?
Yes.
When you were stabbed over behind Mr. Bernstein?
Yes.
And then after Mr. Hines was stabbed, he got up and he came over to the fight where Mr. De Silva was?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Is that what you saw?
No, I didn't see him.
And at this point, are you already laying down on the ground on your right
No.
hip?
I'm not.
What are you doing at this point?
Standing in the back, just in shock.
I'm going to show you now States 65. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And you still see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us who's beside him?
No, I can't tell on that.
This is your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
Who's behind him?
I think that is Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Where is Will Berardi in this picture?
Nowhere to be found.
Now I'm going to show you States 66. Do you see that photo?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Hines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And he's still standing over top of Mr. De Silva, who's blocked by Mr. Villalobos and
Yes.
Mr. Lockovich, correct?
Yes.
And you see Jimmy McGrath here to the right, correct?
Yes.
Wearing a navy blue shirt and white shorts, correct?
Correct.
That evening, you yourself were wearing a dark shirt, correct?
Yes.
Was it navy blue?
Yes, it was.
Did it have anything on it?
Not that I recall, no.
No graphic on the back?
Nope.
And I'm going to now show you States Exhibit 67. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
And do you still see Mr. Hines' black shorts with the white trim at the bottom?
Yes.
And you would agree that this is showing Mr. Villalobos is shoving Mr. De Silva into the road, correct?
Yes.
And do you see a figure here with a dark shirt on?
Yes.
Do you think that could be you, sir?
Not that I know, no.
You see what you think is Mr. McGrath here to the right again, correct?
Yes.
And you testified here that you were only engaged in fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
You were never engaged in the fight that was going on with Mr. De Silva,
No, it
correct?
was not.
Okay. So let's go back to the beginning of the night, all right? You told us that you'd started off hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., right?
Correct.
Because he had told you to come over and hang out at that time, right?
Correct.
When you got there, you went down to the basement after going first to the kitchen,
Yes.
correct? What did you do in the kitchen?
Said hi. Greeted each other.
Who was there in the kitchen?
I don't recall exactly, but a couple of our friends.
Okay. Was there any drinking going on in the kitchen?
No.
You said you went down to the basement and just normal things were going on, correct?
Correct.
And those normal things, that involved drinking down there, right?
Correct.
You would typically go over to Mr. Rich's house and there would be underage drinking going on, right?
Yes.
And you couldn't tell us, you didn't recall who provided that liquor, correct?
No, I cannot recall.
But you said you think you had 2 beers, right?
Yeah.
Just 2.
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
How can you be so sure that it was only 2?
That's what I recall.
Could it have been more?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said when you got there that there were 10 kids there, right?
Yes, about.
Were there any drinking games being played downstairs?
No.
Just music, hanging out,
Yeah, music,
drinking some
hanging out.
beers. Did anybody have anything other than beers?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said that later that night, younger kids showed up, right?
Correct.
And those younger kids were Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines, right?
Yes.
And you had some inkling, did you not, that they were on their way over because your brother Charlie had picked them up to bring them there, right?
He did, but I did not know that.
He didn't let you know ahead of time, hey,
No.
I'm picking these folks up?
Nope.
Had Charlie been at 43 Laurel Glen Drive at any point prior to bringing Mr. Marcinzik and Mr. Hines?
Yes, I believe so.
While you were also there?
I believe so, yes.
So you were there, he was there, he left at some point to go get Ryan and Griffin.
Yes.
He didn't tell you he was leaving to go and
No.
get them. But you had seen him there that night, right?
Yeah, I've seen him there.
Was he also drinking?
Not before he left.
Not before he left.
No.
After he left, he was drinking?
I guess. Maybe.
Well, did you see him drink?
No, I did not.
So you don't know whether or not he was
No, I
drinking?
do not know.
You assume he was drinking because that's what was typically done at
Yeah, I
that party.
assume. Yeah.
Anybody ever drink to the point of getting sick there?
No.
Not on that night?
Not on that night, no.
That is the shirt and a shoe that you were wearing that night, correct?
Yes.
That is State's Exhibit 24. And what color shorts were you wearing that night?
I think gray.
And are those gray shorts you were wearing reflected here in State's Exhibit 77?
Yes.
Are they some sort of a sweatsuit material?
Yeah, they're cotton.
You identified for us earlier a couple of photographs. I'm showing you right now what is State's Exhibit 57. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you identified that as being Jimmy McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. McGrath is wearing the same shirt and shorts as we see later on in the video, correct?
Yeah.
You weren't there when that photo was taken, were you?
No.
Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
That's Mr. Jesus' home.
Mr. DeJesus' home?
Yes.
And who is he to you?
He is a family friend and a father figure to people.
Okay. He's a family friend and a father figure to people. How old is he?
I don't know. I don't know his age. I'd say the 50s.
Mr. DeJesus is in his 50s.
Yeah.
And is this also a place where drinking goes on a regular occasion?
Yes.
You see a Bud Light there in the photograph?
Yeah.
You weren't there that night at Mr. DeJesus?
No.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
We grew up playing football together when we were young.
Did you see him there that night?
I do not recall seeing him, no.
You don't recall seeing Mr. Chernowski that evening?
No.
Do you hear him in the video that we watched of the fight?
In the video?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you hear him doing in that video?
Saying, yes, sir.
Do you recall hearing him say that when the fight was going on?
No.
So, Mr. Hines and Mr. Marcinzik show up with your brother around what time?
I would say 9:30, 10-ish.
And once they arrived, shortly thereafter, you learned that Mr. Hines claimed that he had been jumped over at a party earlier that night at 5 Lazy Brook Road, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And What was the reaction of the folks in the basement at that point?
Who did it?
I'm sorry?
Who jumped you? Why were you jumped?
So they started to ask, who did it?
Yeah, who and why?
Okay. And then once they asked who did it, shortly thereafter they started texting the people that they thought did it, correct?
That's what I heard, but I did not know that night.
You didn't see anybody texting?
No, I did not know there was
You
a
didn't
text thread.
hear from anybody that, hey, we're trying to get these kids to come over here?
No, I did not know that.
You didn't see Griffin Marcinzik taking a photograph of the address and sending it out on a group chat?
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik that evening?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him doing?
He was in the basement hanging out.
Just hanging out?
Yes.
You didn't see him on his phone?
I mean, everybody's always on their phone. He was probably on it. That's what I thought.
Did you see him on it?
Not that I recall, no.
And you don't recall Mr. Marcinzik, Mr. Hines, your brother telling you that they were texting with these kids that they claimed did this to them?
No, I did not know there was a text.
Did you hear from anybody that they were trying to get these kids to come there?
Not that I know of, but probably, yeah. I'd say that.
What do you mean, not that you know of, but probably, yeah?
That people were talking about that there was something going on, but I didn't know exactly that they were getting them to come over.
What did you think they were talking about when they said something was going on?
I was staying out of it. I'm not involved in the younger kids' situation.
That was just the younger kids' situation?
It wasn't my friend's situation, no.
The other kids weren't talking about this as well?
They were not talking about it, no. They heard about it, but they weren't going on about it.
And so it was a surprise to you then when the Honda Pilot showed up outside?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Nobody was outside waiting at that time?
Not that I knew of.
And you heard that the car had showed up, right?
Yes.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall who.
Just someone said the St. Joe's kids were outside, right?
They said somebody was outside, yes.
Right. And someone said that, but you can't tell us who that was.
No, I don't know who.
How did they know to look outside to see that somebody was out there?
It was probably a related.
It's speculation.
Sustained.
Was anybody looking outside to see if there was a car arriving?
Objection, does he know?
Well, it's been answered, and it seems sufficient that he didn't know. I'll allow it to stand.
So you don't recall who said someone's here?
No.
But then everybody got up and went outside as a group together, correct?
People went outside, yes.
Well, you say people went outside. Who went outside?
I don't know exactly who, but people went outside.
Who was in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone behind you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone to your side?
I don't recall.
Did you walk outside by yourself?
I walked outside.
By yourself?
I don't recall.
You do recall that there was a group of you, and you said at least 10 people were by the car and 10 people were in the driveway, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall who any of those people were?
I don't recall who I went out with, no.
These were all very good friends of yours that you had grown up with and played sports with since you were little.
Yes.
You can't recall who any of them were.
It wasn't important to me at the time, so no.
Wasn't important to you that your brother was going outside towards this car that you didn't know anything about?
I didn't know my brother was going outside.
You didn't see your brother outside?
No.
You can't tell us anybody that you saw outside.
There's people outside. I don't know the specifics of who was where and what was what.
How close was the nearest person to you while you were standing in the driveway?
Probably me to the judge.
And there were 10 of you in the driveway?
About, yeah.
Who were the other 9?
I don't recall
Objection, it's
exactly.
asked and answered.
It has been asked and answered, counsel. I'll sustain the objection.
There were 10 people by the car?
Yes.
Can you tell us who any of them were?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you see Tyler Rich by the car?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. He's
I don't
already
recall.
answered. He doesn't know, counsel.
Did you see anybody reach into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put their upper body into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
The 10 people that were around the car, They were surrounding the car, right?
They weren't surrounding it. They were on one side of the car, from what I saw.
Only on one side of the car?
From my vision, yes.
How far away from the car would you say you were?
It's about 25 feet, 30 feet.
25 to 30 feet away?
Yeah, maybe a little farther.
Further than that even?
Yeah,
35, 40 feet away?
30.
You told us all you could hear was bickering, right?
Correct.
Did you hear anybody say somebody was flashing a knife?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
I'll ask if he asked if he's heard it. I'll allow it overruled.
I don't recall hearing that.
Did you see anybody flashing a knife?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything from the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody throw anything at the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you hear a smash or a shattering sound?
No, I did not.
Did you see the car being rocked by the 10 people that were surrounding it?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put hands on the car?
No, I did not.
Were you watching this whole thing the entire time?
No.
What were you doing?
Probably engaged, talking to other friends.
So your attention was back and forth from the car to your friends?
In that moment, yes.
But you're sure that you looked over at that car and you saw Jack Snyder driving and Raul Valle in the car as well?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Not really, somewhat. I've seen photos of him on social medias.
So you couldn't identify any of your friends that were around the car, but you'd seen photos of Jack Snyder before, and you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah, I saw people on social media from other times.
Okay. Were you familiar with Raul Valle?
Yes.
Had you known him just from social media like Jack Snyder, or had you had interactions with him?
No interaction, just knew him from social media.
So you knew him from social media, and again, you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah.
But you couldn't tell who your friends were that were around the car.
No. I was able to tell from his hair.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Jimmy McGrath?
Not in that moment, no.
Who were you talking to in the driveway?
I don't know.
You said the bickering lasted 5 minutes or so, correct?
About, yeah.
And then without any other interaction between the vehicle, just the bickering, it sped off towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And you stayed in the driveway, correct?
I went inside.
Well, you were still in the driveway, and then you went back into the house through the Bilco doors, right?
I went into the Bilco doors, yes.
Who did you go back into the house with?
I don't recall who exactly.
Was it just you?
Probably.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were in there?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody that was in the basement?
No, not really.
Did you think about calling the cops at that point?
No,
Why not?
because I thought they had left. They sped away.
Didn't feel like it was a threat and you should call the cops?
No, they were told to leave, and they sped away, so they left.
And if you called the cops and they came and they found out that there was some underage drinking going on, that might be a problem, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. You can answer.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to call the cops because you didn't want them to come and get everybody in trouble. Is that fair to say?
No.
When you went back inside, you told us you talked with your friends about the incident, right?
Said we briefly talked about it, not a full conversation. More of mimicking it. Like, what was that?
Mimicking it?
Just saying, like, why did that happen? Why is that important?
Was there some talk about these guys are pussies, they didn't even get out of the car?
No.
None of that.
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lokovich?
No.
Did you see Michael St. Perry?
Nope.
Did you see Sal Perry?
Nope.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
Nope.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connory?
No.
You were all alone in that basement?
No, there's older kids my age and girls my age.
Oh, okay. Who were they?
I don't recall exactly who.
And you told us that you were down there for about 10 minutes. I mean, there was no drinking going on at that point, right?
I said 2 to 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I said like 5 minutes.
You said 5 minutes?
About, yeah.
That you were down in the basement?
Yeah.
You don't recall telling us just earlier when you were speaking with the state's attorney that you were down there for 10 minutes?
No, I said 5, I believe.
Okay. 5 minutes, no drinking going on?
No.
You were talking to some folks, but you can't tell us who?
I don't recall who, no.
And then you exited the house again, correct?
Correct.
You said that was because people claimed the car was outside still waiting, right?
Yep.
Who were those people?
I don't recall, it's just people.
More than one?
People were saying it, yeah.
People were saying it.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who exactly.
But whoever it was that told you this, it grabbed your attention enough that though you don't remember them, you do remember them going outside to see what was going on, right?
Yes.
And when you went outside, could you see the car when you first came out the door?
No.
No. You had to go down along the tree line, correct?
Correct.
Over to where your car was by the far end of the tree line, right?
Correct, yeah.
And you looked down the street, right?
Yep.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No.
He wasn't there in the yard?
No, that I saw.
Kind of hard to miss Faison, right?
Why? I didn't see him.
You didn't see him at all?
No.
He wasn't there in the yard?
No, I was by myself along the tree line and right into where my car was.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else in the yard?
No, I didn't even look for that.
You looked down the street, you told us, and you saw people down there, right?
Yeah.
Who were those people?
I couldn't tell, they were far away.
Did you see the car down there?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell that it was the car?
Same car, yeah.
How could you tell that?
It was the same SUV car with a Honda facing this way. I know the structure of the car.
Well, it wasn't the only car that was in the street that night, was it?
The only one I saw.
That was the only car that you saw?
Yes, before I came
There
back
weren't
in.
other cars parked along both sides of the street, up and down?
Well, where the cars were parked at the house, yes, but not down where that car was.
That was the only car that was down there.
That I saw, yeah.
And what was the lighting like?
There was streetlights that way, and, there was also flashlights on people's phones. It wasn't too dark. It was not dark at all.
Did you see a group of Shelton High kids going down the street chasing that car?
They were already down there by the time I viewed it. They weren't chasing.
What were they doing?
I couldn't hear or see what they were doing exactly.
You couldn't hear or see what they were doing?
Not exactly, but I saw people.
Who did you see?
It was too far to judge.
Did you see any fighting going on?
Down there, no.
Did you see anybody throwing anything?
No.
Did you see anybody spraying anyone in the face with a can of PB Blaster?
No.
Did you ever hear about a can of PB Blaster that night?
No, not that night.
Did you see Tyler Rich anywhere?
In that moment, no. Later, yes.
How many people did you see in the Shelton High kid group that was down the street?
They were scattered through the road, so I wasn't counting.
How many would you estimate were down there?
I don't know. I never thought to count how many people were down there.
No, but you went back inside and you told everybody what you saw, right?
I went inside and I was like, they're down there, sitting there. That's all.
Like that? Calm and just, they're down there, they're sitting there.
Sure, yeah.
That's how you told the folks?
I don't recall exactly.
Who was it that you told?
I don't recall who.
Who was in the basement at that point?
The older crowd.
Who's the older crowd?
Kids my age. So, the kids who graduated in 2021.
Like who?
the girls as like Michaela Holton and them, and then my cousin Will.
So it was just you, Will, and Michaela Holton and another girl that were in the basement at that point?
No, there's a little more people, but I wasn't engaging with them, so I wasn't picking up on who it was.
Where was your brother at this point?
I don't know.
And again, you told us that you heard that they came back, right?
Correct.
Who said they came back?
I don't know who.
How did you hear that they came back?
Someone said it.
How did they say it?
They came back.
Like that?
Yes.
They just calmly said they came back.
They said they came back.
You can't tell us who that was.
I don't recall who it was.
You're sure you were down in the basement?
Yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal down there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich down there?
No.
You didn't see Matthew Lokovich down there?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson down there?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael Samperi down there?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry down there?
Nope.
Didn't see your brother down there?
No.
Didn't see Ryan Hines down there?
No.
In any event, you went back outside once you heard that they were there.
Correct.
Why did you go back outside at that point?
Because I heard they were back, and I was curious to see what was going on.
Did you go out by yourself?
Yes.
Nobody else was with you?
No, I went alone.
So when you got outside, people were already there in the yard.
Correct.
You went to the tree area in front of the blue truck in the exhibit that you were shown, correct?
Correct, by the mulch pile.
By the mulch pile. And you stayed there until the fight broke out, you told us.
Yeah.
And when you came out, you saw a group of Shelton High kids face to face with Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
Who were those kids that you saw face to face with Tyler De Silva?
Tyler Rich was on the right. Ty Wood was in the middle. And then I thought was my brother Charlie Connory on the left, but that was Ryan Hines.
And that was it. There were just 3 kids that were there
Face
with
to
them?
face. Face to face, yes.
Okay.
Those kids in the driveway who I did not identify.
Okay. Only these 3 kids that you saw were in the yard.
That's all I saw, yes.
You didn't see Faison Teal in the yard?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Matthew Lokovich in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry in the yard?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael Samperi in the yard?
No, I did not.
Didn't see your brother in the yard?
No, I did not. Well,
Were you
yes,
looking
I
for
did.
him?
I thought it was him.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was my brother, but that was Ryan Hines to the left.
You'd seen your brother earlier that night, correct?
Briefly.
And he was wearing a white shirt, right?
Correct.
Ryan Hines was wearing a green hooded sweatshirt, correct?
Yes, that's what I was able to tell from the video, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what I was able to tell from the pictures, yes.
But you thought that Ryan Hines in the green hooded sweatshirt was your brother in the white shirt?
Correct. I wasn't picking out what color clothes they were wearing. I did not think to take notes of that.
So, as best you recollect, it was just those 3 people in the yard facing the tube from the St. Joseph.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Was anybody blocking your view of things?
Of where they were? No.
Of what was in the yard?
No. Not where they were, no.
How close, when you came out, were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle to the curb there, the road?
I can't tell how close they were to the road. That was their backside, so I'd be looking through 2 lines of people.
Okay. Will you describe for us where you saw them in one of the exhibits before? Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I do.
How far into the yard were they?
Right by that bush.
Right by that red bush that you had
Do you want me to
described
point?
before?
To where?
The red bush?
Yes, the red bush. Oh, the exhibit's not up.
And you told us you stayed there until the fight broke out. And that was to the roadside of the left red bush, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. They were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle were to the roadside of the leftmost red bush. Do you recall describing that to us?
Can you pull up an exhibit so I can see what you're talking about?
There's the big one behind it, too.
States Exhibit 6 is what I'm showing you there. Is this the red bush that you're describing here, this one?
Yes, right where your finger. Yep.
And do you see this sort of debris field here in the front?
Yes.
And you see the curb here?
Yes.
How far is it from the curb to the red bush?
I don't know. 15 feet, 20 feet.
15 feet, 20 feet. How far into the yard were Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle?
I would say a little more than halfway to that bush.
So 7 to 10 feet in, if that bush is 15, 20 feet.
Yeah, in that range, yeah.
Halfway or so to that bush.
Yeah.
And they were standing close together, right?
Yes, they were.
And you could see their faces.
Yes.
You could see their hands.
Yes.
And did you see any weapons?
No, I did not see any weapons.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with the knife out, flashing it around?
Not in that moment, no.
Did you see Mr. De Silva with any weapons?
No, I did not.
Did you see their hands?
Yes, I did.
Were they in fists?
They were by their side. I don't know if they were in fists or not.
They weren't raised?
Not until I saw the jolt.
And you said that they approached your friends, right?
Yes, they came onto the grass.
They came onto the grass. And you said initially they were just talking back and forth, right?
Yes.
And you described it, well, maybe it was arguing, right?
Talking and arguing, yeah.
And you were asked, was it peaceful? And you said, peaceful, I guess so, maybe. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that.
And that's what you saw that night, right? Mr. De Silva was trying to talk with Mr. Rich.
It wasn't talking. It was not so peaceful as I described. Like they were arguing with each other face to face.
Okay, so it's not as peaceful as you described it?
Yeah, it was not, no.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that, in fact, it was not peaceful at all.
It didn't start off as immediately throwing hands, but they did walk up. There was talking before a fight.
What was the talking about?
I was 10 feet away. I was not listening.
You weren't listening?
No.
And then you said it looked as though Mr. Valle was going to do something. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And you told us that he cocked his right hand, right?
I didn't say cocked. I said he made a jolt, like he was going to.
Wait, you don't remember when the state's attorney asked you, he cocked his right hand, and you agreed with that?
He jolted. He went back. Like he went like this.
He flinched.
No, he did not flinch. A
Can
flinch
you
is when
describe,
someone
you're
makes you
showing
flinch.
your shoulder coming back.
Yes, like that. Like you're going to do something.
Was his hand in a fist?
I did not see that, no.
Who was close to him when he did that?
Ryan Hines and Ty Wood.
Neither of them punched Mr. Valle, did they?
I didn't see who it was that punched him.
And again, at this point, your recollection is that there were only 3 people facing Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes, that's from my view, yes.
Did you see Mr. Teal anywhere?
No.
Did you see Mr. Lokovich anywhere?
No.
Did you see anybody other than those 3?
No, those are the only 5 people that I saw.
And then you said a Shelton High kid threw a punch, right?
Someone in that line, yes.
In fact, that was Tyler Rich, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I did not.
What blocked your view?
I just didn't see who it was. I said it came from the right side.
And that person threw that punch at Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
Knocked him down to the ground, correct?
Stumbled, didn't fall to the ground.
He didn't fall to the ground?
No, not that I saw, no.
Do you recall telling officers when you gave a statement to them that you saw Mr. Valle on the ground?
When he was stabbing me, yes. He was bent over as I described.
And you described not that he was bent over, that he was crawling on the ground, right?
He was on one knee coming towards me as I described with
You
State
told
Attorney.
police officers that he was crawling on the ground, correct?
I do not recall.
And you told police officers that they were trying to start things, and one of them said, "We have a knife on us," right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to officers Kozlowski, Ianati, Muyo, and Bango on May 15th at 12:30 in the afternoon when
I
you were
don't.
at your parents' house?
No, I don't.
Do you recall them saying, one of them saying that they had a knife on them?
No, I don't recall that.
And do you recall telling officers that you all went over to help?
I don't recall saying that exactly now.
Okay. You've told us that it was just you who went over to break this up, right?
Yeah, that's what I was engaged with, yes.
Nobody else was with you when you went over to break
No,
this
I
up?
ran by myself. There could have been other people, but not with me, no.
And you described for us that you were able to just get in between the two of these folks and push Mr. Hines away, right?
Yes, I pushed him
And
down
then
to
you
his spot.
took his place.
Yes.
Nobody else around you at that point.
Not that I was thinking of, no.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand filming anything?
No.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand with the light on?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski anywhere around?
No.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
I thought my brother was Ryan Hines.
Okay, I understand that. Now you understand that he's not your brother. He was Ryan Hines, right?
Correct.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
Not after that, no.
Counsel, whenever you feel there's a good time to take a break.
Your Honor, I think perhaps if we stop here, that would be a good spot.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and move into our lunch break. So we will stand in recess from now until 2 p.m. We'll pick evidence back up at 2 p.m. I remind you of your rules of juror conduct, the oath that you took, and the instructions that I have repeatedly given prior to our recesses and our adjournments. So please remember to stand by those rules and your oath, and have a good lunch, and we'll see you back for 2 o'clock. Thank you. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
All right, so they go to lunch. We're listening to Tommy Connory's testimony, but before that was Eric Black. He was a PA. He treated Faison. He said it was basically superficial, but I don't know. It was, well, the way Faison was describing it, he said he had like he had skin. But this, the PA who treated Faison said it was more superficial. So, but he stitched up Faison, took him 5 sutures to stitch him up. Said it was a 2-centimeter laceration. So, not that that makes it any better. It's still, he got stabbed. So then we have Tommy Connory up. He was a stabbing victim. He's 21 years old now. He was 18 back then. He graduated from Shelton High School. He got to Tyler Rich's around 7 or 8. Tyler told him to come over and hang out. He said, do normal stuff that guys do. He drove over there by himself. He actually went in the side door and greeted Tyler in the kitchen. Said there was about 10 kids there. He said he had 2 beers. He said later the younger kids showed up, which was Ryan Hines and Griffin. They showed up around 9:30 or 10. He doesn't know Alex Bernstein, but he knows like everybody else. He heard that Ryan and Griffin had gotten jumped after they arrived. He didn't know anything about this group chat that was going around. He said then these uninvited kids showed up. He's the first one that said they were closer to Adams and not near the house. Every single person has said they parked by the mailbox. He's the only one so far that said. So we're getting some inconsistencies in all the statements. He said the car sped off. Oh, first of all, he said he heard bickering. He said there's about 10 people that were by the car. And then he said they sped off, full speed, full throttle. He didn't see the car come back. So he went back inside. But he said he recognized Raul and Tyler De Silva because of Raul's hair. So he recognized Raul from social media from his hair. He went back outside. Let's see. He heard that somebody said they came back. So he said he saw Raul and Tyler. They were on the lawn. Tyler and Raul approached this kid. So it was okay. So Tyler Rich and Ty Woods approached him. He said they were talking, maybe arguing, but he says it was not peaceful. Raul looked like he was going to throw a punch. So he says Raul kind of did one of these. So Raul could have jumped back too. That's going to be the defense. Raul flinched because maybe somebody did one of these and Raul jumped back, but they're saying Raul went like this. I don't know, man. If you go like this and then somebody jumps in, that's some quick reflexes. I mean, think about it. If somebody goes like this, man, that is and then he gets a punch thrown on him. That is an immediately fast reflex. For somebody just to do this and then boom, all of a sudden that is a fast reflex. That's my opinion. I think that's an amazingly fast reflex. If somebody just flinches back like this, I mean, anyway. So, so Raul got punched. So he ran into the fight near Ryan. He thought Ryan was his brother. So he runs in between them and he pushes them aside. He pushes who he thought was his brother, Charlie, but it was actually Ryan to the side. Here, hold on. And so he pushes Ryan and he separates Ryan and Raul. Let me get, so he separates Ryan and Raul, right? Ryan gets tossed over there. Now Raul's right here. And then what happens next? Let's see. But then that's it. Nothing. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. So he pushes Raul away. He says he made contact and Raul was bent over. He was slipping, but he thought Raul was punching him. So Raul must have slipped and fell or whatever. That's why he keeps asking, was the grass slippery? Was the grass slippery? So he says he thought he was getting punched, but he was actually getting stabbed in the left leg. He said then they just separated. They just stopped, and Raul walked back to the road. So this is the first time we heard that Raul had a knife at the very beginning. We all thought, or so far the testimony has been in the video, Raul got in this fight tussle, and it was Tyler De Silva that was on the ground getting punched and stomped, and Raul was back at the car. And I thought maybe he picked up the knife then and then came running back in. But according to this testimony, Raul already had the knife and he stabbed Tommy first. Then he goes back to the car, sees his friend on the ground. Then he comes running back into the fight. Again, this is a fine line. I can see this being self-defense 100%. Should they have been on that lawn and they were on somebody else's property? Absolutely not. That's right. That's they're trespassing. So then where does that land? Where does that put you? Was he protecting his friend and himself because he just got punched and his friend's getting kicked and stomped? I don't know, man. This is really, really messy. This is a messy trial. He said he was in shock. He was just sitting there. He was trying to soak up what was going on. Then after the car drove away, he realized he was stabbed. He says he knew it was drizzling. So he's the second one. The paramedic said it was drizzling. Everybody else says it wasn't drizzling or they didn't know. So he said it was drizzling out, but he said he was wondering why his leg was wet. So he said he knew he needed stitches then and there, so he dropped to his right hip and he's waiting for people to come over. His cousin Will Barati helped him first. He told Will to call 911, so Will called 911. So that's two people now that have called 911. He looked over to his left and he was calling to Jimmy. Jimmy, are you okay? He said Jimmy pulled up his shirt and he said he saw blood and said Jimmy just collapsed. Poor dude. Yeah, he got stabbed right in the heart, man. Oof. People went over to help Jimmy, but then they showed some photos, or he was shown photos of him with a tourniquet, and months later, he says he was stabbed before the video. That video that they keep showing, he says he was stabbed before the video. So Raul was back at the car, and De Silva's getting punched and kicked. He used his shirt as a tourniquet. Then he talks about his left quad is deformed, his right is bigger. He works out 5 or 6 times a week, and it's not helping him. So Michael Sam Perry was punching Tyler Da Silva, who was on the ground. It was Jacob Villalobos that grabbed Tyler and tosses him to the road, and people are saying, "Get out of here! Just get out of here!" So he's the one that gets tossed to the road, and then you see Raul come running back in. So he was, 7 to 10 days. He was in a wheelchair. He got stabbed pretty good, man. He was on crutches for a month. He was bedridden for 3 weeks. And he talked to law enforcement 3 times, I guess he said. He said the next day, then he said he gave 2 statements. Then Cross comes in. He heard about Hines was fighting Raul. Let's see. Then, he was behind Alex, Bernstein, about 5 to 10 feet. Raul was by the door. He said he never engaged in a fight with Tyler. I'm saying Ryan. Tyler Da Silva. Typically they engaged in drinking at Tyler Rich's house. He had 2 beers. He doesn't know if there was more than beer. He didn't know Charlie, which is his younger brother, was picking up Ryan and Griffin. No one drank to the point of getting sick that night. So he doesn't recall seeing Tanner that night, but they grew up playing football. He does hear him saying, "Yes, sir," in the video, but he doesn't remember him saying that night. He didn't know about this group chat. Griffin was in the basement hanging out. He didn't see Griffin take photos of the address. He didn't see him send it to the group chat. He said it was a surprise when the Honda showed up. He doesn't recall who says somebody is outside. He doesn't recall if someone was in front, back, or so he goes outside. He's like, he doesn't remember who's in front of you. I don't recall. Who's behind you? I don't recall. Who's to your side? I don't recall. He did the under cross a lot. These guys they sound really good on direct, but come cross, they don't sound so believable. Sorry guys. You just keep saying, I don't recall. Just anything that you said on direct just kind of falters a little bit. He didn't see the car getting rocked. He didn't see or hear anything getting thrown. He's familiar with Raul and Jack from social media. Jack Schneider. That's why he says he recognizes Raul from his hair. He said the car sped off. He went inside, but he doesn't recall who he went inside with. He doesn't recall anyone being in the basement. He didn't call law enforcement because he thought the car left. There was no talk of these guys are wimps. They didn't get out of the car. He said the older kids were in the basement, but he doesn't recall exactly who. Doesn't recall anything. Doesn't recall. Didn't see fighting, items being thrown. He didn't see people getting sprayed, but he heard about that later. Then he mentions a Michaela and a Will. Oh, Will is his cousin. Will was his cousin. Then there was another girl in the basement. He doesn't know who said they came back. He said he went back out by himself. He said people were already on the lawn. He didn't see a whole host of people. Oh yeah, then the defense rattles off like 10 people. He's like, I didn't see him. Nope, I didn't see him. Nope, I didn't see him. Nope, I didn't see them. He didn't see any weapons, but he saw that Raul and Tyler saw their hands, but they were by their sides and they weren't raised until he said he saw the jolt. So he sees this. So again, that's some fast reflexes. He said they came onto the grass, meaning Raul and Tyler came onto the grass and they approached his friends. They said they were talking, they were arguing. He said it didn't start out with them throwing hands. He wasn't listening to what they were talking about. He says Tyler didn't flinch, but it looked like he jolted. Like he jolted and he pulled his arm back. He didn't see if Raul's hand was in a fist. He said the Shelton High kid threw a punch, but he didn't see who it was. He said Tyler stumbled, but he didn't fall to the ground. Did you tell law enforcement you saw Raul on the ground? He says when he was stabbing me. Said when he was crawling on the ground, correct? He says, I don't recall that. And then that's pretty much it. So, all right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. That new kitty is out there. I'm going to go see if I can feed him, and I'm going to have a quick lunch. And let me see if I can get some. Can I get some kitties for you guys? Let's see. Okay. All right, let me get some kitties for you guys. All right, so while we take a break, I'll show you some kitties, and I'll see you in about a half hour.
me the way. Let all eyes, let all smiles laugh and show me the way. You know it all. You know it all without knowing the way. Little eyes, tell me everything you see. Want to see the world from your little smiles, little fingers, little nose. Don't be afraid, walk your path. Don't be afraid to walk your path that's yours. And the whole world is listening now. And the whole world is listening now. And the whole world is listening now.
And welcome back from our break. Let me just make sure that I am live. Yes, I am. All right. How was everybody's break? I'm going to take off this, unpin that. Lazy boys, you live an hour away from the courthouse? Bringing a knife to a fist fight is not self-defense. This is a pretty basic case. Jury will take 30 minutes, DM says. Deidre Simmons says, welcome back. When you have unreliable witness, it could be difficult to convict. Yep, I think Cross has definitely shown some conflicting testimony here. Make sure I'm still active. All right, audio is good. Yeah, I'll take off my scroller here as we get ready for live court to start. Welcome back, Deidre. So when we left for lunch, Tommy Connory, who was got stabbed in the leg 4 times, he was on the stand. So I'm going to go ahead and put him back up. He was actually being crossed. He was on cross. So let's go through and let's put him back here. Pretty efficient trial. This is day 4, and we've already gone through 15 witnesses. Hey, Baca, how are you? Good to see you. How's everything in your world over there? How's it going? Picture of, it's really hard to take a picture of that little guy. Okay, so he is out there eating right now. So I heard him, I took some food out at lunchtime and I heard him meowing. So I walked around to the outside. I was like in the little garage barn area. So I heard him meowing and I walked around and he was meowing at the fence and I said, hey, kitty, kitty. And he looked at me and he took off between the fence and the barn. So I put the food down. It took him at least 20 minutes to go actually eat. So he is very, very skitterish. Sitting with your lils. Aw, nice. Lily Wayne says, after listening to this morning's testimony, I think they should rename this trial the I don't recall trial. So I'm trying to get a picture of Lily Wayne. I'm trying to get a picture of this little guy. And she, whatever, just does not, is very skitterish right now. So maybe a day or two, or actually a week. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll try and get a photo. Deidre says, I feel if these young adults have no problem lying on the stand or seemingly remember nothing, I'm not going to believe anything they say. Specifically, automatic knife switchblades, which is what this is, with blades longer than inch and a half, which it is, and knives with blades longer than 4 inches are prohibited for carry in public or in vehicles. So that would make it, yes, I would agree then this was more than, well, stab wound, I think, let's see, Jimmy's stab wound, I'm trying to remember how deep it was. I have to look that up. Let me find that out. Hold on, Chief, it was James Gill. He was let me find him, James Gill. Hold on a sec. It was 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep. So you're saying it's not more than 4 inches? Yeah, we don't know how. We're 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep. So it's less than 4 inches, but Payday Fool, what do you think about the verdict so far? Haven't had a verdict yet, Payday Fool, so we haven't had a verdict yet, so we can't say what we think about it so far. What do we think about the trial so far? What do we think about the trial so far? Interesting. I mean, I'm on the fence still. I think part of it was self-defense, part of it was acting very irrationally. I think everybody was acting irrationally. I do think there was some self-defense elements in this. So I'm on the fence. Daisy Wayne, I was just going to say also the state would tell them to say I don't recall if they don't know or if it's hearsay. Susie says 2 constants with witnesses so far. All admit to drinking 2 beers. None admit to bringing any. All just basic mooches like my ex-nephew. Lily Wayne says, I'm so glad you're looking after the new outside kitty. All creatures need care and kindness. Meg says, the minute you bring a weapon to an argument, disagreement, or fist fight, you have lost. I know. It's bad. It's bad, you know. It's not good. Something's got to happen to Raul. I mean, he definitely has to stand. There are consequences for his actions, but he's going to argue self-defense, and I can see elements of self-defense. That's all I'm saying. You know, he put himself in that situation, yes, but then his friend was getting stomped on. So do you just let your friend get stomped on and beat up and kicked? I don't know. And if he had waited 10 seconds more, his friend was, pushed to the curb. They could have just left. But then they would have been called, wimps and even worse. And then that's not, then there's that, it's male testosterone in that age, then they're going to have to hang their heads in shame because they were wimps, but that doesn't mean he should have stabbed. Yeah. I mean, it's a circular argument. It's just going to go round and round and round, Let's see. Baca said defendants started it and didn't need to go to the second house period. Yeah, I agree with that. They did not. I was prepared for a civil deposition and was told by my lawyer to use I don't recall. Anja says, have we named the kittens? Not yet. We're going to let them, let their personalities come out.
The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. You may be seated. We'll have the witness back in the witness stand. Thank you. Yep. Come on up, have a seat. And I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the witness box, okay? Thank you. And Attorney Smith, you're welcome to come up at any time. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Sorry.
It's all right. All right, counsel, at this time, I would like you to please stipulate to the presence of our jurors.
They will stipulate.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Connory, let's see if I can reorient myself to where we were. Okay. I think you had just told us that a Shelton High School kid threw a punch, but you can't recall who that person was, right?
Correct.
How far away were you from where the person threw the punch?
I was at the mulch pile, so 5 to 10 feet.
5 to 10 feet away.
Yeah, that's about that from the...
You couldn't tell who it was that threw the punch?
No.
But you could tell that it was a Shelton High kid?
Yes, it was from someone's back. Someone's, like, their backside was towards me.
And you said that when you ran over to where Ryan Hines and Raul Valle were fighting, that they were just tussling, right?
Yeah, they were fighting.
No full punches were going on.
I don't recall the specifics, but they were fighting.
And they were fighting on the ground, right?
I don't think so.
And you said at some point you took Mr. Hines's place after you'd pushed them apart, right?
Correct.
And that you made eye contact with Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
And in fact, when you described that to Officer Bango on July 9th, you told him that he stared into your soul and made creepy, demonic eye contact with you, correct?
Yes.
Demonic eye contact?
It was eye contact of someone who knew what they were going to do. It looked very unpleasant and very scary.
And then you said at some point the fight just stopped, right?
Yeah.
Do we see the fight just stop on that video?
No, it keeps going.
So this end of the fight where it just stopped, that occurred sometime after the end of the video, right?
When I referred to the fight just stopped, that's referring to when me and Raul have separated.
Okay. So after you and Mr. Valle separated, the fight continued, right?
Yes.
And who did you see involved in the fight at that point?
I don't recall seeing what happened after that point.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I did not.
Did you see Matthew Lockovich?
No, I did not.
Did you see Alex Burnson?
No, I did not.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
Did you hear Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask you to watch what is labeled as State's Exhibit 60, and if we can see the 25% with the frame numbers on them, please. Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
so I can see? And I may ask this to be paused at various points, okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir!
Pause it right there, please. Do you see at frame 330 the person that you've described as Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And is he the person to the left of the screen wearing the green sweatshirt and the black shorts with the white trim?
Yes.
Can you play it again, please? Just from where we are. Did you see rain falling through the course of that video?
Yeah.
Do you recall it being misty and rainy that evening?
Yes, I do.
Do we have the ability to go to certain frame numbers on there?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you take us to frame, just start at the beginning at frame 0? Okay. This is the very beginning of this video, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, I'm going to point at on this screen because I can't see your screen. Do you see the green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim here to the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
And do you see beside that a pair of lighter colored shorts with a dark shirt on the top?
I'm sorry. I can't see where you're pointing.
I'm sorry, just to the right of the person you've described as Ryan Hines.
Yes, I can see that.
You can see that on your screen as well?
Yes.
Is that you?
No.
You were wearing a dark top and light shorts that day?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's not me.
How do you know that's not you?
It looks like there's a logo on the back of the shirt.
Okay. Can we go to frame 10, please? And I'm going to point here on this screen again. Do you see the green top, black shorts with white trim that you've identified previously as being Mr. Hines?
Yes, I do.
And do you see beside him the dark top with graphic on the back and the white shorts?
Yes.
And do you see beside that another person apparently wearing light shorts and the dark top?
Yes.
Is that you?
Not that I recall, no.
You recall telling us that you were close to Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes, but before the video is when I had my interaction with him.
Before this video is when you had the interaction?
Yes.
And can we go to frame 14, please? We're going to have a little trouble zooming, getting to that pinpoint. Okay, that's fine. Let's go with 16 there. Oh, okay. And do you see in frame 14, again, green top, black shorts with white trim over to the right-hand side of the
Yes,
frame?
I see that, yes.
And do you now see two people with lighter shorts and dark tops, one of which has a graphic on the back, one of which does not appear to have a graphic on the back?
I see they both have graphics on the back.
When you say they both have graphics on the back, the farthest one to the right, you believe that's a graphic as opposed to that person's head?
Yes, it looks like a graphic to me.
What color shoes were you wearing that evening?
White.
Would you agree that these two people both appear to be wearing white shoes?
No.
No. Okay.
That looks like black.
And can we play through to frame 29? I want you to pay particular attention to frames 25 and 29. Can you see the counter on the bottom?
Yes, I can.
Do you see from frame, here we are at 22, is there a way to make it progress frame by frame?
Oh.
Do you see now, okay, here we go. Let's stop there. Did you see those two people kicking their legs?
No.
No. Is there a way to, does that have a playback speed on it? That we can slow it down? I really just want to focus in on 25 to 29. back then to frame 79. Thank you. That's fine. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Now, can you see this on your screen as well?
Oh, yes, I can.
And do you see sort of center left, again, Mr. Hines, green top, black shorts, and white trim?
Yes, I see that.
And do you see this person with dark pants, a white top, and some sort of multicolored graphic on the back?
I can't see where you're pointing, sir.
It's to the right of Mr. Hines, sir.
Oh, you're talking about the looks like long black pants, like the closest person?
I think so, yes.
Can you point it again? Because you're actually, I'm sorry, you're blocking my vision.
Do you have
no way for me to do so.
Do you have a pointer here?
Yeah.
Could you use that?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Do you see this person right
Yes.
here with the dark pants and the white top and the multicolored graphic on the back?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who that is?
I cannot tell, no.
And where were you while this frame is being seen?
I believe I'm in the far back.
In the far back.
So-
When you say in the far back, behind this group of people?
Yes, behind that, yes.
And you see Mr. Hines here?
Correct.
And you believe at this point you'd already been stabbed?
Correct.
You believe Mr. Hines has already been stabbed?
Correct.
Can we play forward to 112? You see a person on the ground here, Mr. Connory?
Yes, I do see that.
Do you believe that to be Tyler De Silva?
I can't tell in this, but
Well, you described him before as wearing a blue baseball-style jersey, correct?
yes.
And can we play it to 135? Here we are at frame 135. You see the gentleman with the white shirt, multicolored graphic on the back, and the dark pants to the right?
Yes.
You see beside him a person with a dark shirt, light shorts, and some light shoes.
Yes, I do.
You see beside him another person, dark shirt, light shorts, white shoes.
Yes.
Would you agree that this person that we've just described in the dark shirt, light shorts, and white shoes is going to the left of the screen towards this altercation happening to the left?
Yes, it looks like that.
Would you agree that these other folks we've described, these two on the right-hand side, they are participating in something that's going on to the right side of the screen?
Yes, they look like they're looking that way.
And do you see on the far left what we've already identified before as being Enrico Fiola holding a camera?
Yes.
And can we play that ahead to frame 182, please? Okay. This is frame 182. Would you agree that's the still shot that we've seen earlier when you were shown the exhibit? Whoop. Easy for me to do. Would you agree?
Yeah, it looks similar to it, yes.
Right, because we see Enrico Fiola here again, right? He's looking towards the screen. We can see the light in his eyes.
Yes.
And he's again holding the camera, correct?
Correct.
And there's, again, this person on the ground, which I believe earlier you identified as being Tyler De Silva.
Yes, that's him.
And that's Tyler De Silva on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And then, can we play it forward? Just a frame or two ahead. One more. I'm sorry, can you back that up to maybe 180? 180? Yep. And one more. Okay, there we go. Do you see here, again, Mr. Hines with the black shorts, the white trim, and the green top?
Yes, I see him.
What is he doing there?
Standing over the kid on the ground.
Can we play that forward to 183? Sir, would you agree that he is kicking that person that is on the ground?
It looks like he's doing something.
Doing something, but you're not sure what.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
All right. Can we play that forward? Then I'll just ask you when to stop her. Thank you. Can you stop? Do you know who this gentleman is that's standing here in the front of the frame with the white shirt and looks like some sort of dark bottom?
It's hard to tell with the light on his face.
Can we play that forward just a little bit more? And again. Stop, please. Any idea who that was?
It looks like someone named Alex Zaborek.
I'm sorry?
Alex Zaborek.
Alex Zaborek.
Yes.
Do you remember him being there that evening?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody about Alex Zaborek being there that evening?
No one has asked me about him.
No one's asked you about it. Can you play that forward again? Can you pause it there? We're at frame 332. Do you see that, Mr. Connory?
Yes, I do.
And do you see here to the left, standing beside somebody with their camera out, Ryan Hines with the white trim, black shorts, green top?
Yes, I see him.
Do you see Mr. De Silva on the ground with his baseball jersey up over his head, hockey style?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Alex Bernson leaning over him?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Michael Sampieri also coming towards him?
Yes.
Is this your brother coming into the frame here from the right-hand side?
Yes, it looks like it.
Can we play that again, forward ahead? And can we pause that? And do you see your brother being followed by this gentleman in the gray top with the dark shorts?
Yes.
Who did you tell us that was before?
Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Did you tell anybody that Joey Romano was there that evening?
No.
You weren't asked?
No, I was not asked.
Do you see this gentleman here with his shirt off and the dark-colored, maybe camouflage shorts?
Yes.
That's Matthew Lokovich?
Correct.
Okay. And he's in a group, you would agree, with Mr. Romano and your brother?
Correct.
Can we play that forward again, please? Can you pause it, please? Do you see right behind Mr. Lokovich a person with white shorts and a dark top?
Yes, I do.
You believe that to be Mr. McGrath?
Yes.
Can you play that forward again, please? Can you pause it there, please? And you see Mr. Hines standing to the left of frame 400, correct?
Correct.
Green top, black shorts, white trim, correct?
Correct.
Jacob Villalobos shoving Mr. De Silva, correct?
Correct.
You see the leg and part of the body of Mr. McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And he's standing in close proximity to this group that is shoving Mr. De Silva away. You would agree?
Yes, somewhat close.
Close. Can we play that forward, please? Can we pause it there, please? We're at frame 490 now. Can you see that?
Yes.
Where were you located when that was going on?
In the back area where I was saying before, behind the crowd.
Still behind the crowd?
Correct.
Are you laying down at this point?
No, I was not.
What were you watching at this point?
I was just in shock and just staring off.
You still see Mr. McGrath here in frame 490, correct?
Correct.
Where were the rest of those people that were just with Mr. McGrath?
There to the left of him?
You could see them?
No, but just from the last clip before.
You're inferring that they didn't just disappear?
No, they did not disappear.
I'm just going to hand this back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, is your testimony that, at least when you saw Mr. Hines engage with Mr. Valle, that they were just tussling and there was no punches, correct?
They were tussling. I didn't see punches or anything else.
Did you see Mr. Hines kick anybody?
No, I did not see him kick.
You didn't see him punch anybody?
I didn't see punches.
Did you see him tackle anybody?
It wasn't tackling. It was just tussling. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but they were going at each other.
And after you claim to have separated them, did you see Mr. Hines go and do any of the things that we just saw there on the video?
No, I was not looking for that.
You couldn't see any of that.
No, I was not looking for it.
Did you see Faison Teal stomping anybody?
No, I was not looking for him.
And it's your claim or your recollection that you were stabbed even before the video started?
Correct.
And it's your claim that there were only 3 people involved in the fighting?
From what I saw, from what I was looking at, the angle I was at, yes.
And that most people are just sitting watching?
From my point of view, correct.
You were dressed similarly to Mr. McGrath that evening?
Different color shorts and no logo shirt.
Dark top?
Yes.
No logo on your shirt?
Nope.
White shoes?
Correct.
Light gray shorts?
Correct.
All of the kids that were there at that party that night, other than the kids who showed up in the pilot, were very close friends of yours, were they not?
Yeah, they were, I wouldn't say super close. Some were closer than others, but they were friends of mine, yes.
Many of them you had grown up with since childhood, correct?
Correct.
You would get together almost every weekend over at Mr. Rich's house, correct?
Not at his house, but we would get together with everybody every weekend, different places.
Different places, but engage in a similar sort of party wherever those places were, correct?
Not every weekend, but here and there there'd be something to do.
And when you would get together, there would typically be drinking, you told us?
It depended on the situation.
And you wouldn't want to see your friend's reputation or memories be harmed in any way, would you?
No.
After watching that video the way we just watched it, does that change your recollection of anything that you've told us?
No. What I remember is what I remember.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Attorney
I have some questions. Hey, Tom.
How's it going?
Counsel just asked you about this video.
Correct.
This is frame 252. Do you know who that is by the car?
Yeah, that's Raul Valle.
You didn't see that, right?
No.
At the time?
No.
But you know that now?
Yeah, I know it now.
Can you play the video, please? Stop. And frame 287 on the ground, that's Tyler DeSilva, right?
Correct.
But you didn't actually see that at the time of the video, right?
No.
Can you play it? Stop. Now, frame 397, who is this individual starting to push Tyler DeSilva out into the street?
Jacob Villalobos.
Play it, please. Stop. Now, frame 416, who is that stumbling out towards the street?
Towards the street is Tyler Silva.
Who's directly behind him?
Raul Valle.
Do you remember that happening on the night in question?
No.
And who is this individual standing by himself right here on the left side of the frame?
The one with his arm right
Yes.
there? That's Jimmy McGrath.
And Was it at this point that you looked over and you saw Jimmy McGrath stabbed?
No, no.
Play, please. Stop. Who's standing out in the street all by himself in frame 453?
Tyler Da Silva.
That's not the defendant right there?
No, that's not the defendant.
Play, please. Now, this individual on frame 489, who is this right here?
I'm sorry, you're blocking my
Frame 489 on the left side of the frame.
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Okay. Standing all by himself?
That's what it looks like.
Do you remember seeing this happen on May 14th of 2022?
I saw him standing by himself, but after they drove away.
Okay. Can you please play it? Stop. Frame 533. Do you see Mr. McGrath?
Yes, I do.
What does he appear to be doing at this moment?
He's backing up away from something.
Did you see that happen on May 14th?
No, I didn't see that.
Who is next to Mr. McGrath in this frame?
Tyler Da Silva.
So, you remember certain things happening that night, but not everything that you saw in the video.
Correct.
Is that correct? Safe assessment?
Yes.
So, at what point in time do you remember seeing Mr. McGrath after you realized you're stabbed?
So after I realized I was stabbed, they have already driven off, and actually he was standing somewhere near where he is in this video, and that's when I saw him stabbed and fall to the floor.
You saw him lift up his
He
shirt?
pulled up his shirt, there's blood, and he just dropped.
Now, counsel asked you a little bit about you giving a statement to the police about the defendant making eye contact with you just prior to him coming towards you and hitting you in the leg, right?
Correct.
Describe why you said what you said.
Because the way he looked me in the eyes, no one's ever looked at me that way before, and it was, now when I think about it, the punches that I thought were being punches was someone who looked at me knowing what they were going to do.
So, how would you describe withdrawing? When he looked at you, is that the moment that he came towards you?
Yeah, we made eye contact and then we engaged.
So, describe how, when he made eye contact with you, how he engaged you.
He was on literally bent over, as I described before. He looked me up right into the eyes, and I looked at him, and then he came right at me with the leg, and that's when he was doing the hooking motion into my leg.
And when he came at you, what was your reaction to that?
I immediately was doing the thing, get off, like this.
Okay. And when counsel asked you the fight just stopped, what did that mean, the fight just stopped? It didn't just stop.
Me and him had our separation, and then that's when I stood there in that back just looking around in shock.
And when you were in shock, what were you doing? Were you focusing on what was happening around you?
I don't recall exactly what was happening around me because my body was just telling me, like, you're hurt, figure out yourself. So I was just sitting there, standing.
Were you engaged in who was around you and taking notes on all your friends around you?
Not at all.
So when counsel asked you, was Matt Lockovich there, and you said you can't recall, why did you say you couldn't recall?
Because that night I was not thinking, where is Matt Lockovich right now at this moment?
And when he asked you where Mike Samperi was at any particular moment, why weren't you?
I wasn't thinking, where is Michael Samperi?
And how about where your brother was?
I thought I already had pulled my brother out.
And what about where Jimmy McGrath was?
I wasn't thinking, where is Jimmy McGrath right now?
And how about any of your other friends that have been mentioned?
Not a single person I was thinking about, no, not where they are.
So with regards to when counsel asked you about when the car initially drives up and people say someone's out in the front yard or the car's here and you walk out into the driveway, but you stand about, I think, 30 feet away, how many people were around you that were from the Shelton party?
Like I said, there was 10 people in the driveway around me.
How many people were close to the car?
About another 10.
And at that moment, were you taking notes about who was to the right of you, who was to the left of you?
Not at all.
Why weren't you taking note of that?
Because I was taking note of who were the people that were not supposed to be here in the car.
Okay. So where was your main focus at that point in time?
The people in the car.
And with regards to when you go back into the house and then you come back out a second time, Remember when you just testified on cross that the car was down the street and
Yeah.
you come down the tree line area?
Correct.
So I think your testimony, this is State's Exhibit 49, testimonies you were somewhere down near the second red bush towards the street,
Yeah, correct.
down the street. You remember when counsel asked you about, do you recall Faison Teal was in the yard at that time?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember what your response was?
No, I did not see him. I do not recall seeing him.
Why didn't you see Faison there?
I wasn't in the yard. Hey, where's Faison Teal? Thinking that.
But was Faison Teal at Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah, he was at the party. Yes.
You just can't recall whether or not he was in the yard at that particular moment?
No, I cannot recall.
Could he have been at the yard?
Sure, he could have been. Yes.
Maybe you didn't see him?
I wasn't looking for him.
So, with regards to anybody that may have been around you, in addition to Faison Teal, again, was your focus on your friends around you or what was happening down the street?
I was looking down the street. I wasn't thinking who's next to me in this moment.
Now, with regards to one final question. Counsel asked you about this picture. State Exhibit 57. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know where that picture was taken?
Yes, I do.
Where was that picture taken?
Mr. DeJesus' house?
You didn't take that picture, right?
No.
How do you know that this is Mr. DeJesus' house?
I've been over there before.
Okay. And when you say Mr. DeJesus, who are we talking about?
The father, the person who owns the house.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. DeJesus has any children?
Yes, he does.
And who are his children?
He has 3 boys and 1 daughter.
And are you friends with any of his
Yes, I am.
children? Who are you friends with?
Nick DeJesus through my brother, and then Joey DeJesus because he's older than me.
And was any of those individuals at Tyler Rich's house then?
Yeah, Nicky was.
Nicky was?
Yeah.
So when you're referring to Mr. DeJesus, who's 50-something years old, you're talking about the father, not the son?
Yeah, the father.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
You were just asked about when you had been out in the driveway looking across the way. There were 10 of you in the driveway, you recall, and another 10 across the street with the car, correct?
Correct.
And you told us you were just focused on who was in the car that wasn't supposed to be there, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you didn't see anybody rocking that car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you didn't see anybody put their hands on that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see anybody throw anything at that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see any of your friends do anything to that car that night, correct? Because
No, I did
you were
not see
just
that.
focused on who was in that car.
Correct. I was focused on who
So
was in it.
focused that from 30 feet away, you could tell us, despite the 10 people being in front of you, that Jack Snyder was the driver and Mr. Valle was a passenger, right?
Yeah, I had a sight on them. I looked at them, and that's what I acknowledged.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right.
When you noticed the defendant and Jack Snyder in the car, did you hang out there the whole time, or did you make your way back into that?
No, I went inside.
Okay, so you didn't stay outside the entire time during that?
No, there was already so many people out there. I didn't need to be out there.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right. You're dismissed, Nick. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit, okay? Thank you. Attorney Messina,
Thank you.
the state's ready.
Call Dr. Roselle Crombi to stand, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, please step into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk, to my right will put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Roselle Crombi, C-R-O-M as in Mary, B-I-E.
Thank you. And please state your business address.
My business address is, it's 888 White Plains Road, second floor, suite 206, Trumbull, Connecticut, 06661.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Hi, Dr. Crombi. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Tatiana.
Good afternoon. It's a little bit difficult to hear in this courtroom.
Okay.
So as much as you can keep your voice up, we appreciate
Sure.
it. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Crombi, what is your current profession?
I am a surgeon.
Okay. And explain to the members of the jury what degrees you hold.
I hold several degrees. I have MD, MPH, which is a Master's in Public Health. I have a FACS, which is a Fellow of the American College of Surgeons, and FABA, which is a Fellow of the ABA. I'm double boarded in general surgery and surgical critical care, and I am fellowship trained in burn surgery, which is traumatic burns and reconstructive plastics.
And what hospitals are you affiliated with?
I'm part of the Yale New Haven Health System. My primary home hospital is Bridgeport Hospital, but I do also at times go down to Greenwich Hospital. And many years ago when I first started, I was at Yale New Haven Hospital.
In Bridgeport Hospital, that's located in Bridgeport, Connecticut?
That's correct.
And how often are you at Bridgeport Hospital?
At this point in my career, most of my practice is outpatient ambulatory surgery that's done at Park Avenue Medical Center, and then I'm on service, meaning in the hospital to cover burns a certain number of weeks per year. But about once a week, I cover on-call, which means that for a period of time, my surgical group has to cover trauma, general surgery, surgical critical care, burns, and wounds over a period of time. It's typically a 30-hour shift.
And for how long have you been affiliated with Bridgeport Hospital?
I'm at the end of my 16th year of practice, so it's been a very long time.
And if you can give us a rundown of your work experience.
My work experience, it's all of those specialties, in addition to some outpatient and ambulatory surgery as well. So it's general surgery, burns, trauma, critical care, which means people that are sick or very sick on ventilators, need a lot of vitals. I do wound surgery. I do a lot of reconstructive plastics as well.
And could you please explain to the members of the jury in what capacity your expertise is needed at Bridgeport Hospital?
Primarily for burns is what I'm renowned for. If you look up my name nationally. But additionally, again, I do reconstructive plastics. I cover trauma when I'm called to about once a week. Whatever comes in through the emergency room that needs addressing by a surgeon at certain times.
In your specialty of trauma, explain to the members of the jury, are you in one particular department at Bridgeport Hospital, or are you called into any department when needed?
Good question. So a lot of the general perception is that we're just sitting there in the emergency room, and that's exactly not what happens. So I'm a surgeon. I'm part of the Department of Surgery, Surgical Critical Care, General Surgery, Burns, Wounds. I know I keep repeating, but just to stand the point, when there are different types of consults that come throughout the hospital or outside of the hospital, and we're called to either different floors or different sections of the hospital, then we go and we see the patient and we evaluate them. Sometimes it's up on the 10th floor where there's a cardiology issue. Sometimes it's in GI or gastroenterology. Anywhere where there is a need for either any of those particular specialties that we cover, that's where we go. And the emergency room obviously is one as well.
Have you testified in court before?
Multiple times.
And do you have any teaching responsibilities?
I do. I'm faculty at Yale School of Medicine, Department of Surgery.
Does that involve teaching residents? And whatnot?
It does, yes. Many residents. We got over 100.
Do you belong to any professional societies?
Multiple professional societies. So the American Burn Association, the American College of Surgeons. I also belong to a number of wound societies as well. I'm chair of the Physician Special Interest Group for the American Burn Association. I'm a board director at large for the American Board of Wound and Surgery, effectively. I'm the chair of a conference that's called the John Boswick Symposium, named after a former burn surgeon. So I do quite a bit at the national level and also within the state of Connecticut, the American College of Surgeons within the state of Connecticut.
I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022.
Yes.
Do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital at that time?
I do.
And at any given day or night, how many patients would you see?
So I'm on call tonight. I was on call Saturday. I'm typically the Tuesday person or the Saturday person. It can be anywhere between typically 17 and 20 consults, and then I'm covering about 60 to 65 patients that are on the floor. In addition to that, if anything emergently needs to go to the operating room that needs to be addressed, then I'm also operating on that as well.
What you just recounted, was that about the same way in 2022?
That's a typical night on call for me.
And directing your attention specifically to May 15th, the early morning hours, May 15th of 2022, do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital on that morning?
I was the overnight person, yes.
And overnight, what hours is that again?
So we usually, in addition to working a regular day, which for me starts about 7 a.m. operating, at about 4, somewhere between 4 and 6, I have to come back to the hospital and relieve my partners that have been covering the hospital. And then I cover all of those services until about 8 a.m. the next morning. So it covers the overnight shift, effectively. Each one of us takes our turn. That happened to have been my turn.
Did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Thomas Connory?
Yes.
And do you recall reviewing Thomas Connory's medical records before testifying here today?
I did.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Yes. The witness. Dr. Crombi, I'm going to be showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 81 for ID purposes only. Could you just please review this and let members of the jury know what is that document?
This is the medical record of the said patient, Thomas Connory. It gives a medical record number, which is a number within our Healing Heaven Health System and a date of birth, 11/27/2023, and it is the contents of what is taken out of our electronic chart now since 2015, but the government required us to be electronic and it's printed into paper.
Were those records made in the regular course of business of Bridgeport Hospital?
Yes.
And is it in the regular course of business for Bridgeport Hospital to record such documentation?
It is.
And you had an opportunity to review these records before coming to court today?
I did.
And are those records the same records that that were generated on the date of service, which was May 15th?
That is correct.
And are these records certified?
Yes.
I'd ask that they be marked as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence dates 81 full.
Dr. Crombi, giving you back States 81, which is now a full exhibit, you can now reference States 81. Dr. Crombi, looking at States 81, when was Thomas Connory admitted into the hospital that morning?
5/15/2022, I recall that it was just at the turn of midnight is when we got paged.
Okay. And to your knowledge, how was he brought to the hospital?
By ambulance.
And where was he brought upon his arrival?
In the ER, there is an ambulance bay where the EMS providers bring them down the hallway and it goes into a trauma room. We have 3 of them, and effectively they're just big rooms that have a lot of equipment that we might need for emergencies or anything that we need to do.
When Thomas Connory arrived, did he arrive as any kind of specific level, meaning a trauma level or something otherwise, and how do you know this?
So the American College of Surgeons and the American Association of Society of Trauma, they grade the levels of trauma on 3 levels. So the lowest one, meaning that you can just consult the physician, it's not emergent. The second one being that there are some injuries that may be concerning and we require certain people to be there. And then the top level, which means that the patient is in extremis. Everybody should be there, including respiratory anesthesia, surgery. Everybody that is needed possible. It denotes a call to the blood bank, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you know what level Thomas Connory came in as?
I believe he was a trauma alert, which is the mid-level.
And from your experience and expertise, why was he labeled as a trauma alert?
So per the criteria of the American College of Surgeons for certified verified trauma centers, because he had a penetrating injury of some sort, he immediately bumps up to at least a second level, maybe even a third, depending on a bunch of different factors.
Would that be for all patients who come in with similar injuries such as his?
Penetrating trauma does trigger the second level.
And please explain to the members of the jury how you came about, how you were asked to assess his injuries. How were you called to assess his injuries?
So in a typical night on call, I'm the attending on call. I have a chief resident, which is anywhere between a PGY3 and a PGY post-grad year 3 to post-grad year 7, basically. And then there's a mid-level resident, which is the person that primarily covers any consults that come through the ER or any emergencies like this, and then an intern. So what typically happens in many hospitals throughout the United States is that the mid-level or the consult resident goes and evaluates the patient. There's also a separate residency program called the Emergency Medicine Residency Program that also evaluates the patient, and it's part of both the learning process and the incredible need to have multiple parts to patients' care in medical care. And the mid-level resident, we all got the page. The mid-level resident then speaks to the chief level resident, and then they evaluate the patient and call me and give me a head to toe. And then I go and examine the patient.
I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit, I believe it's 81. Page 2, under where it says History Chief Complaint. Can you please read what it says under that line?
Stab wound, multiple stabbings to the left thigh, trauma alert called at 0042, so 12:42 a.m., direct to Trauma 4, which is one of our main trauma rooms in the ED.
Trauma room was
4.
Trauma 4.
Correct.
And how many do you have at Bridgeport
We have
Hospital?
3
Okay.
that are active, but we can spin to more than that if needed in a mass casualty incident.
And I'm going to direct your attention to States 81, page 6, towards the bottom of that exhibit under the heading ED Notes by Messa Marissa RN. Can you please read what it says there, starting with the sentence on assessment?
So on assessment, the patient with 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect of the left thigh, inferior and superior wounds with hematoma, bleeding controlled, pedal pulses present bilaterally. Cardiopulmonary monitoring initiated, VSS, which means vital signs stable. GCS is a measure of the activity and movement and response of the patient. IV access established in the right AC, which means antecubital, which is the inner part of the arm. Lab work collected. Please refer to the trauma narrator for further documentation.
What does all of that mean that you just read?
Okay, let me break it down. The assessment we do, there's parts of a note in the way that we communicate in medicine, which is basically, and the medical students and the residents, they evaluate by hearing the history first, and then by doing a physical exam head to toe. And then there is an assessment, meaning based on the description of the history, the physical exam, and examination of all of the imaging labs, etc., what is your assessment? So this is the individual that wrote this, who is a nurse. This is what she is reporting as her assessment for this patient. So 4 puncture wounds, so 4 stab wounds, lateral aspect of the left thigh, so there's laterality, so there's left and right. Lateral means to the outside of the body, medial means to the inside of the body. So it appears that there were 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect, so outside of the left thigh. Inferior means, again, inside. Superior is above, so towards the top, with a hematoma, which is basically a collection of clotted blood. Bleeding is controlled, it appears, is what she is assessing. Pedal pulses means that she touched or somebody touched the bottom of the feet and examined the arteries there. And what that indicates is that there is good blood flow that goes beyond those stab wounds to the feet. And cardiopulmonary monitoring was initiated, meaning that they hooked them up to the monitor, which is blood pressure, O2 saturations, respiratory rate, amongst other things. Vital signs were stable, so they fell within a specific range. GCS is a Glasgow Coma Scale. It is a universal way that in the emergency room and surgeons communicate, and it's based on eye movement, verbal, and then overall movement. And there's a score, 15 is the best that you can get. The minimum we typically give if somebody is even deceased is a 3, because they got basically a 1 for nothing. IV access means that the nurses were able to put the IVs in the right arm, and then they collected the typical blood work that we do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Referring you to States Exhibit 81, bottom of page 6 into page 7, is this where your notations begin?
This is part of my note. Yes.
Okay. And is that your electronic signature on this documentation?
It is.
Okay. And you personally examined Thomas Connory,
I did.
Correct? And on that in that same Exhibit 81, where it says pre-hospital information, what does that refer to?
Pre-hospital information means that before they got to the hospital and rolled in, emergency medicine services are also providing some type of medical care, and they're documenting that in some capacity. Now, I don't see anything other than when the patient rolls in, so I know nothing about whether or not that's valid or invalid. It just is.
And emergency medicine services, that's EMS?
That's correct.
Okay. And it indicates here on States 81, page 7, arrival time and exam time. Is that when you actually examined Thomas Connory?
No, as I stated before, the way that it works is based on the grading of the system. He is a middle grade, so I don't technically need to examine him for a certain period of time. If it's the highest grade, we have to be there within 15 minutes.
Moving to page 8 of States 81, what is the difference between a primary survey and a secondary survey that is listed there?
So again, with the American College of Surgeons and the trauma, a primary survey means primarily we're identifying the things that can kill you. So airway, breathing, and circulation. And so those are the primary survey that we have to evaluate. Airway, I'll give you for an example. So if airway is not working because they don't have a breathing tube in, you stop there. You cannot move on to identify whether or not they're breathing because they may not stop breathing until you have an open airway. So that's the time that we get anesthesia to come in, put a breathing tube. And then you keep going down until you're done with circulation, evaluating all the vessels throughout the entire body and making sure that they have good pulses. The secondary survey is then after you've got the patient stable and you've got all that documentation is really looking at things like eye movement. Do you have blood in your ear? Are there any other deformities because of fractures and stuff like that? So that's all documented as a methodical way so that nobody misses anything.
Now, prior to you assessing Thomas Connory that morning, had you had occasion to treat patients with stab wounds in the past?
I have.
And upon examination of Thomas Connory, were his wounds consistent with stab wounds to the thigh?
They were.
And do you base your conclusions on self-reporting, your personal observations, or a little bit of both?
In terms of that they were stab wounds?
Correct.
So it's a little bit of both, but there are also some imaging studies that are done. And within the imaging studies, things that we're looking for are communication of air into the deeper tissues. And he did get what we call a CAT scan. So it's evaluation of the actual soft tissues and bones that showed that the injuries on the skin were consistent with a deeper injury down below.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States Exhibit 81 on page 9. Are those notations a continuation of your secondary survey of Thomas Connory?
They are.
And directing your attention to page 9 under where it says extremities. If you can please read that to the jury and then explain why this was concerning to you.
Sure. So this is an evaluation of the extremity on the secondary survey. Left thigh with 4 stab wounds with no active exsanguination, meaning no active bleeding at the time when we saw him. Inferior anterior stab wound, again, that's the inferior, so inside in the front anterior stab wound with a small hematoma, so small clotted blood. Range, ROM means range of motion intact at the hip joint, knee joint, and with the foot, meaning that his hip, his knee, and his foot moved completely normally for what we would expect of this age. No focal neurological deficits, which means that we tested both motor and nerve, and it was equal to the other side, and there was nothing missing. No vascular deficits, meaning that they were palpable with the different pulses, femoral, popliteal, dorsalis pedis. These are all anatomic as we're working down from the hip all the way down to the foot, with an ABI of 0.94. Distal pulses palpable and symmetric, except for, as noted above, no gross deformities or bony tenderness of the extremities, normal passive range of motion, meaning that there wasn't anything inhibiting us from bending his legs, of the extremities without pain, except noted above, no abrasions, lacerations, contusions, ecchymosis, hematomas, or foreign bodies were noted on the physical exam. I just also want to point out the ABI, which is stands for the ankle brachial index, is another completely subjective where we measure the blood pressure at the brachial, meaning arm, and the ankle index. It should be equal and bilateral on both sides, and it should be 1. There are some elderly patients that have some vascular disease, meaning that they have smoked or they've got atherosclerosis. Sometimes you can have a decrease between 1, but in a normal young man, such as it should be close to 1. So in the area where the stab wound was on the left thigh, that limb was slightly decreased.
Why was it alarming to you?
So when you cut through a muscle, and if you think about it like a steak on end, there's a white, thick tissue on the end called fascia. And what that does is as you injure the muscles, which are very vascular with a lot of arteries and vessels and lymphatics, they can swell to the point where it swells within that tight vascular tissue, that tight tissue called the fascia, and it can actually compress important structures like veins, nerves, and arteries. So that's why that number was concerning to me, because A, in a young man, it should not be less than 1, and B, it just shows that there's a significant amount of hematoma, meaning blood, that was starting to decrease some of the flow that was adding to our measurements.
In your professional expertise, would that be something that would be life-threatening, a life-threatening?
It can be life-threatening, and it also can be limb-threatening for a young man. So limb-threatening, meaning that as it starts to compress some of those arteries and veins, what happens is effectively it decreases the perfusion or the carrying of blood to the areas distal or further away from where the blood comes. The blood comes from your heart, it comes down into your hips where your femoral artery is, and then it goes out to the furthest point in the lower extremity. And what can happen is if the thigh's pretty muscular, if you continue to bleed, you can actually squeeze to the point where no blood flow is going down to below the knee or below where the thigh is. So that can typically in a non-responsive patient end up being an issue, and even in a responsive patient, it can lead to something called a compartment syndrome, meaning that the compartment is so tight that the pressures in the different area are damaging key structures, and that can ultimately, obviously, we call it ischemia, meaning not blood flow to a limb, and if it's not dealt with in a timely fashion, it can be devastating.
Now, directing your attention to page 11 to page 12 of SACE 81, at the way bottom of that page where it indicates soft tissues, there's a subcutaneous gas noted within the soft tissue of the anterior lateral thigh, best visualized on lateral view. What does that indicate?
That means kind of like I was describing for the CAT scan before. It just means that there was a communication between the outside air and the inside air. And what happens is, you can imagine, is just when I kind of akin it to like if you were cutting like gelatin, the knife goes in, and there's parts of it that will close, but there's going to be a track of air that communicates with the outside. That basically is illustrated by this picture.
And that would be indicative of a knife penetrating?
Some sort of, not specifically a knife, but a penetrating object.
At the very end of page 12 in SACE 81, it indicates attending comments that Thomas Connory was admitted for observation as the thigh muscles were highly vascular. Why was it important to keep Mr. Connory for a little bit of time at the hospital?
To make sure that he wasn't going to continue to bleed to cause that ultimate demise of what I was alluding to before, called compartment syndrome.
And at some point in looking at page, I believe it's page 14 of SACE 81, there's a notation there from the nurse that indicates that at 3:15 a.m., dressings found to be drenched in blood, dressing changed with Sarah, who was one of the nurses. Is that a notation indicating that the wounds that Mr. Connory had sustained were still bleeding even
That's
after
correct.
several hours?
That's correct.
Dr. Crombi, are you aware if Thomas Connory blood was taken to be tested for anything at the hospital that
It's very standard for all trauma patients to have their blood drawn.
Standard, and why is that?
Because we are looking for not only to see how physiologically deranged they are, because often, despite the fact that our EMT providers are excellent, it just gives us a better clinical picture of what we need to do. But additionally, related to that, it gives us a little bit of an insight into some of the substances that may be masking some of the physical exam symptoms and the radiologic symptoms.
Directing your attention to page 23 of SACE 81, it does indicate that Mr. Connory's blood was tested, and it was tested for ethanol, which is alcohol. Do you recall what the level was?
125.
And what is that for BIC?
So blood alcohol level is a way for us to measure how what the law has deemed as being impaired, and 0.8 or 80 milligrams per deciliter is what's considered the impaired amount. I mean, obviously that's going to vary depending on your body mass and et cetera, but that's what's legally done. So technically at 125, he has an alcohol on board, and it's significant enough to cause impairment.
Is that a BAC of 0.125? Is that without the conversion?
0.125. Yep.
With the fact that Thomas Connory had alcohol in his system, would that have affected his injuries or how he was treated at all?
So, full disclosure, we don't get these numbers right off the bat. Like, this is something that comes afterwards. But it is incredibly helpful when it comes afterwards that then the team knows that they need to give more fluid and that the alcohol might be affecting the type of injury that he has. More specifically for him, it's just that he is intravascularly, so he bled, and then he's intravascularly dry because of the alcohol, because alcohol is a diuretic. It actually signals, it overrides your kidney's normal homeostasis or balance and doesn't allow you to reabsorb the water when you're dry. It actually signals for you to pee, and that will make you drier, effectively. So that's the significance of that in him.
Okay. Being that you did not have these levels beforehand, did you see anything that was concerning to you that you thought maybe he had alcohol in his system, hence causing more bleeding, or he wouldn't heal as fast because he had alcohol? Anything to that effect?
No, that shouldn't affect it.
Dr. Crombi, I'm going to show you what's been marked as, one moment. It's Exhibit 77. Can you see that on your screen over there?
I can, yes.
This was a picture that was taken at the scene.
At the scene.
Do you recall if this is similar? Mr. Connory was taken.
It is similar.
Okay.
So we don't see these pictures, obviously, unless EMS has it.
Right.
I just see the patient as they roll into the emergency room.
And I just think one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Showing you what's been marked state 73. This was a photograph that was taken of Thomas's injuries about a week after, I believe. Are those consistent with where you saw the wounds the night of the morning?
Correct. They are consistent. So the left leg, and you can kind of delineate that because there was another leg underneath it that shows the right leg. Lateral is the outside of the leg, like I was saying, and those are three of them. There was one on the other side. So when we talk about this is the lateral, the opposite of that is the medial. There's clear description throughout the chart multiple times of an inferior medial one as well. And the significance of that means that the object, whatever it was, went through and through could have gone through and through to the other side. And that's the concern that I have as a surgeon.
So pointing to this exhibit, indicating here, I don't know if you can see that, which injury was this? You termed it as?
It should be superior lateral.
Okay. And pointing here to the middle exhibit?
That should just be lateral or anterior lateral.
And pointing to the lower end?
It's technically inferior lateral because it's still on the outside of the leg.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the one we're not seeing here in this state's exhibit is, you said, on the inner thigh?
Inferior, so inferior medial thigh. So inside thigh.
Now, Dr. Crombi, referring you back to States 81, page 12, under assessment plan, what does it say was initially done to help heal or tend to Mr. Connory's wounds?
So the wounds were washed thoroughly with betadine, which is an antimicrobial, and saline, which is effectively salt water. Xeroform gauze, which is a yellow gauze that has some bismuth salts in it, was applied and secured in place with Kerlix dressings, which are the types of gauze that you can kind of wrap around a leg.
Why weren't sutures used? Stitches?
Good question. So I don't know what he got stabbed with. it could have been a branch for all I know. And that is not sterile. That's got a ton of bacteria, a ton of stuff that might still be in the wound. So you do not want to close the wound, because then what that allows is to have growth of specific bacteria that are not, they're called anaerobic bacteria, so they thrive where there's no oxygen. So we always leave stab wounds open when we don't know what it is, how deep it was based on the imaging, so it heals from the inside out. So you just need to clean them, irrigate them out, and allow them to heal.
If Thomas had told you, or told one of the nurses that he had gotten stabbed with a knife, would you still have not put sutures? So even if it was a knife, not a tree branch as you indicated, would you still have had the same course of treatment?
Yes. I don't know how clean the knife is.
Okay. And I'm going to direct you, well, withdrawn. To your knowledge, do you know how long Thomas Connory was in the hospital for?
I don't know. I know that he came in around 12:54. I know that the dressings were changed at 3:15. That's why my note and my attending note doesn't match my resident's note, because I wanted him to be observed. So, and then what happens is 8 a.m. is there's a new team and a new partner of mine that comes and takes over.
But you do know that he was kept for some time for observation?
He was.
Dr. Crombi, I am going to ask you, in addition to treating Thomas Connory that night on May 15th of 2022, did you also recall attending to a patient by the name of James McGrath?
I did not know his name at this time, but yes.
And do you have a clear recollection of when James McGrath was brought into the hospital on May 15th of 2022?
Yes. So in my recollection, the way that we kind of describe it in the surgery team is they both came in around the same time. What we have to do is identify and treat the more critically ill patient, which was, he was unidentified at that time.
Is it safe to say that James McGrath was, you tended to him prior to tending to Thomas Connory based on the level?
Correct.
Of the critical care?
So he came in as a trauma code, which is the highest level. So anesthesia was there, I was there, everybody that I mentioned earlier was there.
And how did your team initially know that he was coming into the hospital? Was it an alert that you had gotten from EMS?
So throughout the emergency room, and again, we're not there, there's something called CMED, which is a radio system that the EMTs and the paramedics and the ambulances do to basically triage and give a heads up for the patients that are coming into the emergency room. They had given them a heads up of the nature of how in extremis he was, how much blood there was on the scene. So that automatically bumps him up to a trauma code. So the way that I'm notified is I get on my pager, it says trauma code, and gives a very brief description of what it is.
Okay. And why did he come in as an unknown? Explain that a little bit.
That's just if there is nobody at the scene that can identify them, very well, that's one reason. The other reason is it's unclear whether or not he's a victim of violence, and we also want to just make them an alias and be unknown so that we can just focus on that and not have to worry about all the other stuff.
Prior to coming today, did you have an opportunity to review medical records for James McGrath?
I did.
And when he came in, do you recall what his appearance was?
Very pale and white, and he was on a Lucas machine, which is an automatic machine that performs CPR. There is a plunger that goes over the chest, and then there's an archway where they put the patient's arms to, and it's Velcro too. And the EMS can start and stop, as can the team. The Lucas machine is what it's called, and that allows the EMTs or the paramedics to focus on things such as fluids, managing his airway, etc., things that need to be done, yet CPR is being performed.
If it's noted that his appearance was toxic looking, what does that refer to, or what does that mean?
The nurses say that if for some reason the patient looks like they're either dead or imminently dying, but very sick, not good.
Do you know what the acronym ETT refers to?
Yes, endotracheal tube.
And what is that?
That is the breathing tube that gets put into your airway when you can't breathe for yourself.
And the term asystole, what does that refer to?
So there are different types of heart rhythms. Asystole means that there is no electrical activity that the heart is actually showing, nor is there any waveform that will transduce to the heart to be able to give meaningful pumping to circulate your blood.
From both your personal recollection as well as your review of the medical records of James McGrath, when the patient presented, do you recall what type of a stretcher he was in?
He was in a bucket loader stretcher.
And what is that?
So Backboards are typically flat. If you've gone to any swimming pool, you've seen it on the side there, and it's to allow people when they fall down, emergency people, to be able to slide them onto some sort of board and fix their neck and make them secure and seatbelt them in. I don't know why he was in a bucket loader. I'll be honest with you. Maybe there was a lot of things going on at the scene, and that's the only stretcher that they had. But they scooped him up into that, and then they put him onto the regular rolling stretcher. So they brought him in, and we moved the bucket loader over to the ambulance, stretcher that fits in the ambulance comes in. They put it side by side with the emergency room stretcher, and then they move the patient over, whether it be in the bucket loader or typically just the backboard, over to that. And then we try to take the backboard off, but he was in such extremis that we didn't even, it was just really scoop done all the way into and continued CPR.
So you immediately started working on him without even taking him out of the bucket stretcher?
There was no stoppage whatsoever.
Now, the term ED disposition, what does that refer to?
So at the end of the evaluation of care, sometimes we have to decide where we're going to put the patient. So like, for instance, somebody that needs ICU level care, their ED disposition is to the ICU. If they need to be admitted and they are floor level care, meaning they're not as sick, they don't need intensive care, then they go to the surgical or medical floor.
If it says ED disposition expired, what does that refer to?
So that means that the patient is deceased.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Crombi, showing you what's been marked as States 82 for ID purposes. Do you recognize this document?
This is the medical chart of Mr. Unidentified, who's now identified as James McGrath, from 5/15/2022.
Did you have an opportunity to review those medical records prior to testifying here today? And were those records made in the regular course of business of Bridgeport Hospital?
They are.
And is it the regular course? Is it the regular course of business for doctors and nurses at Bridgeport Hospital to generate such a report when treating a patient?
It is.
And are they under an obligation to record information accurately?
They are, and I am.
And is it a certified documentation?
It is.
I would like to get this marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence States Exhibit 82, full exhibit.
Dr. Crombi, I have a few questions just to ask you about State 82, now we'll exhibit. Let's reference those if needed. Direct your attention to State 82, page 13. Is this where your notes begin in attending to James McGrath?
So it's page 13, halfway down the page. This is my history and physical note that is written after the event occurs.
And page 15 into 16 of that exhibit, attending comments. Just refer
That's
to that
me.
page. That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just please read what it says at the bottom there.
From my attending comments?
Yes.
Patient came from over 20 minutes away and clearly was on scene for greater than 20 minutes prior to that per EMS. The patient remained in cardiac arrest, meaning his heart had stopped per EMS and no other rhythm other than asystoles, which is what I described to you before. Since they had picked him up, a significant amount of blood was described at the scene. Head to toe exam. His pupils were fixed and dilated and non-reactive. Stab wound noted in the left chest axillary region. No other injuries were noted on the secondary survey. Patient was intubated. However, there was clearly food substance near the ET tube as he vomited on intubation per EMS. end tidal CO2 was confirmed and placement was confirmed of the endotracheal tube. Upon turning off the Lucas CPR assist device, there were no pulses noted in any of the proximal carotid or femoral areas. Asystole was confirmed multiple times between the Lucas device and self-performing CPR. One round of ATLS, ACLS was done to include treatment as well with bicarbon calcium in addition to the epi that was given. No return of any signs of life were noted. Again, it is confirmed on the monitor that he was in asystole, and an ultrasound evaluation of the FAST reveals no cardiac motion, so time of death was called. Father was told of the condition of the patient.
Referring to page 14 of your notes, where it indicates under chief complaint HPI, where it indicates patient was reportedly found on scene in extremis with asystole as his read. What does that mean?
So meaning that the first note of what the EMS does is they have their own monitors that are portable monitors, and when they hooked it up to his chest with all the leads in the proper area, there was no cardiac rhythm whatsoever.
And EMS, and he presented in extremis 30 minutes after starting CPR. On arrival, he had a GCS of 3. What does that refer to?
So that is the Glasgow Coma Scale that I was telling you about earlier, and it's an evaluation of eye, verbal, and movement. So his eye exam was not moving, he was not talking, and he was not moving. So that's a 3.
No palpable central pulses. That's pulses anywhere?
So central specifically means that the first place that your heart pumps to is your carotids, which are the 2 big vessels in your neck, and then your femorals, which are down in your groin.
And bilaterally dilated unresponsive pupils and ongoing CPR.
So what that means is when the brain does not have oxygen for a period of 3 to 4 minutes, you start to lose, your brain dies and you lose the ability to react to light, and that's seen typically in exactly this fixed and dilated unresponsive pupils.
Directing your attention to page 6, I believe we're on 82, page 15 of James McGrath's medical records under trauma bay events, where it indicates resuscitation, those 4 bullets underneath.
Yep, so epinephrine times 2, so they gave adrenaline, which is a drug that we typically give that is naturally occurring in our bodies in the adrenal gland to try to kickstart the heart. It was given 2 times with continuous CPR. No ROSC achieve means that there were no spontaneous live events that were no return of spontaneous circulation was not achieved. Cardiac ultrasound, we have a ultrasound in the trauma bay that can look at a bunch of different things, but we specifically looked at the heart and it was not moving whatsoever. And then patient declared dead at 12:52 a.m.
Dr. Crombi, who declared James McGrath dead?
It was technically my resident, but I was there supervising.
And do you recall who went out to tell James McGrath's father that his son had passed away?
So I immediately asked so there's a team that comes in with everybody, and we have pastoral care. We have a pastoral care residency program. So they typically try to figure out where the family is. So I turned and I asked where the family was, and they brought me to where Mr. McGrath was. And
do you have a recollection of telling the father that his son had passed away?
I do, very vividly.
And directing your attention, withdrawn. Dr. Crombi, there was some indication that James McGrath had an elevated blood alcohol level that night. Anything about that fact that would have affected his injuries or the fact that he had died?
No.
Regarding the alcohol?
No.
Would you have treated him any differently if
we would
he
have
had
not.
alcohol in his system?
We don't know that at the time, as I stated earlier.
And would he have still succumbed to his injuries even if the alcohol was present?
For this particular injury, yes.
And is there anything, Dr. Crombi, that you vividly remember when you took, withdrawn? Was James McGrath ever taken out of that bucket stretcher and put somewhere else at some point?
Yes. So before I went out to go find Mr. McGrath, what we typically do to try to help the family see their loved one for the last time is the whole team, particularly the nurses, will clean up. It's a little messy after we've been working on somebody particularly that had bled significantly. So what we had done is all hands on deck, because it was a big bucket stretcher, which is much heavier than it. And when we went to basically pull the bucket stretcher onto a clean stretcher, there was liters and liters of blood that spilled all over the floor in the trauma bay, all over. It was in the bottom of that bucket. So we had to clean that up again, which is consistent with the type of injury that he had.
You have a vivid memory of that?
I do, because I did not want to go get his dad before we cleaned all of that up.
Final question, Dr. Crombi. From your expertise with an injury to the heart, such as the one that James McGrath suffered, what were the chances that he would ever survive such an injury?
Impossible, unless it happened in the hospital and we were right there to crack his chest.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith?
Would you like me to begin, Your Honor, or would you like...
Do you have an estimate on how long the cross will be?
I think if Your Honor is okay with going perhaps a little past 3:30, that we should be able to complete the cross-examination.
All right, why don't we keep going then? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Crombi.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
We have not.
We've never discussed this case before.
We have not.
You are here to tell us today about the things that you did after the events that led to these injuries, correct?
That's correct.
And you were telling us that as part of what you did, that some blood was drawn from Mr. Connory, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know that at the time, but you told us that his blood alcohol level was a 0.125, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that 0.8 is considered impaired, correct?
Correct.
And 0.8 is considered impaired as far as for legal purposes for driving or for medical purposes, or both?
Well, it could be a little bit of both, and I believe it's 0.08 when we do the conversion over.
Okay. So a 0.08 is too impaired to drive under the law, correct? Correct. And is also, medically, is that a different sort of level of impairment than what we...
It is.
use?
It
Okay.
is. So I guess I should explain that to you. So just like I was saying, like depending on your body mass index, depending on your age, depending on, there is a enzyme in our livers called alcohol dehydrogenase, which breaks down the alcohol into the different components. And then the free components are what make us impaired. And depending on how fast those enzymes work, and then the size of our bodies has to do with the depot, and then our bodies, processing through that. The enzymes itself can be affected by multiple different factors, including any meds that you're on. Even if you were to take a Tylenol because you had a sore knee and you were 21 years old, it's going to be a little bit delayed in the metabolism or breakdown of that and clearance of that. In individuals that have a history of utilizing alcohol regularly, they tend to have more of this enzyme around and can clear it quite quickly, so they can seem very functional despite the fact that the legal limit or what's measured is significant. And there are various tables on this, but there's various different things that affect that. But when this all evolved years ago, legally driving and operating motor vehicles was the 80 deciliters or the 0.08.
And in fact, it used to be higher than that, correct?
That's correct.
0, and it's been lowered as we've
correct.
developed more information about the impairment effects of the alcohol, correct?
That's correct.
And when we have a BAC, that number reflects the amount of alcohol that's already been metabolized and is in the bloodstream at that point, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a fairly standard sort of metabolism rate for most people. Is that fair to say?
In general, yes, but just like I was saying with all of those different factors, and it's kind of like dive tables. They create them based on a bunch of different data, and they come up with the metabolism. It's certain. In an hour it should be this, and an hour it should be this, and another hour it should be this.
Have you heard that for a male, about 2 drinks per hour would get you to a 0.08?
It's, again, there's some, I have heard that. I don't know if I necessarily think that that's totally accurate, because when you say male, it could be a 5'2" male, it could be a 6'7" male. And it could be something that one guy's never had a drink in his life. This guy drinks regularly, so it's completely different.
Okay. Age can affect that as well?
Age can affect it, yes.
And you mentioned a dive table. What's a dive table? For those individuals that do scuba diving, the Navy tested
exactly almost similar to alcohol, the amount of nitrogen that is in your blood that precipitates out if you dive a certain depth. And they tested it on various naval individuals, and then very similar to the alcohol tables, they have a level of clearance per hour depending on the depth and the time that you were exposed to the oxygen.
Okay. And you told us that a .125 would indicate significant impairment, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say it's significant, but it is impaired, again.
Okay. So you don't recall telling us that that would be significantly impaired?
No, significant is 500, 600, which I have seen. That's significant.
500 or 600, that would be close to fatal, would it not?
Depends on the individual again.
A .50, half of their blood being alcohol, and that would not be fatal?
So it's not a half. So you think 0.5 is 50% of your blood volume. It's actually a measurement of the ethanol or whatever is in your system. So they measure it on an assay, and they actually, it doesn't mean 50% of your blood. Okay. It's an assay.
And at a .125, you said that may have some effect on his injuries as far as bleeding or things of that nature?
It has an effect, exactly what I was explaining before, is that it's a diuretic. So what that means is that he's legally drunk. Level of impairment, as we've just discussed, depends on the individual. But what doesn't depend on the individual is that alcohol signals you to pee out and override your kidney's regular homeostasis. So how that can affect your injuries is that if you're already dry to begin with, you have a certain blood alcohol level that your body's trying to clear. I'm assuming they aren't drinking water in between the alcohol that they're drinking. He's bleeding, and then in addition to that, his kidneys are peeing out, taking some of the intravascular volume out of his body. So that can affect your injuries.
Okay. At .125, would you also expect that to affect his ability to accurately describe how he'd come by these injuries?
Again, it depends. When I examined him, he was telling me exactly what was described to him.
Okay. Could it affect his perception at that level?
It's hard to say. Again, it just depends.
Depends on the person.
It depends on the person. It's very different.
Would you expect somebody who had only had 2 beers a few hours beforehand to have a .125?
It depends. It has to go back to that alcohol dehydrogenase enzyme that I'm talking about, how active it is or how inactive it is. And then some of it is also just genetically, some people have more active alcohol dehydrogenase than others.
So you're saying that you would expect somebody who'd had 2 beers a few hours before you saw them to still have a .125?
It can happen.
Just 2 beers to get us to .125?
Depends on the individual.
Even if it was a number of hours beforehand?
It depends. How do you know it was 2 hours before?
If that's what the person said.
It's hard to say.
It is hard to say, isn't it? It would be unusual. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it's unusual, but it's possible.
And we also talked about a .20 blood alcohol content level. You recall that?
I do.
That is more than twice the legal level of impairment of
It
0.08, correct? And would you consider that to be a significant level of impairment?
It depends on the individual. So if it's a 6'8" football player, maybe not.
When you say if it was a 6'8" football player, why would a .20 not be significant impairment?
So, again, the way that the law, and I didn't make the law, deemed it is they took an average of individuals' impairments and they measured what their deciliter was. They did a bunch of tests and they said, do this cognitively, move this way, and that's how they came out with a .8. And that's now in a larger, more massed individual with a bigger liver, they can metabolize just better. Is the line. And if it happens to be an individual that has a history or has that genetic predisposition, each one of us is different. We're a mosaic of all of our genes. It depends on what their level of impairment is.
But you would agree that the law has said that .08 is...
To operate a motor vehicle
impaired to
or
operate.
motor, yes,
Or both
or both.
heavy machinery.
Correct.
And so, if this jury was interested in why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, that's not anything that you could help them learn about, is it?
So I am here to describe the two patients that I took care of. I don't actually know who Mr. Valle is, I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
But I'm here to talk to you about the injuries that we treated that night and how we intended to save one of the victims.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
All right, thank you, Doctor. You're released. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit the witness stand. Thank you. Just a quick question to the state, if I could inquire, was that the last witness that the state had lined up for today, or do we have another witness to call?
I believe we actually have another witness if you want to start that witness.
All right, why don't we do our 15-minute recess then, and then we'll get started on that. All right, court's going to stand in the afternoon, 15-minute recess. Thank you.
All rise, court.
All right, so that was Operation Rescue Polly. Polly was in the front climbing trees. We have this big live oak in the front, and it has a lot of branches that are low to the ground, and it's unfortunately about 10 feet from the road, 15 feet from the road. So Polly likes to get up there, and it's all good, but she gets a little too close to the road. So, how's my audio? All right. So, missed a little bit of that last testimony, but I only missed like maybe a few minutes. All right, so Tommy Connory, stabbing victim when we came out of lunch. He was on cross. Couldn't tell who threw the punch. Their back was towards him. He said he ran to Ryan and Raul, and they were tussling. He made eye contact with Raul, and he said he told law enforcement, Raul stared into my soul, and it was like demonic. Pretty interesting description there. He says the fight just stopped. Oh, he was referring to he and Raul. He doesn't recall what happened after that. So he and Ryan had already been stabbed when Tyler was on the ground. All right, so that's interesting. So that means, so I thought Raul was in this fight. He goes back to the car to get the knife. But according to Tommy, Raul had the knife when he came onto the property because he stabbed both him and Ryan before Tyler DeSilvo was was pushed out into the road. So that means Raul came to the fight with a knife. He didn't go back to the car. Let's see. He was asked about Alex Zaborik. That's the first time I heard that name. He said he didn't tell anybody about it because no one asked him about being there. Same with Joey Romano. He wasn't asked if he was there as well. From what he saw, there was only 3 people that were involved. He wouldn't want his friend's memories or reputation to be harmed in any way. And then after watching the video of what he remembers is what he remembers. All right. Then on redirect, he didn't see Raul at the car at the time. He didn't see Tyler on the ground at the time. The last frame is Jimmy moving, falling back. Yeah, so that very last frame that we see in that video is Jimmy's moving back. I think Jimmy was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? He wasn't even involved in this fight. That's what just makes him more heartbreaking, you know. I mean, not that anybody, you know, getting deleted is it's never a good thing, right? Never a good thing, you know, but it seems like, you know, poor Jimmy. I mean, he literally was not even throwing punches. You know, it's one thing if you're in there throwing punches, kicking somebody, blah, and then you get stabbed. But Jimmy wasn't even doing anything, you know. All right, let's see what else. So then, okay, Dr. Razel Crombi. Anyway, she was the surgeon. She treated Tommy, and then also Jimmy came in that night. So Tommy came in around 12:42. He had multiple stab wounds to his left thigh. He had 4 wounds. She found no neurological defects or no vascular deficiencies. She talks about the hematoma, and she said that was a concern because that could be life and limb threatening. She says it's standard for all trauma patients to have blood work. Now, the reason we found out about Tommy's BAC, his BAC was 0.125, and Jimmy's BAC was 0.2. So they were definitely pretty drunk. So they were pretty drunk. Now, the reason they didn't get Faison's BAC, because I guess he wasn't considered trauma, and PA Eric said that he didn't appear drunk. Basically, that's why they didn't pull his blood. Let's see. So there were 2. I'll say, as far as Tommy was concerned, what I saw in the picture, there were 2 on the outside, 2 knife wounds on the outside, 1 near the knee, kind of towards the middle, and then 1 on the inside. Then Jimmy came in. He was on a Lucas machine, which is an automated CPR. They tried, and he was deceased. She said, her notes said he came in from over 20 minutes away, and he was already on scene for like 20 minutes. So she said the only way that they really could have even had a shot at saving him is if that had happened in the hospital and they could crack his chest straight away. All right, I want to pull up. Hold on a sec. I think, Lily Wayne, you were talking about this. You think that might be, it might be blood on Tyler's shirt. So I took a screenshot. Let's pull this up. Hold on a sec. I'm not, I mean, it's red. I see, well, Lily Wayne, if you're in our chat, tell me if this is the picture that you think you see blood. I took 2. There's this one. There's this screenshot. All right. Hold on. There's this screenshot. All right. Is this the screenshot you're talking about? Do you think that's blood on Raul there? On his, it looks like he kind of has a vest. Is it that one? Are you, Lily Wayne? I think you were the one that was asking about that. Is that possible blood on a shirt? I don't know. That one's kind of a stretch. But then I've got this one. Then there's this one. Tell me what you think about this one. So then there's this one. So do you think that's blood right there? That big red blop right there in the middle. Do you think that might be blood? That's definitely Tyler Da Silva on the ground. I'm just not sure if that's blood. So, Lily Wayne, are you in our chat? What do you guys think? If Lily Wayne is there, that's a lot of blood. If that is blood, I'm sure we're going to hear from the others. I can see self-defense. Okay, I'm here, but it's very hard to tell. The pictures are so blurry. Yeah. But is that the one you were talking about? That photo? Is it that one or the one where he's standing at the curb? Is it that photo or this photo? Which one are you? Or is it this photo? Is it that photo or the other one? It was the first picture, but just too hard to tell. Yeah. Well, I would expect we're going to hear from Mr. De Silva or De Silva. He's like everywhere. He's obviously involved in this fight. He's the one that took the beers from Ryan to start this whole thing. So if we don't hear from him, I'll be shocked. So we're going to hear from him. We'll probably hear from Mackenzie. She was in the car. Who else are we going to hear from? For Raul, we're going to hear from probably Jack Schneider. He was the driver. We got to hear from Tyler De Silva. We got to hear from, I would think, Mackenzie. Oh, what? Oh, I may have to go let Paulie back in. Hold on. So that one, Pammy? Yeah, it's hard to tell. All right, I'm going to go let Paulie back into the room. Hold on. All right, let's see. Lily Wayne says, I don't think we can tell from either picture. And does law enforcement have his clothes from that night? I don't know. I'm not sure when Tyler was questioned. I have no idea. Janet asks, was anyone else charged? Not as far as I know. I don't think, I haven't heard of any other charges. I know the parents were at the Leifers' house, which is where the lacrosse team had. That's where the first altercation took place. They have been charged. I'm sorry. Let me read what. Hold on. What is their deal? I think they haven't been charged, but so the Leifers, which was where the party, this first fight started. They've had some lawsuits filed against them. So Thomas Connory has filed a lawsuit against them, and Ryan Hines. He was assaulted by other guests, being kicked, punched, and hit with a motorcycle helmet. So Hines alleges that Susanna Leifer saw the assault and the couple did nothing. So that's the first. That's the first fight. That's where the first fight happened, where they were trying to come to this party, and Raul and Jack and Tyler, they took Ryan's beer. So that family is being they have a civil lawsuit out for them. All right. All right, therapist, be right back. Dr. Bob, I saw it too on the video where he's pushed in the street and then starts forward. I think, is that what you mean? Let's see. Andrew, I believe they were charges for a fight. Yes, that's what I just read. I don't know if there's charges, but there's civil. There's definitely a civil. Not sure if there's any charges against that family, that's the Leifers, Leifer. Leifers, I'm guessing that's how you say their last name. Joanne says, so if Raul had the knife already on him, did he bring it because he knew this fight was going to go down? Was this fight pre-planned? Were they egging them on intentionally to start a fight by taking it? According to Griffin, he did They were in this group chat. That's why you keep hearing about this group chat. That he was telling these guys to roll up. In the group chat, he told them to pull up. He said the road name. So it's Griffin. Griffin's the one that kind of told them to come on over. So Griffin and Ryan go to the Leafers party. They get their beer stolen. They get in a little fight there. Then they go to this other party where the stabbings happened. And Griffin is the one that in the group chat said, hey, pull up. And he told them the road name. So it's, again, if Griffin hadn't done that, then this wouldn't have happened. I mean, there's so many.
In session, the Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. You may be seated. Thank you. Counsel, are we prepared to call the next witness?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, we'll bring the jury in then. Thank you. Counsel, I would plan to stop at quarter of.
That's fine, Your Honor. Yes, I could probably take us till quarter of.
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So the state at this time, if you would like to please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would call Ryan Hines to the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please step up into the witness box and remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Ryan Hines, RyanHeinz.
Thank you. Please state your address.
91 Drive.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ryan, do me a favor. Just sit close to that microphone and keep your voice up, because the acoustics in this courtroom is not too good. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are?
I'm 19 years old.
And do you go to school?
Yeah, I'm going to be attending Alfred State University in the fall.
And what are you going to study?
Heavy machinery operations.
And prior to Alfred State University, were you in school?
I just ended a postgraduate year at Bridgeton Academy.
Did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football there.
Okay. And are you working for the summer?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working at the UPS store in Fairfield.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
About how many times?
3.
And why did we meet?
To talk about today.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 16 years old.
And did you go to school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to school?
I was in Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football and baseball.
And what year in school were you back then?
I was a sophomore at the time.
You were a rising sophomore, or were you ending your sophomore?
I was ending my sophomore year.
So I want to direct your attention to earlier on in the day on May 14th of 2022. You familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes, I am.
How do you know Griffin?
Griffin's a really good friend of mine. Ever since I moved to Shelton, he's been one of my first buddies.
And did you and Griffin hang out somewhere earlier in the day on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah, I think we hung out at his house for a little bit that day.
Around what time would you say you were at his house?
Getting closer to the evening time.
And at some point, did you leave his house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you guys go?
Natalia Rizdik's house.
And how did you get to Natalia Ridzik's house?
I believe we walked.
And is it close?
Yeah, it's only 2-3 streets away.
And when you got to Natalia Ridzik's house, what kind of things were you guys doing there?
Just sat down, hanging out. She had a couple people over. It was no more than like eight of us there.
Now, were you guys drinking alcohol?
Yes, we were.
And were you drinking?
Yes, I was.
And how much were you drinking?
I would say at her house, no more than 2 beers.
Did you drink at Griffin's house prior to going to
No.
Natalia's house?
No, I didn't.
When you went to Natalia's house, did you bring any alcohol with you?
Yes, I did.
And what did you have with you?
I had a 12-pack of Bud Light with me.
And you said you drank 2 beers out of that Bud Light?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say you were at Natalia Ridzik's house for?
30, 40 minutes, something like that.
And at some point in time, did you and Griffin leave Natalia's house?
Yes, we did.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Because we were invited to Austin Leifer's house.
And do you know where Austin Leifer's house is?
Yes, it's on Lazy Brook.
And did you in fact go to Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And how did you get there?
Tanner Chernowski drove us there.
Okay. And when Tanner Chernowski drove you there, was it just you and Griffin?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, he dropped you off?
Tanner, yeah, he dropped us off.
Lazy Brook Road. Around what time do you think he dropped you off?
Gosh. Around like 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere around there.
And around 7, 8 o'clock, what was the lighting up like out?
It was still daylight out.
And at some point in time, was it getting dark?
Yeah.
And when you got to Lazy Brook Road, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when you got there?
So we showed up there. We were just walking up the driveway, and then the garage door was open, and we just heard music and noise, and we walked into the garage, and that's about as far as we got in.
Now, when you got to Lazy Brook Road, were you drinking a beer down the driveway?
No, I still was only at 2 beers.
And you say you got as far as the garage. Why did you only get as far as the garage?
Because as we're about to walk into like what you would like the door from the garage like into the house, there's 3 or 4 people getting kicked out, it seemed like, of that door and getting told to leave.
And do you know who those people were?
At the time, no.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
The defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler De Silva.
And you say the defendant. Who is the defendant?
Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the...
He is right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Now, when you say you were trying to get into the house and the defendant and his friends were being what you deemed being kicked out of the party, tell me what happened at that time.
Him and his friends started just questioning us who we were and asking what our business was there.
And what was your response to that?
Austin had invited us over. I played football with Austin for a year in 8th grade for Shelton. Became pretty good friends with him. And he had told me and Griffin that night, come over, I'm having a party, come over.
When you got to Lazy Brook, did you notice if there was any drinking going on at that house?
Oh, yes, there was.
Okay. And when you responded to the defendant and his friends, telling them that you were there because you were invited by Austin, what was their reaction to that?
They didn't care. They didn't seem to ask Austin who we were. They didn't care. They weren't worried about if we were invited or not. They weren't worried about that.
Was the defendant saying anything to you in particular during those moments?
No, not really. It was more of Snyder that was saying stuff to me.
And at some point in time, how long would you think that interaction between you and the defendant and his friends lasted for?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
And then at some point in time, withdrawn, did this interaction happen inside the garage
all
area?
in the garage. All in the garage.
At some point in time, did the interaction between you and the defendant and his friends extend to outside the garage?
Yes, it did.
Tell us about how that happened.
So basically, it started with Snyder asking me for a beer because I had my 12-pack in my hands. And I actually said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. And then the defendant asked me for a beer also. I said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. I gave each of them a beer. And they were just like, they weren't okay with that. They started getting very argumentative with us, still wanting to know who we were, why we're there, and insisting that I give up my whole entire pack of beers for them.
And what happened after they insisted that you give up your beers?
Like I said, I gave each of them one beer. I was just like, is that all right? Like, can we just be cool about this? And for a second, it seemed like, yeah. They were like, yeah, sure, it's cool, it's fine. And we're like, all right, cool. Like, can we get by? And then all of a sudden, I get my beer grabbed from out of my hands by Snyder. And then all of a sudden, me and Griffin are getting pushed out, not on our own.
And how were you getting pushed out?
Literally got grabbed and just started being walked out by Snyder out of the garage into the driveway.
And once you got out into the driveway, what was your reaction to how you were being treated?
I was in shock. Like I wasn't trying to be an aggressor in any sort of way. I just had given them a beer, trying to be cool, make some friends, whatever. But they were very just like, fuck you, blah, 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 who are you, all this, that, and another thing.
And at some point in time, did you get angry with him?
Yes, I did. I got upset with Snyder, and I simply said to him, listen, like, that's not how this is going to happen, and I told him, like, I'll fight you for my beer right now.
And so when you told him you would fight for your beer, what did you do at that point?
He said, okay, sure. I don't know where or who had my beer at that point in time, and I kind of just put my hands up, getting ready to fight him.
Now, prior to you getting ready to fight Snyder, do you remember what he was wearing at that point in time?
He was wearing, I believe, some sort of Nike hoodie and some shorts.
Do you remember what the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, he had a Ole Miss baseball shirt on.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 53. Show you State's 53. Is this what you recall the defendant and Snyder looking like that night?
Yes.
Okay. You see that the defendant has some the helmet on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on when you initially talked?
Whole time.
Okay. And he has some type of neck pillow on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on when you spoke to him in the garage?
I don't recall.
Okay. So when you get out into the driveway, you squared up with Jack. What does that mean, you squared up?
I put my fist up, like, just kind of saying, all right, let's go. Let's do this.
And did Jack, in fact, put his hands up?
Yes, he did.
And at some point in time, what happened after that?
I'm kind of looking at Jack, just, like, kind of walking closer to him, like, about to go and punch him. But then it happened so fast where I get hit, like, right here, I get hit. And I'm thinking it's Jack that hit me. Like, it happened so fast, but then I'm like, whoa, like, he's far away. But it just instincts took over, and I just went and tackled Snyder to the ground.
And at some point in time, how long would you say the fight lasted for?
30 seconds.
And do you know who you were fighting with at that moment?
I was just trying to fight Snyder.
And do you know if anybody else was fighting with you?
I felt a lot of blows to the back of my head multiple times, over and over, repeated, getting like what felt like being punched in the back of my head many times while I was just on top of Snyder. And then all of a sudden I'm getting ripped off by my neck, and that was about it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58. Have you seen the video from the fight at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I have.
Stop right there. So I'm gonna. You have a pointer up there?
Yeah.
So this is frame 47. The individual here in the red sweatshirt. Do you know who that is?
That's Snyder.
Okay. And the guy here in the green sweatshirt and
That's
black
me.
shorts.
That's me.
Do you know who this is behind you?
That's the defendant.
Okay. Just play a little bit. Right there. Frame 100. This individual right here to the left. Do you know who that is?
That's De Silva.
Now, after this fight ended, what did you do?
I got my beer back and I left.
Do you know how you got your beer back?
I believe the lifer's mother gave it back to me.
And was there any arguing back and forth going on after this fight ended?
No.
You just grabbed your beer and you took off?
Yep.
Now, when this fight occurred, do you know whether or not, would you recall where Griffin was at the time?
He was like, I don't know.
You can't see him in the video.
No, he's not in the video. He's like over to the right more.
Okay.
Like,
But he
you
was
kind of
close.
see where those people are standing behind it to the right.
Yep.
He's like a little bit more behind them and to the right. I don't know. Somebody like, I think somebody like grabbed him and like held him back, not letting him.
But in other words, he was close to see what was going on, right?
Yes, Griffin definitely saw.
Now, at some point in time, you grabbed your beer. What did you do? Walk up the driveway?
We'll walk down the driveway.
Walk down the driveway, excuse
Yeah.
me? Okay, when you walked down the driveway, what did you do when you got to the end of the driveway?
Me and Griffin were kind of just standing there like, well, we got to leave, but we don't have a ride or anything like that. But then I can remember there were girls down at the bottom of the driveway, and they offered to give us a ride home.
Showing your state's 59. See that? Do you see state's 59?
Yes, I do.
Who's this individual in the back here?
That's me.
That's you.
Yep.
And was this picture taken before or after the fight?
Oh, that's after.
And can you see, if you look close enough, looks like you have a... Look like you have like a bloody lip there?
Yeah.
Who's this individual here to the left of you?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And did you know any of these girls that night when you walked down the driveway?
I did not know.
Why were you involved in this picture?
I don't know.
Because somebody else took it?
Yeah.
Did you get a ride home from Lazy Brook after this picture was taken?
Yes.
Who took you?
One of these girls.
Okay. And where did they take you?
Back to Natalia's house.
And when you were at Natalia's house, did you drink any alcohol there?
I don't know. I didn't.
How long would you say you were at Natalia's house after they gave you a ride there? How long
10
were you there?
minutes.
10 minutes? Now, at some point in time between Lazy Brook and Natalia's house, did you become aware of a group chat that had started?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
That was a group chat that I had been added to a week or two prior, actually.
Why were you added to it? Do you know why?
I really don't know, to be honest. My buddy Michael Kinnick added me to it. It was his little basketball group chat to go play at the community center with some buddies. And I just remember that group chat. There would be a lot of shit talking that happened in that group chat, all the time. And he just one day added me to it and was just talk some shit to these kids, blah, blah, blah. That's really all I remember about it.
So you didn't actually go play basketball?
No, you could ask any of my friends. I don't really like playing basketball.
Now, do you know whether or not the group chat involved any of withdrawn. The individuals that you just got into an altercation with back at Lazy Brook, did they go to school with you?
Just Griffin.
Griffin went to school with you, but did the defendant go to school with you?
No.
Do you know where he went to school?
He went to St. Joe's.
What about Jack Snyder?
He went to St. Joe's as well.
What about Tyler De Silva?
He went to St. Joe's.
Do you know if any of the girls in this picture here States 59, do you know if any of the girls in this picture, did you go to school with any of these girls?
No.
Do you know where they went to school?
I believe St. Joe's.
Okay. Now, in this group chat, were you aware as to whether or not individuals from St. Joe's were added to the group chat?
I was not aware. I saw a lot of phone numbers being added to it, but I didn't know who was who and all that.
Do you know whether or not what was said, but do you know whether or not any commentary that was going on in the group chat when you were driving from Lazy Brook to to Natalia's house had anything to do with what had just happened at Lazy Brook?
No.
Were you in fact involved in the group chat from Lazy Brook to Natalia's house?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know whether or not Griffin was at that point?
Not that I recall.
So when you get to Natalia's house, you said you're there for 10 to 15 minutes?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you leave Natalia's house?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Charlie came and picked us up.
Charlie who?
Connory.
And how do you know Charlie Connory?
Good friend of mine.
And did you go to high school with him?
Yes, I did.
Now, at some point in time, after you leave Lazy Brook, when you get to Natalia's house, do you text message anybody about what happened to you at Lazy Brook?
No, everybody already knew for some reason. I didn't go around telling people all this and that about what happened. I didn't really care that much. I didn't tell anybody about it. Everybody just already knew.
Well, in fact, at Lazy Brook, did you go there to fight?
No, I just came because Austin invited me.
Now, so Charlie Connory came and picked you up from Natalia's house. Where did he take you?
To the richest house.
And when you say the richest house, who's the richest?
Tyler Rich.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
I just played football with him that past year.
Did you go to school with him?
Just for that sophomore year because due to COVID, freshman year, all that stuff. So freshman, sophomore year, you could say, yeah, I went to school with him.
States Exhibit 5, do you recognize this house?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, did you go in immediately inside the house?
Yes, I did.
And how many people would you say were there when you got there?
20 to 30.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on inside the house?
I just had people coming up to me and questioning me what had happened. Just wanted to know what had happened. I wasn't everybody like I said before, they already knew. I don't know how they knew, but they knew what had happened, and I just simply explained to the people that asked me what had happened.
And did you in fact tell them what happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were, aside from what you told people happened at Lazy Brook, what other things were going on inside Tyler Rich's house?
Conversation.
People hanging out?
Yeah.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see who was drinking alcohol, or was it just kind of just there and people you saw?
It was just.
What kind of alcohol was being consumed? Do you remember?
Just beers or a seltzer, something like that.
Did you bring your beer
Yes.
or what was left of them with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, I did.
Did you in fact drink any alcohol when you were at Tyler Rich's house? One beer?
Yeah.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house, how did you enter the house? Do you remember?
Through the cellar side doors.
Do you recall where the cellar side doors are?
Yeah, it's on the right of the house.
So if I'm so I'm pointing to this area here. Is this around the area where you came into the house?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be what, on the other side of this AC unit?
Yeah.
And when you got there, actually withdraw. Showing you States 54. Do you know who that is?
It's Faison.
And how do you know Faison?
Just went to school with him and played a season of football with him.
Do you know whether or not Faison was at Tyler Rich's house when you got there?
I don't know.
But was he there at some point in the
Yes.
night? Showing you states 55. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
That's Tommy Connory.
And how do you know Tommy?
He's Charlie's older brother.
And was he there when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I believe so. I wasn't really looking around to see who was there, who wasn't there, but yeah, I believe.
You said there were 30 people there.
Yeah, he was there.
Did you take into account every single person that was at Tyler Rich's house
No.
that night? But do you recall seeing Tommy there?
Yeah.
Showing you states 57. You know who this is a picture of?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
I'd met him one time previously at Tyler's house, I think a few months beforehand. That's really my only relation with Jimmy.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy at Tyler's house?
Yes, actually, I remember talking to him. Actually, he was one of the first people I did talk to when I got there. He was asking me what had happened that night.
The Leesburg incident.
Exactly, yep.
Exhibit 56, who's that?
Me.
And do you know when this picture was taken?
In the hospital.
Now, are you familiar with Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
How do you know Ricky?
Very good friend of mine.
And did you go to school with him?
Yes, I did.
And how about Sal Perry? Do you know Sal
I know
Perry?
Sal, yeah.
And how do you know him?
Played football with him.
How about Mike Samperry?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Just friends. Just got to meet him when I first got to Shelton. We became good friends. He went to a different high school, but we still remained good friends.
How about Alex Bernston?
I'd met him 2 or 3 times prior, just when I was with Tanner, hanging out with him. Alex would come around every now and then.
Okay. Now, the individuals I just mentioned, were they all at Tyler Rich's party? Do you remember seeing them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you got to Tyler Rich's house and you were telling people what had happened, did you guys kind of just hang out for a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not this basketball group chat, was this going on at the time?
Yeah, I wasn't really too involved in it, but I was feeling the notifications going off in my pocket on my phone. My phone, I felt the buzz going off on my phone, and I knew there was stuff being said in there. I just don't know what was being said exactly.
Do you know who was saying anything? And you don't know? You
No.
did you glance at it and say, oh, that's
I would just look at it and be like, oh, whatever, put it back in my pocket.
Now, at some point in the night, did individuals show up to Tyler Rich's house that weren't invited?
Yes.
Okay, and how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house before that happened?
10, 15 minutes.
And how were you made aware that these individuals showed up to Tyler Rich's house?
Everybody was just like, they're here. They showed up, and people started walking outside.
Were you made aware of it through other individuals in the house, or were you also made aware of it through the group chat?
Just other individuals in the house.
And when you were made aware that they were here, what did you do as a result?
Walked outside.
And how did you walk outside?
Through the cellar doors that I came in from.
And when you walked outside, I'm going to show you this exhibit here, states 49. When you walked outside, can you tell us, where did you walk from the house?
Through the side where the cellar doors are, and then kind of through the driveway, and then the car was parked roughly right in front of the driveway.
So, if I correct, you walked this way, for all intents and purposes with this exhibit, there's a blue truck here.
Yeah.
You walked down the driveway, and you're saying the car was parked somewhere in front of the driveway?
Yeah, maybe a little bit farther back, but yeah, right about there.
Was it parked on the side of the road? The middle?
No, it was more like right in the middle of the road.
So was the car parked somewhere around here?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect, the lower portion of this exhibit, just to the left of the trees on the right side of Laurel Glen Road, towards the middle of the road.
Noted for the record. Thank you.
And when you saw this car in the road, what did you notice about it? Did you notice what type of car it was?
Yeah, it was an SUV.
And showing you States Exhibit 30, that seem to be what you saw that night?
Yes.
And which way was it facing? Was it facing towards Adams or was it facing towards Farmhouse? Exhibit 1's behind you if you want to.
It was facing towards Farmhouse.
Okay. You need to use this. And did you approach this vehicle?
Oh, yes, I did.
And when you approached the vehicle, what side of the vehicle did you approach?
The driver's side.
And how far away did you get from the vehicle when you stopped, when you walked up to it? How far away?
I was right next to it.
And did you talk to anybody in the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anybody in the vehicle?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
I noticed Snyder driving, and then I noticed De Silva, Raul, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Did you notice anybody else in the vehicle?
A few others, but I didn't know who they were.
And can you describe, did you have, at some point in time, withdrawn, how many of you approached the vehicle?
10, 15.
And when you approached the vehicle, did anybody have a conversation with anybody in that vehicle?
Yes.
What was the conversation like? Not what was said, but what was it like?
It was, I don't really know how to explain it. Like, I feel like there was multiple different conversations going on throughout the vehicle. Like, I feel like someone was having a conversation with the front passenger, someone was having a conversation with the driver, somebody was having a conversation with the people in the back seats. So I'm not really too sure what was said, but it was, the overall tone of it was totally like chill and like normal, and then there were parts of it that were aggressive. And
why did it get aggressive?
Because they had jumped me.
And did you say anything to anybody when you were there?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall if the defendant said anything to anybody?
No.
Now, at some point in time, you said that it got aggressive?
Yeah.
And when it got aggressive, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when it was getting aggressive.
Cans started getting thrown at the car, and then the car started whipping up and down the road.
Now, when you say cans got thrown at the car, who threw cans?
Multiple different people.
Did you throw any cans?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of cans did you throw?
I threw my Bud Lights that I had still.
Were they empty cans or were they full cans?
They were full cans.
Okay. Do you recall where you threw the can?
I believe I was on the other side of the car at this point, so on the passenger side now. And I believe I hit the door, the passenger side door.
Okay.
And then the other can I threw completely missed the car because I believe the car was moving at the time.
So you see this defect in the windshield here?
Yeah.
Did you recall doing that yourself?
I did not do that, no.
So if that was done that night, that was done by somebody else?
Yeah.
If it was done that night?
Yeah.
Now, after the beer cans were being thrown and other things were being thrown at the car, did anybody else put their hands on the car? Was there anybody else doing anything else to the car?
Not that I recall, no.
And you said the car at some point left?
Yeah.
And where did it go?
Just up and down the road.
When you say up and down the road, if you're looking at State's Exhibit 1.
It was just going back and forth like this way.
And when it was going back and forth, what, if anything, was the car doing?
Going really fast.
Were they throwing anything from the car?
No.
You don't remember any of that?
No.
Where were you when the car was going up and down the road?
In the driveway.
And were you paying attention to it the whole time, or were you talking to other people?
A mix. Like I would pay attention to it, then I'd talk to the person next to me, something like that.
Now, when you were initially at the car, do you recall who was with you out of all your friends?
No, I wasn't worried about any of that.
Why can't you recall who was with you at the time?
I just wasn't looking for who was with me. I just knew it was my friends, people that I knew weren't going to do anything to me.
Do you know if Tyler Rich was there?
No.
Do you know if Griffin Marcinzik was there?
No.
Do you know if Ricky Fiola was there?
No.
Now, when the car went up and down the road and you were in the driveway, you said?
Yeah.
You said you were just talking to your friends, kind of paying attention. Were you kind of looking down the road?
Yeah.
What were you doing? Okay, and you said you were talking to your friends. What friends were you talking to? You remember?
No.
Why can't you remember?
Just normal conversation, just can't remember.
Can't remember the particular person you were talking to? At some point in time, did the car stop driving up and down the road?
Yes.
And Where did you see it stop?
Like right at the corner of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen.
And when it stopped at that corner, what, if anything, do you remember happening next?
I can remember Tyler Rich running down there after the car, and I actually I didn't go fully down there, but I also kind of like walked about halfway down the road towards it.
So I'm showing you this exhibit here.
Yeah.
This is State's Exhibit 49.
Mhm.
Can you show me on State's Exhibit 49 where you walked down to?
To about like where all the trees are. I just remember the trees on my side.
The trees here?
The other side of the road.
These trees?
Yeah.
So just past Tyler Rich's property on the left-hand side where there's these, looks like pine trees?
Yeah.
And you stopped right around here?
Yep.
So if the record can reflect, he's on the left side of the road, just past the 43 Laurel Glen property, next to what appear to be pine trees next door.
Record shall reflect it. Thank you.
And when you were there, how far away were you, do you think, from where the car was?
I don't know. Several feet away from the car.
Like hundreds of feet, maybe 100 feet, a couple hundred feet?
I don't know.
Were you close enough to see anything going on down the road?
Not really. I was just able to like make out like people and that there were people down there.
And what did you see?
It's like people talking, it looked like, really. That's about it.
When people were outside the car or inside the car?
Both.
And when people were down there talking, do you recall if any of your friends were down there at the same time?
Yeah, I know Tyler Rich was down there.
Did you know if anybody else went down there?
No.
Did more than just Tyler Rich go down there, though?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not, outside of talking, did you see anybody get into any physical altercation or fight down there?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything down there?
No.
How long would you say that you were watching what was going on down the road at that point in time?
I think I watched for like 30 seconds and I just stopped caring and I walked back to the house.
You walked back to the house. Did you go back inside the house?
Yeah.
So tell us how did you get back inside the house?
Same way that I went in previously through the cellar doors.
So did you walk down the road, cut across the property, and back
I
into
cut
the cellar?
through the yard and went through the cellar doors.
And when you got back inside Tyler Rich's house, what did you do when you got back inside the basement?
I just like kind of stood there for like a minute or two. Everybody seemed to be in there, and then all of a sudden I just hear, "They're back. They're back. They're in the yard."
Now, before you heard they're back, what kind of things were you guys doing? Were people still drinking, having a good time, hanging out?
Not really anymore. Everybody's kind of just like, this night's over. Nothing good about it.
What time of day was it? Was it late?
I don't know. Like,
if you can't recall, you can't recall.
I can't really recall.
It wasn't light out, though, right?
No.
And was it, when you were outside, was it dark enough that you couldn't see in front of you?
No, it was a nice night. Like, it wasn't dark. Like, it wasn't pitch black outside. Like, you could see the person in front of you. You could see, like, somebody 10 feet away from you. You could make them out.
Were there any other lights around the area at the time? Do you remember if there were any lights from the house?
I think there was like a sensor light from the house, but that's really all I recall.
And you said at some point in time you heard somebody say they're back.
Yeah.
When you heard somebody say they're back, what did that mean to you?
I don't really know what it meant to me. I just instantly was like, I want to go see what it is.
So you were curious?
Yes.
And because you wanted to go see what it was, what did you do as a result?
I immediately went right back out the cellar door and walked into the yard.
And when you walked into the yard, showing you State's Exhibit 5, where did you go? Do you recall where you went? Can you show me in State's Exhibit 5?
I'm somewhere behind like this red bush.
Okay. So you're somewhere over here?
Yeah.
So the record can reflect I'm pointing to the left side, just behind the red bush.
Record can reflect. Thank you.
And when you come outside and you're near this bush here, what do you see when you come outside?
I see the defendant, and then I see De Silva.
And can you tell us on State's Exhibit 5 where you saw them?
About the same area. De Silva was, like, if I'm looking at them, De Silva was behind the defendant to his right a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 feet.
So if you're looking this way,
Yeah.
De Silva's over here?
Yeah,
Okay, and the defendant is where?
right in front of me.
And tell us about your did you have an interaction with these two?
Yes.
Just tell us about that.
So when I walk outside, the defendant had just like put his shirt up over his head. And like, I can't do it right now, but he like put his shirt over his head and was just like quietly, very calmly saying, "Where is Aiden King? Where is Aiden King? I want to see Aiden King." And just kept repeating that over and over again.
Did you ask him why he wanted to see Aiden King?
I wasn't really worried about it. I didn't care.
And what was your reaction when he was asking about where Aiden King was?
I just was like, "Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's your problem? Like, why are you back here?"
Yeah, and what was his response?
"Where's Aiden King?" And then I caught, like, I was like, "Why do you have your shirt on your head like that?" I was saying that, and then I pulled the shirt off of his head. Not like hard or anything like that, but I just grabbed it, I pulled it off of his head, and then all of a sudden, like that, it was just a totally different person, and it, like, just got crazy.
What do you mean?
Like, the defendant was really calm and just quiet and was just like, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King?" And I'm, like I said, I don't know, I don't care, like, I'm right here, what's the problem here? Pulling the shirt off of his head, and then the second I pulled the shirt off of his head, just starts freaking out. Like, get very upset and argumentative, and forgot about Aiden King and did worry only about me and the people next to me.
And when you say argumentative, what was he doing?
Just like getting real fast and just like, "Oh, like, you took my shirt off my head, like there's gonna be a problem now, blah blah blah," like just all types of stuff like that.
Do you recall when you were talking to the defendant in the yard? Do you recall who was near you at the time?
Yeah, Nikki DeJesus and Tywood right next to me.
And do you recall, if you can, was there anybody near Tyler De Silva?
No, I wasn't worried or paying attention to Tyler De Silva at that point in time.
And when the defendant started to react the way he did and get crazy, as you said, what if anything happened next?
Me, Nikki, and Ty immediately were just like, we're from me to the microphone at this point now, away from him, just looking him right in the eyes, and we're just chirping each other back and forth.
And when you say chirping each other, what does that mean?
Talking shit.
Okay. And how long did that last for?
30 seconds, 45 seconds.
At any point during your chirping back and forth, did you ever tell the defendant to leave?
No.
So after about 30 or 40 seconds, what happens next?
Out of nowhere, really, Tyler Rich punched him in the face.
Do you know why he punched him in the face?
He was on his property. I'm not really sure other than that, though.
But how did you see Tyler Rich punch him in the face?
I just saw like his fist and just hit him in the face.
Come over across. Where was Tyler?
I don't know where Tyler was. I just literally I was looking the defendant right in his eyes, like right in his face, like that's all I was looking at. I was locked in on that, and Tyler Rich's fist just punches him.
How do you know it was Tyler's fist?
I figured that out after the fact.
So you didn't know it at the time?
No, at the time.
But it was one of your friends that punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
And when that happened, what happened after that?
I kind of, it's like weird from there. Like, I just kind of go at the defendant and I punch him in the face like 2 times.
And when you did that, did the defendant engage you?
Yes, he did.
And can you tell us a little bit about how
So, he was stumped, when he got punched in the face, he stumbled back and just kind of fell. And then that's where I kind of got over him and I punched him in the face, and then all of a sudden I just feel like a weird sharp pain in my side, and I just kind of went like this, and I went like this, and I looked down to this, and I see him with his fist clenched up like this, and kind of like his shoulder and bicep area right here were held back by something. but he was going like this, and I'm on you can say I was like on top of him at this point, but he's going like this, and I just see like a jabbing motion towards my side, and that's where I felt like the stick right prior, and then all of a sudden I'm just like I gotta get away, like I gotta get out of here, and I get off and I just walk away.
And how many times would you say the defendant hit you?
Oh,
do you recall?
I mean, I got stabbed 3 times, but I don't know. He was just going and going. Like it was not like he wasn't trying to hit me in a certain spot. It was just like just jabbing over and over and over, just trying to poke me basically.
And once that happened, you said you had to walk away?
Yeah, I just like, I don't know, like some instinct in me was just like, get up, get off, like get out of there.
And when that happened, how did you feel?
I was just like dazed, and it's like really like blurry and just like, I don't know. It's just, it's honestly that entire part of the night like is the like least like there I am, I would say.
Okay. And at some point in time, what are you doing in the yard after this happens?
I realized that De Silva is in a fight with his own like group of people, and I kind of just stood there and watched.
And do you recall whether or not you engaged in that fight at all?
No.
Now, how long would you say that whole fight took place?
A minute.
And when the fight was going on, what kinds of things do you recall seeing about kind of watching the De Silva fight?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you kind of just stood there, you said, and watched, right?
Yeah.
What were you watching? What were you seeing?
Just people throwing punches, I guess, and that's really all I can recall about it.
When you were engaged with the defendant, do you know whether or not there was more than one person engaged with him?
No.
It was just you and him?
Yeah, from what I know.
And at some point in time, when you stop, when you back off from the defendant, do you see where he goes?
No.
Now, when you recall, if you can recall the De Silva fight, do you recall how many people were engaged with De Silva?
Like 3, 4 people?
3, 4? After the fight ends, at some point, do you realize that you're injured?
So, like, kind of as De Silva's getting, like, pushed out, my buddy Ty Wood was right next to me again, and he's like, dude, are you okay? And he's seen my clothes and, like, pointed it out, and I had already started to bleed through my sweatshirt and my shorts, and that's also when I heard my lung collapse in my chest, and I don't know how to describe it, but like it was like bubbles coming from out of my chest, and I just immediately got super like scared, and I didn't know what was going on.
And when you say you were bleeding,
Yeah.
so did you say anything how did you realize that you had been injured?
I just kind of lifted up my shirt and looked, and I was like, holy shit, like I was stabbed.
And when you realized you were stabbed, at that moment, did you hear anybody scream anything?
No.
Did you see anything else at that point? What was going on?
I kind of just went into like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like I thought I was gonna die. Like I heard the bubbles come from out of my chest, and I just immediately thought the worst. And I walked myself back in through the cellar doors into the basement and sat down and was like, I want water.
Okay. Now, when you were fighting with the defendant, did you have a weapon on you?
No.
Do you recall if Ty Wood had a weapon on him that night?
No.
Do you recall if Nikki DeJesus had a weapon on him that night?
No, none of my friends carry weapons.
show you State's Exhibit 60.
Yes, sir!
Okay, now, this individual right here on the left, the green sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
That's me.
That's you?
Yeah.
Do you recall at this moment in time in the video, first of all, have you seen this video before?
Yes.
And do you recall, based on your recollection of when you were engaging with the defendant, is this video before or after you were already stabbed?
This is after I was stabbed.
So how is it that you're standing there watching Tyler Da Silva, and how is it that you don't know you're stabbed at this point?
I just didn't know. Like, I just had so much adrenaline going through me. I was like, this is the point in time where I, like, just something told me in my head, get up, get away from this, like, and that's where I am now. Like that's where I kind of got up, and I kind of just walked and was like, all right. And that's when I realized, like, there was a whole nother fight going on. I didn't even know really there was another fight going on. I really thought it was just me and the defendant.
And at some point in time, actually, you can play the rest of the video. So at some point in time, you recall hearing, he's got a knife, he's got a knife?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, at what point in time do you realize that you're stabbed, and then you indicated you went down, you talked to Ty Wood, and then you go into the basement? At what point, I guess in that timeline, is my question.
Like the same exact time.
So you hear, he's got a knife, he's got a knife.
And Ty Wood's pointing out to me that I got stabbed.
And then you're lifting up your shirt. Now, I'll show you State's Exhibit 61. Can you see that?
Yeah.
This individual here on the left with the phone out.
Yep.
Do you know who that is?
That's Ricky Fiola.
And at this point in the video, you're already stabbed?
Yes.
So, is there a portion of this video that does not capture the beginning of the fight?
Yes, there is.
So, had this video started earlier, we would have seen the entire fight?
Yeah.
State 63. Again, this is,
Me.
Do you know who this is here?
Oh, that's Sal.
Sal Perry?
Yes.
This individual here with no shirt on, you know who that is?
Alex.
Alex Bernston?
Mm-hmm.
How about this kid here with the red hat?
Michael Samperry.
And this is?
Da Silva.
And do you recall being here in this moment in the video?
That's like the only like point of view like I remember of like watching Da Silva. Like this is like what I remember from that. Yeah.
And it's seconds, a few seconds after this that you realize that Ty Wood comes over.
That's like when everybody started figuring out they were stabbed. Like I want to say like Faison might have been the first one that realized he was stabbed, and he was like, holy shit, like I was stabbed. And then everybody is just like, whoa, like what's going on? And
when you realized that you were injured, did you notice if any, aside from Faison, did you notice if anybody else was injured?
No.
You kind of just lifted your shirt up, went right into the basement, and
pretty much
sat down, said I need a glass of water?
Yeah.
Did anybody else follow you into the basement?
Some people did, but I just don't. I don't remember who it was. Some people did follow me into the basement, and somebody did grab me a glass of water, and then they helped me out back outside because they were like, the ambulances are coming. They're about to be here. You got to come back outside. But I don't remember who it was.
Why don't you remember?
It was there was just so much going through my head at that point in time. Like I truthfully thought I was gonna die. And it was so hard for me to breathe. I didn't know I had a collapsed lung. I heard those bubbles happen in my chest, and I was just thinking the worst. And I truthfully thought I was gonna die in that front yard or basement that night.
Did you know what was going on at that moment?
No, not really. I was just kind of in my own world, just don't die, just one breath at a time. That's literally what I got down to. By the time I was brought back into the yard and my lung was so collapsed and stuff.
Could you breathe?
Barely. I was like that. I barely was able to breathe, and I was just one breath at a time. I literally took it down to seconds. I was thinking so small. I was just one step at a time, and I'll make it. I'll be okay, and all that stuff. But yeah, I was just so in my own world, just thinking about life and my life to that point in time. I truthfully thought I was going to die. And
maybe this might be a good point to stop for the day.
All right. So we are going to adjourn for the day in a moment. So before I do that again, I'm going to do my daily reminder to the jury. So again, please, you must abide by the rule of juror conduct that I described to you at the beginning of this trial and the instructions that I gave you, the end of the first day of trial, and the ones that I have repeatedly told you to continue to abide by. Please leave your notebooks behind. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back tomorrow to reconvene with the evidence. Thank you. Court stands adjourned.
All right. Thank you, Santa Germs. I like the closed captioning. Thank you, Santa Germs. That's pretty good. All right. Interesting. We heard Raul got punched first. We heard that Raul got punched first, so this one's going to be tough for me, you guys. This one is going to be tough. Tough. All right, let's go over here. All right, let's go through testimony. We were listing, well, this is Tommy. I'm sorry, this is Ryan. Sorry, this is Ryan Hines. Let me just make sure the break. Okay. So Ryan Hines, stabbing victim. As you can see in our graph here, he was injured at so he was injured at both parties. He was injured at party one, but he stabbed in party two. I got to fix that. Thomas Connory was injured at party two. All right, we got to fix this. All right. Now that I'm starting to understand testimony, and we were doing research, and research, as you're seeing, isn't sometimes is a little different from testimony. So I got to fix that. All right. So Ryan Hines, stabbing victim. He's 19 years old now. He's going to Alfred State University to study heavy machinery operations. He played football at another university. I did not catch the name of that university, but he played there for a little bit of time, maybe a year or something like that. He's met with the state 3 times. He was 16. He was ending his sophomore year, going into his junior year on May 14th of 2022. He went to Shelton High School. He played football and baseball. Griffin was one of the first buddies after he moved to the area. So Griffin and he went to the party. So we'll go through that. So he hung at Griffin's that day, and then they left to Natalia Rizik's. So they walked over there. He said there were about 8 people there, and they were drinking. He said no more than 2 beers. He had no more than 2 beers. They're sticking to their 2 beers story. He had a 12-pack of Bud Light with him. He said he was there for about 30 or 40 minutes, then he left because Austin Leifer called him or texted him and said, hey, come on over to our house. Now remember, Austin's sister was having the lacrosse team over. So that's why there was a bunch of kids, if you will, were over at the Leifer's house, and the mom was there. So the mom was there. I think her name is Suzanne. She was there at that house because the lacrosse team was over. The women's lacrosse team was there. So then, let's see. So then Tanner Chernowski drove them to the Lazy Brook house residence around 7 or 8. He said the garage door was open. He heard music. So he and Griffin go to walk in. He says, we got as far as the garage. And he said the door, let's see. So, there's a door, they're in the garage and the door goes into the house. So he said there was about 3 or 4 people getting kicked out. So they were getting kicked out and told to leave. I can't wait for a cross on that. How do you know they were getting kicked out and were being told to leave? What did you hear that told you, that made you come to that conclusion that they were getting kicked out? Because that makes it sound like Raul, Jack, and Tyler De Silva were like these troublemakers, or they were too drunk and they were getting kicked out of this party. So I want to find out how he knew that they were getting kicked out. All right. So anyway, so Raul, Jack, and Tyler De Silva were the ones that were getting kicked out, and then those guys were questioning, hey, why are Griffin and Ryan? What are you guys doing here? So they said, well, Austin invited us over, and he knew Austin from football. So he said Raul, Jack, and Tyler, they didn't care. They were like, they didn't ask Austin who we were. Raul didn't say anything. It was more Jack saying stuff to him. So it was Jack Schneider, who was the driver of the car eventually, was saying, hey, you know what? What are you guys doing here? You're not wanted here. Give me a beer. So Jack asked for a beer. He's like, yeah, sure. So Raul asked too. So he gave them each a beer, and he says they weren't okay with that. They still wanted to know who they were, and they insisted he hand over all of his beers. And poor Ryan. Ryan's like, can't we just be cool? And for a second, it seemed like they were cool. Then Jack grabbed his beers, and they got, Jack grabbed his beers, and they got grabbed. Oh, and then they were walked out of the garage. So Jack grabs his beers, and then they basically push him out of the garage. He says he was in shock. He says he wasn't trying to be aggressive. He gave the beers. He was trying to make some friends. And they were like, F you, who are you guys? All this kind of stuff. So he got upset with Jack, and he's like, listen, this is not how it's going to happen, and I'll fight you for my beer right now. I mean, I'm sorry to laugh. It just sounds, sadly, a kid passed away, gets stabbed, but back in the day, it's like, you took my beer, I'm going to steal, you stole my beer, I'm going to fight, we're going to fight, don't take my beer. All right. So Jack said, okay, sure. So he put up his hands. He got ready to fight Jack. So Jack put up his hands, and he's looking at Jack, and he's going to go and punch, but he got hit in the right jaw, and he tackled Jack to the ground. So now Griffin said that Raul sucker punched Ryan. But in that video, Jack's the one that landed the first punch. I'm not quite sure if I saw Raul make the punch, but Jack definitely, he was wearing the red. He definitely punched him first. Let me see if I can find that. I want to show that again. If I can find that. Okay, is it this one? Hold on a sec. Let me see if. All right. Here we go. All right, I'm going to play this again. Jack's in the red, right? Oh, no. Why'd you do that? Oh, come on. I want to find this again because I want to. I think Jack is the one that swings, that makes first contact. I don't think that, hold on a sec. I don't think that he got sucker punched, like Griffin said. Griffin said that Raul sucker punched Ryan. I'm not seeing that. I think Jack is the one that swings, that makes first contact. I don't think that, hold on a sec. I don't think that he got sucker punched, like Griffin said. Griffin said that Raul sucker punched Ryan. I'm not seeing that. I think Jack is the one that swings, that makes first contact. All right, hold on. Thank you. All right, thank you, thank you. All right, hold on. Just hold on. I'm really not saying much. I'm just trying to find this. I think that, I know I'm muted. All right. All right, just hold on a sec. All right, this is turning into a disaster. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. Thank you for letting me know I'm muted. Appreciate it. Trying to do about 5,000 things here, and I'm trying to pull up something and be slick. And forgot that I was muted, so appreciate that. Come on. All right, that feed stinks. Let me go back to the other feed I was using. I want to see if Jack to me was the first one to swing, and Griffin said that Raul sucker punched Griffin. I didn't see it like that. I saw Jack taking the first swing. So that's what I'm trying to find. So you guys tell me if you see not that one. I got to get back to the first fight. Just bear with me for a minute. It's an experiment that I want to see. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right, just bear with me for a minute. All right. All right, I think, okay, Griffin said that Raul sucker punched him. I think Jack threw the first punch. So tell me what you guys think.
Have you seen the video from the fight at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I have.
All right, they slow it down, and then you'll see.
Stop right there. So I'm gonna. You have a pointer up there.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe that is Raul behind him. So Raul
So,
did
this is
sucker
frame
punch him.
47. The
Yep.
individual here in the red sweatshirt. Do you know who that is?
That's Snyder.
Okay. And the guy here in the green sweatshirt and
That's
black
me.
shorts.
That's me.
Do you know who this is behind you?
That's the defendant.
Okay. Just play a little bit. Right there. Frame 100. This individual right here. Do you know who that is? You have a pointer up there. Stop right there. So I'm gonna.
All right, Raul did sucker punch him. Raul caught him from behind, and then Jack punched him. All right. So Raul did indeed throw the first punch. If you want to take it back that far, Raul threw the first punch, sucker punched him, caught him from behind, hit him here, and then Jack came in, hit him here, and then okay. All right, so let's continue on. So his the mother gave him back his beer. He didn't know the girls that were in that photo. He said they took him and Griffin back to Natalia's house. He said that he was there for about 10 minutes, but he didn't drink there. He said he knew about a group chat. He said he had been added to it about a week earlier. His buddy Michael added him, and he didn't know why. He said there was a lot of talking going on that went back and forth, talking about basketball. He doesn't play basketball. He says he knew Raul. Jack, and Tyler went to St. Joe's. He thinks the girls in the truck went to St. Joe's as well. He saw the numbers being added, but he didn't know who was who. He wasn't involved in the group chat. Then Charlie Connory came to pick him up. Charlie went to high school with him. He was a good friend. He knew everybody. When he got there to Tyler Rich's house, everybody knew about this Lazy Brook incident. He said he didn't tell anybody about it. He said people came up to him and wanted to know what had happened, and he didn't know how they knew. But he said he explained to them what happened. He said people were hanging out, drinking beers, drinking seltzers. He said he had one beer there, so it's 3 beers in total. He didn't take into account everyone that was there, but he said there was about 30 people. He said he had met Jimmy one time at Tyler's earlier in the year. He said Jimmy was one of the first to talk to him, and he asked him what had happened. He said he had met Alex Burston 2 or 3 times, hanging out with Tanner. Let's see. He said these uninvited people showed up about 10 or 15 minutes afterwards. He said his phone kept getting notifications, but he would just look at them and say, yeah, whatever. You're just kind of whatever. He said people said they're here, and everybody went outside. So he walked outside through the cellar doors, as everybody else did. The car was parked by the driveway. At first, he said it was by the mailbox, but then he said it was a little bit further down. But whatever, close enough. He approached on the driver's side because Jack was driving. He said he saw Mackenzie, Raul, and Tyler. He said there was a few other people in the car, but he didn't know who they were. He said about 10 or 15 people approached the car. He said there were multiple conversations going on. Right? He said front passenger, the driver, people in the back seat. He said the overall tone was chill and normal, but parts was aggressive because they had jumped me. He didn't say anything, and Raul didn't say anything to him. He said cans were thrown at the car, and then the car started going up and down the road. So the Shelton high school kids are throwing cans at the car, but then other people are saying that Raul and his friends were throwing stuff out the window. So it's going to be a he said, she said. My friends, although to a lot of these kids are saying, yeah, no, my friends were rocking the car, my friends were throwing stuff at the car, my friends were aggressive. He said he threw a full can of beer at the car. He says he thinks he hit the passenger side, and he threw another can of beer at the car, but he missed because it was moving. So he threw two cans of beer at the car. Like, dude, what are you doing? He says he didn't hit the windshield. He said the car went back and forth up and down the road really fast. He said they weren't throwing anything out the. They were not throwing anything out the window of the car. So some kids were saying, oh yeah, they were throwing stuff. Other kids were saying, well, he's saying no, he didn't see them throwing anything. So he said the car stopped at his farmhouse. He could see it. He said he walked about halfway to the car. He thought he saw people around the car talking. He knew Tyler Rich was out there. He said he watched for about 30 seconds. Then he stopped caring and went back into the house. Then he heard, they're back, they're in the yard. So he instantly wanted to go see what was outside. So he went back out. He saw Raul and De Silva behind. So Raul was here. De Silva was like back here, a little bit behind him. Raul had just put his shirt over his head and he was saying, where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? And we heard from Aiden King. I got to go back and look at his testimony. I look back at, so he said he was like, really chill. He's like, where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? And then Ryan saying, don't worry about it. What's your problem? I'm right here. So he pulled the shirt off of his head, not hard, but he made first contact. So that's what set him off. So then Raul got real crazy. He said he was calm and quiet and where's Aiden King? But then after his shirt got pulled off, he started freaking out. He got argumentative. He said he's got real fast. He said, you took the shirt off my head. There's going to be problems. So then Nikki, Ty, and he said they were looking at him and chirping and they were talking crap for 35 or 40 seconds. But he never told Raul to leave. Next thing you know, Tyler Rich punched Raul in the face because Raul was on his property. That's true. Raul was on his property. But Raul's taking it as self-defense, hey, you hit me, oh man, this is going to be so, this is going to be a tough one for me. He said he was locked in on Raul's eyes and figured out later it was Tyler who punched Raul. So Raul did the sucker punch on Ryan at the Lazy Brook party, and then Tyler kind of sucker punched Raul, because if Raul's looking this way and then all of a sudden he gets sucker punched over here, this is going to be a tough one for me. He said he felt, he goes at Raul, punched him 2 times. Raul stumbled back and fell, and Ryan got over Raul. So Raul's on his back, right? He's on his back. And then all of a sudden he felt a sharp pain in his side. And he said he saw Raul like doing one of these. Like he said his arm was still and he's like doing one of these. He's like, so he said he got stabbed 3 times and Raul was just going over and over and over. He said his instinct was to get up and get out of there. He said it was dazed and it was blurry. The rest of it is real. He was like, at least he was there. He didn't even know that Tyler De Silva was in his own fight. He said he saw people were throwing punches. About 3 or 4 people were engaged with Tyler. As Tyler was getting pushed out, Ty Wood asked him, "Are you okay?" He saw his shirt was bleeding. He said he felt his lung collapsing and he felt like bubbles. He said he felt bubbles in his lungs. He heard bubbles coming up from his lungs. He walked to the basement and sat down. He got water. He said none of his friends carry weapons. He said he had so much adrenaline going through him, he didn't realize he had gotten stabbed. He didn't realize there was another fight going on. So he said he heard he's got a knife at the same time he was lifting up his shirt. He had gotten stabbed before the video of the 2 Tylers were fighting. So Tyler punches Raul. Ryan and Raul get into the fight, and then Tyler goes over and starts fighting with, I guess Tyler De Silva jumped on Tyler Rich, and then those guys started fighting. So Tyler De Silva saw Raul getting punched. He jumps in, tries to help his buddy, and then those 2 start fighting, and Raul then gets up and then starts stabbing people trying to help his buddy. So I don't know. Is it self-defense if you're on somebody else's property and then you get punched? I don't know. That's like, this is like they came on the property, but they got punched and they got surrounded and they were on the ground. They were like, so is it fair game for them to defend themselves? What was going on in his mind at that moment? No, they shouldn't have been on the property, but they got punched first. Raul got punched first. Is that self-defense? That's going to be the hard thing. That's going to be a hard thing for me. I'm going to struggle with this one. I'm going to say, no, they should have been on that property, but once they were and they got punched and surrounded and, getting stomped on, what do? Do you just run away or do you fight back? All right, so he went down into the basement. He said someone handed him some water and helped him outside to the ambulance. He thought he was going to die. He said he was in his own world. He's like, one breath at a time, one breath at a time. He thought his lung was collapsed. He said he could barely breathe. He was just thinking in seconds, literally 1 second at a time, one step at a time. So they were invited there. Yep, they were invited there to fight. On top of all of that, Griffin is the one that said, come on over. It was Griffin that called him out. Griffin called them, wimps and worse. You guys, you know the word. And Griffin is the one that called him out. Yep, Griffin was the one that called him out. He's the one that sent them the address. Hold on, let me see. It was on Cross, I think. Or maybe not, let's see. Let's see. So he's the one, 4 people were added to the group chat. This is Griffin's testimony. He gave them the address and took a photo and texted it. So it was Griffin that said, come on over. So it was Griffin that, is there any culpability in that? Griffin's the one that said, hey, come on over. I don't know, man. It's going to be so tough. It's going to be a tough one. 16-year-old does not have the right to pull a blade in self-defense, period. So are you just going to, so my question to you, Baca, is then, are you just supposed to let yourself and your friend get kicked to death? Because how did Raul know that these kids would stop? How do you know that these kids would stop? What if he didn't, so if he didn't defend himself, then what should he have done? I mean, we know what he should have done. He should have just walked away. I get that. But then the question would be, I guess, just defend himself. So there's 30 people. You think 2 people can defend themselves against 30 people with just fists? I think it's going to be tough. I think it was going to be tough. He was invited, every right to be there. So, okay, so you're saying Raul and Tyler were invited by Griffin, so he had a right to be there, but he didn't have a right to defend himself with a knife. If I'm understanding you correctly. Anonymous says still not self-defense. They could have left many times. I disagree with that. I don't think they could have left many times. They were invited over. They showed up. They were surrounded by 30 kids rocking their car. Beers were being thrown at them. They sped away. Okay, that's once. They sped away. They should have stayed away for sure. But then those kids followed the car after them. So then they come back to the house. They get out of the car. Then they're surrounded by 20 or 30 kids. They get Raul gets sucker punched. Tyler's on the ground getting stomped. So to me, they could have only gotten away the one time. I think just that one time. I would say just the one time. I don't think multiple times. I'd say one time. Zach says, not unless he was invited by the property owner. I still think they would be trespassing, to be quite honest. I'm going to say they were trespassing. Not all 30 were in the melee. That's true, Pammy. Not all 30 were. But you're surrounded by 30 kids. I mean, don't you think there's the threat level? Don't you think that you're... Obviously, the adrenaline's going. They've been drinking. They're boys. I get it. I'm sure their anxiety was like through the roof. And you just let your buddy get stomped on? I mean, think about it. Would you just let your friend get stomped on? Even though you may have put yourself in that position, and I'm not saying one way or the other, but it did seem like they did put themselves in that position. But then once they're in that position and they're getting stomped on and sucker punched and getting stomped on, what do you do then? Do you run away? They could have, sure. They could have run. They could have run and they would have been called wimps and you know what else. And then they would have had to live that down. So it seems like they were not going to back down from that. So I guess they technically, or in another reality is that Raul and Tyler are lucky they weren't killed because they could have been surrounded by these kids and they could have had their heads smashed in. I mean, it could have been that, you know. Think last witness and first had their egos bruised after losing the first fight. They went to second party so they would have backup and talk to us. Yeah, seems like it. Yeah. Yes, they were trespassing because they were told to leave by the owner's son. Yeah, that's true. They were trespassing. I'm not going to say they weren't trespassing. I would say they were trespassing. So I would say that gives Tyler the right to defend his property. So I would say that. Jules, he should never have had a knife to begin with. Sure, well, yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have. I mean, absolutely. But he did. And he was surrounded and he felt, I think he felt that he had to defend himself. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm just saying that's what he's claiming self-defense. I can understand that. I can understand the self-defense, even though I agree he shouldn't have had a knife. He should have never been there in the first place. I agree with that, but I can't just draw the line. It's not black and white for me right there. I think once he saw his friend getting stomped on, I think that kicked in, and I think, oh my God, I got to go help my buddy. Anonymous, you have a question. Go ahead and ask the question. Andriel says if they were trespassing, not self-defense. Well, see, that's my question. So if you're not trespassing, but you were invited over by somebody else and you get there and then you're in fear for your life, even though you're not robbing anybody, you're not doing anything, you just showed up on the lawn, and then all of a sudden you get into a fight. Are you not allowed to defend yourself then? I don't know. That's going to be a tough one. Right? Dr. Bob says Connecticut is also a duty to retreat state. So it's their duty to retreat. Okay, so it's their duty to run away. You know these guys aren't running away, Dr. Bob. I mean, let's get real. These guys are all football players, lacrosse players. Unfortunately, they're used to hitting heads with other people. They won't be able to show their face in town, sadly, unfortunately. Think about it. So there was even though there's a duty to retreat, I don't think that was even in their thought process, to be quite honest. Sadly, Widespread Panic says, but he was invited by the property owner or someone else. Griffin invited him. Griffin was the one that did the group chat, put the address in and said, come on over, called them names. Griffin was the one, that was Griffin's testimony. He's the one that said, come on over, pull up. Griffin was the one that said, pull up. Heartless Soul says, that is the basis of my theory. They jumped one with multiple guys, so he possibly thought in his drunken state 4 were going to jump him. I'm just saying it's not a stretch for me to see this as self-defense. Now that's just on the surface. Then you got to get into the minutia of what's the law. Is it is it like Dr. Bob was saying, duty to retreat? We can get into all these layers and levels of the law, but in the moment, they showed up on this lawn because they were told to pull up. So that's a challenge, right? So they were told to pull up. They're drinking. They're 16, 17 years old. They're going to go and pull up. Should he have brought a knife? Absolutely not. Bad move, terrible move. But once he gets there, he gets punched. His buddy's getting stomped on. It's that heat of the moment. You got to look at that heat of the moment. What would you guys do if your buddy was getting stomped on and you just got sucker punched? Would you run away? Maybe some of us would. Some of us wouldn't. So it's kind of like that heat of the moment. So Joe Schmo says, and the son of the owner isn't the owner, and the son of the owner is okay. Yeah. Somebody else was saying that too. I forget, but I think Zach was saying yesterday, Joe, that it doesn't matter. I'm not sure. Zach, if you want to answer that. Joe says, if you're surrounded by a group of partygoers and 1 or 2 or 3 tell you to leave, how are you able to legitimately identify one of them as the son of the owner? That's a good question. Let me go back to what's his face. Let me go back to Tyler Rich, because Tyler Rich testified. Hold on. Let me get to Tyler Rich. Where's Tyler? Hold on. Let's get back to Tyler's testimony. When was he? Who the heck's Tyler? Oh, that's Lori. Lori Daybell. I don't want Lori Daybell. Tyler testified on day 3. So day 3. Okay, Tyler Rich. Okay, so Tyler Rich, uninvited people showed up after Ryan and Griffin in a green Honda. He was in the basement. He exited. He walked to the driveway. He crossed the street. He knew Tyler. So he knew Tyler, right? He knew him because the cousins. I'm not sure why you guys are here. You need to leave. So Tyler came right out. So the owner, the son of the owner came right out and said, you guys need to leave. You guys need to leave. I'm not sure why you guys are here. You guys need to leave. Let's see. Oh, that's right. He's the one that reached into the, he went on to the driver's side. So people were screaming, kicking, shaking the car, right? So he said he tried to prevent more. He says things were getting very chippy. So he said he got into Jack Schneider's window and told him to leave, and he reached for the shifter, and then Jack rolled up the window. So according to Tyler, he was trying to like calm this down. He's trying to say, yeah, you guys got to leave. You guys got to leave. So then they came back. So were they trespassing? Yeah, I think technically they were trespassing. I'm saying they were trespassing. I'm going to say if I'm in the jury talking, I'm going to be, yes, they were trespassing. Absolutely. My hang up is when I show up invited by somebody else, but then the owner says, get off my land. How do we know they weren't trying to get off their land? Like they just showed up. Well, okay. So he told them to leave. Then so they did show back up and they were on the lawn. So technically they were trespassing at that point. So did they start it? And then but they didn't start anything. They just showed up on the lawn. And then what really started it was Tyler hitting Raul. So then can you claim self-defense at that point? If you show up invited, but then that an invitation is taken away by the owner's son, and then you show up again just on the lawn, but then you get attacked, because they did get attacked, are you allowed to defend yourself or not? That's to me is going to be the conundrum. I don't know how they're going to, I'm not sure how they're going to figure that out. Let's see. Suzanne says, as a mom of a 26-year-old, I don't see them as one group going to beat the living hell out of the other group so that anyone needed to be that scared. Raul didn't need to go back. Joe says, just because we know now that he was the owner or owner's son doesn't mean that they knew it in the moment. We're going to have to hear from Jack. You're right. We're going to have to hear, well, I can't wait to hear from Raul's side, because we have to hear. We have to hear from Jack. He was key. Jack is key to this. Tyler DeSilvo is key to this. We have to hear from those two. I'd even say Mackenzie, because she was in the car. And if there's like 20 or 30 kids, rocking the car, throwing beers at them, we got to hear from her. What was their state of mind? And then they drive away, and then these kids chase after them. So then there's that. They're trying to get away. And these kids are chasing after them. Heartless Soul said, the one said they drove past 3 times, if you believe the testimony. Yeah, they said they were like driving back and forth. I mean, there's so many woulda, shoulda, couldas. Sure, they should have never taken the beer. That's just, sorry to say it, but that's just a dick move. Like, Jack, sorry, man, but that's just a dick move. You shouldn't have done that. Why take this dude's beer? Just stop. And then to fight, again, well, again, it's high school. That's what you get in high school, unfortunately. Zach, you're leaving forever. Zach, are you getting picked on? Do I need to come defend you? Does Zach need to be defended? I highly doubt that, but does Zach need to be defended? You're in a freaking truck, drive away. What was an SUV? It was an SUV, and the kids were rocking it. So they were, in essence, they were attacking the car. They were attacking this SUV. Joe says 17-year-olds are usually in high school. Yeah, no, they're all. Hazel, this is the river all over again. Yep. So far I'm undecided. I know it is. It's the Nicholas Mew, right? Nicholas Mew, Red Apple River, something like that. Janet says, I still don't understand why Jimmy McGrath was stabbed. I haven't heard of him fighting anyone. No, you're true. You're right. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And again, that just adds to the layer of like, oh man, and I hate to say it like this, but you could understand if one of the kids that was punching got stabbed and died. Again, that's terrible for me to say, but it's like, it doesn't justify it, but at least it's like, oh, okay, well, you were involved in a fight. Jimmy wasn't involved in a fight. He was just there. He was literally he was just there. He just came out and he was just there. He wasn't throwing punches. He wasn't doing anything. So it's just one layer of like, oh man, you know. LW says the driver of the car should have just left. That was Jack. Now Jack's the one that stole the beer. Jack's the beer stealer, and he also got in the fight with Ryan. They were out causing problems. Schneider was the driver. Yep. Hope he's charged as well. Yeah, not quite sure. The boys in the car could have just left. Absolutely, they should have just left. Yep. There's your coulda shoulda. Do you have a woulda in there too? Just throw a woulda in there, LW, and we hit all of our shoulda, woulda, couldas. Trial Junkies United says, I still think they went and got a knife after the first fight and then went back, is what it sounds like to me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I can't talk to that. The Minecraftman 1212. These Shelton kids act very cocky on the stand. Yeah, you could. Yeah, it depends on which way you land. I could see that. I could see it as they were a little defiant with the cross. Oh my goodness, little man. Go out. Oh man. He's my Edgar G. Robinson. He's like, Rah, I wanna go out. See? Rah. All right. All right. I guess that's about it, you guys. Does wrong place at wrong time justify self-defense, not against Jimmy? No, you're right. Jimmy didn't swing at him. Jimmy didn't. Yeah. Neither did, well, Faison was stomping on Tyler. Ryan was involved Ryan was definitely involved in the fight. Was Thomas, we've heard from Tommy. Tommy was not involved in the fight. Meaning, Tommy was not involved in the fight, but he still got, wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, so Raul and Ryan were getting into a fight, so he pushed Raul away and Ryan, and that's when he got stabbed. So he had direct contact with Raul. So the only person that didn't have direct contact, didn't even touch Raul at all, was Jimmy. That's the sad part of it. That's the sad part of it. All right, guys. Gonna call today, call the night, all that good stuff. Thank you for joining us. Thank you guys for joining us. I'll leave you, because we deal with heavy topics here. I'll leave you with Super Ball. Here's my little Super Ball with her little, she has her little, there you go. There you go. Something fun to leave you with. Thank you, Aaron, for all that you do on the back end. Guys, be sure to thank Aaron on your way out. Thank our mod squad for being such a great crew. And thank you, chat. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Appreciate seeing all the new people in our chat. Join us tomorrow. We'll pick up coverage again. We'll be into day 5 of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. So until then, have a wonderful evening. Go out, touch some grass, look at the stars, go get some sun, get some wind on your face, some air in your lungs, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.